And hello, everyone. I'm so excited to welcome you here at our Ruby on Rails Global Summit by Geekle. And I'm Ed Nadine, CEO at Geekle. I'm so excited to welcome everyone. While we have our technical, some tunings and everything, just let me know in chat if you can hear me or see me, or just and let's start. Get each other to know better. We are Geekle. We create these online events, and our reason why we exist is because we understand that knowledge is not about offline conferences anymore. Knowledge is about sharing between community, best practices, what's new, and everything. And it's a really nice idea to get it online, and especially for people who have no possibility to achieve big fancy conferences, to go to some other country or whatever. And we create this possibility online for new speakers, not only superstars, for people who invented something, have something to share with some brilliant use cases. Maybe you work with this technology for like years and years, and you have so much stuff you have for yourself, you're using it and you think it's brilliant and you want to share it. So this is the platform. Please let me know if you can hear me and see me. I'm right now at France. This is Ukrainian project. All team is based in Ukraine. almost all the team. And please let us know where you're from, where you watching us from. I mean, what country, what city, or maybe what room you're sitting in. I'm in the living room now. And yeah, so I'm trying to get to the chat, and yeah, here it is. I see. Just a second. Yeah. Yeah. Visual, loud, clear. Yeah, see and hear. Okay. And Poland comes here, and Ukraine as well, and India and Bangalore. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Berlin, Romania. Lots of people from everywhere. Thailand. Yeah, Johannesburg, South Africa, Italy. That's absolutely awesome. Our idea is to find innovations, combine to this online event, and spread out to the community. And Ukraine, Ternopil. Hey, Slava Ukraini. um, okay, today I'm going to invite as first, of course, our brilliant community manager, Lily. Join, please, us the stage. Yeah, here she is. Beauty, nice to see you. You're looking
Yes,
great. How are
hi
you?
everyone. Nice to see everyone again. So welcome to Ruby on Rails Global Summit 2023. It's our first event after New Year, so we started our new season this time, and I hope everything will be great. Just leave your comments, emotions, feedbacks for us. We will be grateful for that. So I would like to make short intro about our event to let people know small numbers what we are doing and what we prepare for our participants. So we have 22 speakers with great talks, including Kubi, active deployment for Rails apps, Art or TTD and BTD with Ruby on Rails and peeking into Rails apps using open telemetry. We have been preparing our conference for 4 months. Yeah, and we have almost
4 months. Oh my God.
1,500 registrations now.
Yeah.
So
Wait a second. How many speakers?
22 speakers we have, even one from American Airlines. So I think it will be interesting talk for everyone, and for me also. I expected that.
Wow. Okay. So
Yeah,
yeah, how did you manage? Was it hard to gather that much, like that many speakers?
no, actually, before New Year we had some problems with lighting internet, and it was some difficult to communicate with people in general. But now trying to stand and and moving on. So
Yeah, and I know during this month, as I know how many like days you spent out of electricity and looking for for any energy to connect to internet, because yeah, we have this in Ukraine, we have these attacks from Russia, and unfortunately it's not that comfortable and light time, but still we have 22 brilliant speakers, and I really wishing you good luck, Lilia, because I understand what it means to hold this that much content at the event. Yeah, thank you very much. I really admire what you do, and yeah, this is really very first Ruby on Rails event for Geekle, and it's really excites me because you know lots of JavaScript events we have engineering, we have architectural for QA and everything, but this is the first one, and I'm excited. We start from small amount of registrations, but we'll grow and grow. And tomorrow, tell me more about tomorrow. What's gonna be tomorrow? Today is a free day. It's kind of entry level content. What's gonna be tomorrow?
So tomorrow we will have more technical content, and we will have 3 blogs, and our speakers will tell us how we could make our apps faster with Ruby on Rails, how we could make it more technical, and they will share their own experience, how you could be a leading expert with Ruby, and how it could work and help you in your business, in
Nice.
your projects. Yes, so it's very useful content, and this level of talks is very high, are very high. So I expect many participants tomorrow, and I hope that everyone will leave feedbacks for us, because I expect it very much, how it was, how it will be, and how it will be better
Absolutely.
for next time.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so today is more like basic, as I understand, and the concept,
So
and more
today,
general.
yes, today our speakers will tell you like first and second step when you started work with Ruby on Rails, what you have to do, some insight how to do it better. And for example, our first speaker, Cezar, will tell us from own experience how he become a Ruby on Rails developer and what's better to do for that, and not to do it in a long way, for example. Yeah, and I think it's great, because
Cool.
now people have possibilities to take knowledge easier and faster.
Awesome, awesome, guys. I'm nearly crying because I see in chat people from Nigeria next to people from India, from Vietnam, and Ukraine, and Argentina, and Kenya, and Berlin, and Nepal, Lithuania, Chicago. People, Chicago is just, you gotta sleep probably right now. Juan, I'm with you, man. It's really exciting from all over the world. People who really need to know what's new, what's next step in technology. I admire you, people. Yeah, I would like to invite our VP of partnership, Paul, and he will give us more about information about our sponsor. We have these awesome people from Scout, and they have that tool with just tell us what is
Yeah.
it about. Yeah, hi Paul.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Ruby on Rails Global Summit. We're excited to have every one of you with us. And and we wanted to say thank you to our partners and our sponsors from Scout. And by the way, they have the tool to like that, which you can use using the Open Telemetry. So and also they have a dedicated performance monitoring tool for Ruby. And definitely check it out. We will have a link in the chat during the stream. So basically, their performance monitoring tool, it will help you to solve the memory bloating problem, and also the annoying n+1 database queries. So and really cool little neat product that you can use. Definitely check it out. And thank you for joining, everybody, and huge thank you to all the speakers, to everyone who decided to contribute into this community, to decided to share the knowledge. And we hope this is the very first summit for Ruby on Rails, but we're excited to have many more ahead of us. Yeah, because we know how important this technology is for the big enterprise and for big projects. We know
Absolutely.
that it's a core and foundation for many cool products that we all use, we all love. So thank you once again, everyone, for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. So today is already like it's on our fingers. We already touched there, and tomorrow, it's paid day, but for we have this flash sale today for you people. If you are interested to join tomorrow, but you didn't get like this low prices or early bird prices, we have a little gift for you. We have 5 tickets as low as $99. First 5 people, you can grab it. Use this promo code on our website, and take this advantage and join tomorrow if you feel excited. I don't know. What
I
about?
want to also add that
Yeah, sure.
who will miss these 5 tickets, you could use my promo code last day and take a 30% discount and also buy tickets. So
Yeah.
don't miss this opportunity.
And as far as I know, we also have great program committee who helped you a lot. Lilia, tell us more.
So yeah, it was awful team, and I was happy to work with them. It was team from Ukraine. It was definitely Ukrainian guys who helped me with everything. And when we just started to think about that event, about conception, what we have to do, how we should do it, and etc. They help us. They give me some good advices. They review all talks, and it was awesome, guys. Unfortunately, they don't want to join us like as speakers or moderators because they are really busy. Because Ruby developers are extra busy people, and but I'm happy, and probably we will work together for a future project also. It was fun. Vitaly, Ivan, and Kirill probably see me now, so I say hi and thank you for your support.
Yeah. Thanks to everyone who taken it. Okay, I think it's enough chatting, right? I think we gave the opportunity to join us to everyone who wanted to. So yeah, I think
Let's roll.
yeah, let's go. Just let's go. Yeah, let's do it.
So
I'd like to invite our first moderator here. Could you please? Yeah. Hi. How are you?
Hey Ed, hey Leah, hey Paul.
Hi.
I'm doing good.
Yeah,
hi, nice
and
to meet you.
where are you from? Where are you now?
I'm currently in Bangalore, India.
Awesome.
Wow, that's opposite side from me. And
Yeah,
yeah, how are you? And what the time is now?
it's 3:30 afternoon.
Oh, so it's
Yeah,
midday. Yeah. Well, man, the floor is yours. Like, do whatever you think the proper to do things on Ruby on Rails Global Summit 2023. I wishing you good luck.
sure,
Enjoy
man.
the summit, everyone.
Thank you so much. While you're on stage, I just want to make a point out. So I'm a Ruby on Rails developer myself, and I've been part of many conferences in India. Like there are RubyConf India, then Deccan RubyConf. So I've been part of those conferences, but this is one of the kind event, Geekle. So I would like to thank Geekle team for organizing such an event. That it like I've seen multiple events happening such as Angular and React, but you doing it for Ruby, it puts it on that same map. So thank you so much for the organizing team. And now I would like to welcome everyone, welcome to Ruby on Rails Global Summit 23. And I'll be the moderator for the first slot. So I'll be moderating first 4 talks. So firstly, we'll be going through the basics, and Cezar will come on the stage. He'll tell us about how you can become a badass developer. Then in future, we'll get talks about how to streamline our hiring process. So that would be our second talk. In upcoming talks, we'll be getting how to improve our optimizations. So that, and in the fourth talk, we'll be hearing about how to build event driven way. So this would be the 4 talks that would be upcoming. Firstly, I would like to introduce Cezar on stage. uh, Hey Cezar,
Hey
first of all,
everyone.
big fan. I follow you on
Thank
YouTube
you.
and on LinkedIn. Your content is pretty good, and
Thanks.
thank you for whatever you're doing.
Sure. My pleasure. And thank Geekle for making this possible.
Yeah. I would like to introduce Cezar to everyone. Most of us, like whoever is Ruby on Rails developer, they might already know him because he's pretty active on LinkedIn as well as YouTube. So to start the introduction, I would say he's a developer at core. Then he's an entrepreneur. Then he's a YouTuber and an author. So he's doing pretty much everything that you can do. So and yeah, he's running Mix and Go currently, and yeah, that's about it. And I think the final thing is he'll be telling us, and he'll be telling us how to become a baddest Ruby on Rails developer. So I'm looking forward to it. Stage is yours, Cezar.
Thank you. When you're getting started, you might feel like you have nothing going for you. But you've got the biggest advantage of them all. You've got time. And you can use that time however you want, but if you don't have a goal and a plan to get you where you want to be, you might be wasting a lot of that time. So my goal here today is to give you a blueprint you can use to become a better version of yourself and eventually get to a place where you can live life on your own terms. In other words, I'm suggesting a roadmap to both financial and creative freedom. If you're asking yourself how I know this works, well, it's because it's how I got to where I am today. I've got no boss, no 9-to-5 job, no bank loans, and no managers. And I can work from anywhere in the world, take a vacation whenever I want to, and choose the projects I want to work on. I'm also making about 10 times more than what I did when I got started. And of course, this wasn't easy. It took me 15 years to get here. But I didn't have a roadmap to guide me, so I made a lot of mistakes along the way, and I wasted a lot of time on things that weren't important looking back. So I'm hoping this presentation will at least show you what's possible and help guide your career path in the years to come. And while I have a background as a Ruby on Rails developer and I use Rails on a daily basis, it doesn't mean you can't use other languages or frameworks. But Ruby on Rails will give you an edge because it was built for this. Before we get started, I want to make one thing clear. This presentation is not about being a docile employee or how to get a job at a big tech company. It's much more than that. In fact, it's probably the opposite. It's what big tech companies don't want you to know. This presentation is all about understanding and creating value in the marketplace. If this sounds too abstract, don't worry. We'll get into what that means and how you can do it. I love this quote, and I don't know who said it, but it explains the concept pretty well. A bar of iron costs $5. Made into horseshoes, it's worth $12. Made into needles, it's worth $3,500. Made into balanced springs for watches, it's worth $300,000. Your own value is also determined by what you're able to make of yourself. This brings us to the first of the 5 secrets. Big tech jobs are a trap. If you've ever been curious about how much a developer makes, you've probably seen those mid to high 6-figure salaries that some people make at these big tech companies. And they're not fake. Some people do make those numbers, but those people are not the vast majority. And what's not so obvious is what you're giving up or what you could make otherwise. It's a choice between becoming a specialist or a generalist. As a specialist, you could command really high salaries by being one of the few people in the world that know how to solve a very expensive problem. To give you an example, if you're, let's say, a database optimization expert working for a company with a few 100 million users, your skills are super valuable to them because if one of the websites goes down, even for a few minutes, the company could be losing millions of dollars. So it makes sense for them to pay you a lot of money to solve a very expensive problem. On the other hand, being a specialist means you've spent most of your life getting good at a very niche set of technical skills, which is not bad as long as that's what you want to do. But being a specialist could be a risky place to be in, because you've got to make sure you're always at the top of your game and hard to replace. Being a generalist means you learn a vast number of skills at a good enough level. You can do that because it takes less time to get good enough than it takes to be an expert. And you're covering a bigger surface area. Your skills are broad, not deep, and you can have a bigger impact. Instead of helping a handful of big companies like a specialist would, you could help many smaller and less sophisticated companies or people. That's what I mean by having a bigger impact. I'm not saying one is better than the other. They're different choices. But I'm going to focus this presentation on the generalist path and show you how far it can take you. So obviously, if you're just starting out, you're going to need a strong foundation to build on. And jobs are the perfect way to get that foundation. Forget about getting a high-paying job at a big tech company. Optimize your job search for learning instead. Startups, for example, are a perfect way to do that because working in a startup will expose you to many areas of the business and you'll get a chance to learn a little bit of everything. You'll get to talk to the owner of the business, you'll be a part of the design and the product development meetings, and the list goes on. Even if your day-to-day job is technical, you'll have a better understanding of the context in which you're working and how your code will affect the business. But to make the most out of your learning, especially if you want to become good at writing Ruby on Rails code, there are a few things that worked well for me. And the first one is learning how to focus for long periods of time. This skill is critical because you'll be reading a lot of code and getting good at it takes focus and practice. There's a great productivity method developed by a guy named Francesco Cirillo in the 1980s called the Pomodoro method, and it works like this. You set a timer for 20 minutes. You focus on your task until the time runs out. Then you take a 5-minute break, and you repeat this process 4 times, and then you take a 15-minute break. And then you repeat the whole thing as many times as you can. I don't know the science behind why this method works, but it magically does. At least that's been the case for me. Another helpful tool in your arsenal will be pen and paper. And I'm not saying you should write code on paper, but it's helpful to be able to jot down ideas and doodle some quick diagrams. The goal here is to be able to understand the problem, and both being able to focus and thinking on paper will help a lot in the process. Now, because your tool of choice is Ruby on Rails, you'll have one thing going against you because of the nature of the language. You're likely to struggle with confidence in the code you write because it's tempting to skip some steps. Ruby on Rails is known to be able to ship features out the door in record time, but some people take it too far and there's a price to be paid for that. So if you want to become confident in the code you write, realize there's one thing you cannot skip, and that thing is called writing tests. You'll have a much easier time writing Rails apps if you have tests than otherwise. Processes and automation also play a big role in adopting a testing mindset when you're working in a team setting. One last thing I'll mention about getting better at your craft is there's a difference between learning a topic for using it and learning a topic for teaching it. Teaching or talking about your topic requires a deeper level of understanding on your part, so if you really want to understand something, a good hack is to try and write a presentation or article about that topic, even if you don't publish it or you just show it to a friend. Secret number 2, the next level up is out. If you're like most people, you've probably been taught that it's good for your career to climb up the corporate ladder. But I disagree. I'd say it's much better to get out as soon as you feel ready to take things on your own hands. To me, the next level up, after you've been employed for a while, is to start freelancing. And the reason I say that is because freelancing will teach you another set of skills that you'll probably never learn if you climb up the corporate ladder. Let's take a look at some of these skills and what they can get you. The first one on the list is learning to identify business goals. As an employee, you don't really care much about why you're doing what you're doing. You're being told what to do, not why it needs to be done. In other words, you cannot make the connection between your day-to-day tasks and how the business will improve after you're done. Why is this important? Well, if you know how your work is improving the business, you can quantify the value of your work. For example, a task like migrate our CSS to Flexbox is detached from the business outcome, which might be to allow mobile users to purchase from their phones. So if you wanted to put a number on how valuable your coding is to the business, it would be almost impossible in the first example. But in the second one, you could get a pretty accurate idea. For example, if you know that the website has about 10,000 visits per month, and 50% of those are on mobile devices, and 5% of those are buyers of $100 products, you can come up with a number. So now you know that a few days of your coding are worth roughly $25,000 to the business. This is the kind of insight you get when you understand why you're doing what you're doing. And because you can now quantify the result, you'll be able to change your value proposition. You'll be able to go from, I know how to write code, would you please hire me, to, I can add an extra $250,000 a year to your business in just a few days for a flat fee of $30,000. Want to work together? That is called value pricing, and it's been one of the most impactful ideas that I discovered a few years back. It wasn't my idea. I was just curious enough and probably desperate enough to get out that I opened my mind up for new ideas. It's basically how you can increase how much you earn by doing the same thing. Instead of begging your boss for a raise, you can offer a value exchange instead. Secret number 3, creating leverage. Going from employee to freelancer is a great step up, but there's a limit to how far you can get by trading time for cash. Simply because time is limited. As a freelancer, you're doing custom work for many different clients, which means each new contract will eat up the majority of your time. In other words, as a freelancer, you're always working to get paid. When you stop working, cash flow stops as well. That's how freelancing works. In that regard, it's no different than having a regular job, except it's less risky because you have multiple clients and you can choose better projects. But if you want to be able to take time off and not worry about not getting paid, you need to create leverage. In other words, you invest some amount of time once and you get paid in perpetuity for your work, pretty much like an actor or a songwriter does. Basically, you need to create long-term assets. Doesn't matter if they're info products like courses, books, or SaaS products, the point is you're building something that will keep paying you over long periods of time. And Rails is an amazing tool for building your own SaaS products, even if you don't have a huge budget or a lot of free time. It was built for the one-person business to be able to compete in the marketplace. That doesn't mean you're going to be able to build the next Facebook or Twitter, but you don't have to. You could have a few tiny SaaS products with just a handful of customers making the same amount as your 9-to-5 job. The difference, though, is now you don't have a boss, you're working on projects you believe in, you can help the kinds of people you enjoy being around, and you can decide how much time in the day you want to spend working. This is the freedom you can get by building your own business. So, how do you do it? Well, here's what I know from building SaaS products for over a decade. There's a tendency among developers to wait for the perfect idea, one that nobody else thought of. Once you get the idea of the perfect product, you start building it in secret so nobody can steal it from you. Then you continue building it until you feel it's ready for prime time. That could take months or even years. And then, when the big day comes, guess what happens? Nothing. Can you guess how I know this? That's right, I've done it myself. And not just once. A few times, actually. But thank God I've learned from that experience, and I hope you won't make the same mistake. Because I've never seen that work. So, here's how you do it the right way. You need to go to the market. This means quite literally to go where people are already going to buy stuff. For example, if you're into book writing, you can go to Amazon and look at what other books are selling well, and what people are writing in the comments. That's how you can get to know how they are looking to improve their lives and what's missing from the books already written on each topic. Once you know what people want and don't get, you can come up with a few solutions to solve people's problems. By using this process, you're not waiting for the muse or for inspiration to strike. You're researching and brainstorming better ideas. The thing that will set your product apart from other products on the market is how well it solves a problem. In other words, you need to build a better product than all the others currently out there. But you're not going to build anything just yet. Here's the thing, anything you build will eat up a lot of your time. I've started building my Ruby on Rails course around February 2022, and almost 1 year in, I'm still working on it. So that's a significant time investment. You only want to do it if you know for sure it's worth it. And to make sure you avoid the time investment, you'll need to try to pre-sell it beforehand. This might sound like a sleazy sales tactic to you, but it doesn't have to be. You're not lying to anyone, it's quite the opposite. You're giving people an amazing deal in exchange for trusting you. So let's see how to do that. Let's say you want to build a SaaS product. How would you pre-sell it to validate your idea and offer your initial customers a good deal? Well, you probably have a good idea about what your product is going to be and why people need it, which means you've identified a problem that a group of people have and you're going to solve it at scale by providing this SaaS tool. In other words, you already know how to solve that problem, even without building the SaaS tool. But why would anyone buy your product before it even exists? Well, because you'll be offering something much more valuable in exchange. You'll be solving the problem for them, even if it's not in a scalable form yet. It could be a one-on-one consultation or a pairing session or anything you can offer that is worth much more than they would pay for to do the same thing with a SaaS tool. To make this more concrete, let's say your SaaS product is a book printing application. So your users will be able to write some text and add some photos and then get a great looking physical book. Right? So let's imagine for a second that's what you want to build. And you don't have the product just yet, but you want to get validation that there are people that will buy this product when it's done. Just from the top of my head, you could validate this idea in 2 different ways. One option could be to offer to edit and format the text and images for them and get the book in their hands without them doing anything except provide you with the assets. This option will validate demand, but not the fact that people would want to use your app. The second option is to put together a few open source libraries for a text editor and do the printing manually, meaning you take the text they've put in, format it by hand using a third-party design tool, and then take it to print and ship the book. And to make the offer more valuable, you can offer to help them with the editing or storytelling. The point is to get validation on your idea before you start investing your time into writing code. At this point, you're ready to start writing some code. But investing vast amounts of time into it should be avoided as much as possible, because your resources are limited when you're the only person in the business. So a good way to approach this phase is to ask your users for what they need the most. Those features will be the high priority tasks when it comes to writing code. If you happen to choose Rails to do this, you want to also have a balance of tests and implementation code where you're covering the most ground without spending too much time. In other words, you want to prioritize feature tests over unit tests for the most part. And once your features are done, you can pretty much repeat the process. You do some initial market research, asking users for what they need, browsing forums, reviews, etc. You brainstorm how you can solve the new problem in the least amount of time. You validate the idea by selling it, and you write some code only as the last resort. Now you know how to start creating leverage to move away from selling your time and into a place where you create value once and then you get paid for long periods of time for that investment. And I'm not saying this is easy to do by any means or that it's the best goal for everybody. I just want you to know that this path is available for you to choose. And now you know how to do it. Secret number 4, finding work. So far, I've been talking about how to go up the value ladder and unlock unlimited earning potential by going from employee to freelancer and from freelancer to business owner. And of course, you don't have to follow this path if you think it's not for you. But no matter if you do follow this path or not, there's one skill above all you'll need to be able to find work. If you're looking for a job, you'll want to know how to find a job. And if you're a business owner or a freelancer, you'll need to know how to get clients and customers. And that skill is called sales. I know with this crowd, the word sales isn't particularly popular, but bear with me. First of all, I'm not going to teach you how to sell. This is not that kind of a presentation. But what I am going to do is tell you about something I've learned from selling online products and services to clients. I mentioned earlier that I'm running a Rails course, and I know a lot of students are struggling to find jobs, especially when they are just getting started. And for the most part, the reason that's hard is because when you're getting started, you're not producing much value for the business. So one thing you'll want to do is make sure you invest a lot of time in getting better. But that's not what I want to tell you about. What I do want to tell you about is how the process of selling either your skill set as an employee or products and services as a business works. And it's called the numbers game. If you've never heard about it before, it simply means for anything that you sell, the vast majority will not want it. And there are going to be a few which will buy it. So let's take a generic example like a storage subscription, like Dropbox, Google Drive, iCloud, and others. So for this SaaS product, if you were to look at their conversion rates, meaning the ratio between the number of people who looked at their offer and the ones who have bought, you'll notice there's a tiny percentage of people that buy the thing versus the ones that just visit the offer and leave. The conversion rate is somewhere around 2%. And it's exactly like that for all the services and all the products in most industries. You can even look it up. So 98% of people who are interested in some form or another don't buy. The reasons for why they don't buy are not relevant. But what I want to point out is it doesn't matter if you're selling socks, iPads, consulting, freelancing, or your skill set, the same numbers game applies. There are going to be a lot of people that look at your profile and go, nah. But every 100 people, there are going to be 1 or 2 that will be a lot more interested in whatever it is that you're offering. So what does that mean? Well, it means you need higher numbers. If you need to sell 100 products per month, you probably need around 5,000 people to see the offer. And if you need a job, you probably need at least 100 people to see your CV, assuming it's good enough. In other words, you need to expose your products, services, and skill set to a lot of people before anyone will buy. That's called marketing. And I know a lot of you will wonder, how does marketing work for getting jobs? And the answer is networking. You can participate in meetups, conferences, hackathons, you name it. You need to expose your skill set to lots of companies that need it. Secret number 5. Mindset is everything. If what I've been saying so far is new to you, you'll notice these concepts will change how you think about your career, goals, pricing, and other things like that. I know they've changed mine. New ideas will help you realize that things you've never imagined are within reach. There's a cool story about this guy named Roger Bannister and how he became the first person in the world to run a mile in under 4 minutes. And what's interesting about this story is that before he did that, everyone thought it's physically impossible to do it. So they didn't even try. It was a mindset limitation, not a physical one. Once people got over that limitation by seeing someone else do it, they could pass the barrier themselves. And people have been beating his record again and again ever since. It's the same with whatever you want to do in your life. And it starts with you believing it's possible. It starts with you opening your mind and allowing new ideas to come in. Whatever you want to do in your life, there's a very high chance that someone else already did it. Maybe not exactly like you want it, but it's probably very close. So it would make sense for you to learn from them, to read their books, ask them questions, study their work, and avoid their mistakes. It's not that you cannot do it yourself, but it's much faster if you learn from others who've already done it. Time is the most scarce resource you'll ever have, so it makes sense for you to use it wisely. To give you an example, say you're someone who wants to learn Ruby on Rails for the first time to get hired as a Rails developer. One option could be to dive in head first and waste incredible amounts of time until you're ready to apply for the job. And I'm sure that given enough persistence, you'd get there. But it would take a lot of time and effort to do it. On the other hand, you could start by finding a beginner's book, follow its structure, then get another more advanced book, follow that, and so on. You'd get exactly the same result, but with a lot less effort and a lot faster, simply because you took a different route. The difference between the two is again mindset. In the first case, you're probably thinking there's nothing others can teach you that you cannot find on your own. Or you might be thinking, why pay for a book when you can find the same information for free on YouTube? And those are valid statements, except they both ignore the value of time. In the first case, you're sifting through different articles or videos to find the information you need, trying it out to see if it works, figuring out why it doesn't work, making sure that the topics are in the right order, and so on. Not to mention, you're most likely to not know what you're doing. So that adds even more pain to the problem. But in the second case, where you accept help and open your mind for new ideas, you'd be reading a book or watching a course or getting personalized help from a mentor, and you'd be saving a lot of your time by following their instructions. It's just a different mindset, and it applies to everything you do. Can you guess how I know this? Well, I made the same mistake. I thought building my own business would be an easy way to get out of the 9-to-5, and I also thought it would probably take me about 3 to 6 months before people would start rushing to pay for it. How hard could it be? I already know how to build software, right? Well, it took me 10 years before I would make my first sale. 10 years of learning by stumbling and failing over and over again. Simply because I thought I could do it myself and I could save a few $1,000s that way. And I did, but it cost me 10 years. So hopefully you're smarter than me and you won't make the same mistakes that I've done. So let me recap the 5 secrets. The first one is about realizing that if you want to be free to work on projects you love and with people you like, big tech jobs are not the best way to get there. The second is about choosing the generalist path and value pricing your freelancing work so you can work less, making the same amount of money or even more. The third is about how becoming a business owner can get you unlimited earning potential and ultimately the freedom to do whatever you want whenever you want to do it. The fourth secret is all about using the numbers game method to take the stress out of finding work as an employee or clients and customers for your business. And finally, the fifth secret is all about mindset and how anything you want to do in your life is within reach if you open your mind for new ideas and adopt the right mindset.
Hey, Cezar, that was a really good session.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So initially, while I read the talk topic, so it was like how to become a badass developer. So I was just expecting that you will be teaching some meta programming or something of that sort. But now you have taught me the business itself, like how you can build a business of your own. So it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty common for technical people, developers, to think that that's the limit. Like, how can I get better at the craft, at the technical part? But in fact, I think it's just a start. You can get a lot better or make your life a lot better by going beyond that.
Yeah, that's correct. So I just want to make a point to all the listeners. So as you have gone through the video completely, I would want you to make note of all the questions because we'll be having a Q&A session at the last of the slot. And I don't want to miss out on any of the questions. So if you're coming across any question, if anything is popping in your head, please make a note of it, and then we can get it clarified with Cezar once the slot is over. Am I pronouncing your name right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you. So Cezar, that was a really good session. Maybe we can proceed to the next session as Nezir is already in the lobby. So yeah, we will connect with you again to us. Hope to see you around.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thanks, guys. It was a really good session. Now we'll have a new speaker, and he'll be telling us. So first of all, he identified a problem, and the problem is, although we as a software engineer we interview with multiple companies, and each of this company or the organization have different hiring or recruitment process. So we have Nezir Zahirovic, if I'm pronouncing it right. He'll be helping us fix this problem, or if not fix it, but he will lend us, he'll direct us in a direction where we as a community, Ruby on Rails community, can try to address this problem. So that would be the topic of the next talk. I'll ask Nezir to come on the stage. Hey Nezir,
Hey, hello.
how are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you very much for gathering today for the really nice community event. Rails community is the best community, if I can say so. Cezar did good presentation. Thank you, Cezar. It's very useful to read your blogs and watch your videos. They are very useful. Just continuing that. And I found myself in his speak many times. I'm a developer for last 18 years, and I'm freelancing like last 10 or more years. I'm traveling. I'm doing very interesting stuff, and mostly that mostly uh, because Ruby on Rails. Okay, I respect other technology, but Ruby on Rails is the really most suitable for modern life living and doing software development.
That's really good to hear. You're doing it for 18 years, and you're writing Rails for that much time?
No, that's my, let's say, it's not mistake, but yeah, I'm born in Bosnia, and after Bosnian War, probably you remember Slava Ukraini. You remember, like, we didn't have too much choice after the war, like what to
Okay.
choose. The internet connection, all IT, it was not so developed, so we started with the C sharp, mostly Microsoft technology,
Okay.
and that way. So I spent like 11 years working as ASP.NET certified developer for ASP.NET, and Ruby on Rails last 8 years.
Awesome. Thanks for breaking it down for us.
Yeah, pleasure.
Nancy, another thing, like as you said that you keep on posting about blogs. Which social media platform are you active? Are you active on Twitter, LinkedIn? What do you prefer?
Yeah. On Twitter, you can find by my name, Nezir Zahirovic, on the Twitter, and I'm also running the site rubyonrails.ba,
Okay.
and also javascript.ba, and blog at Ruby on Rails BA. So yeah, on my Twitter account, you will find like a lot of shortcuts, shortcuts to the other Ruby on Rails links, and also on my website Ruby on Rails bar, you will find like 5,000 links and short description to the other links, which are mostly in technology stack of Ruby on Rails. So I think is the biggest place for those kind of the links.
Awesome.
For now.
So we are getting the treasure out even in the introduction session itself. So it would be really good. Like I'll just after the session I'll go on Twitter and follow you and read all the things that you have posted there. So
Thank you very much.
thank you so much.
Yeah, you will see there is like bunch of random. I made some Twitter bots, so every few minutes you will get some new post or
Awesome.
some old.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I would definitely looking forward to see all your tweets.
Thank you very much, Ayush.
Nazir, the stage is yours. I can just add your stream to yours, and I'll be saying bye. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
You're good to go.
So yeah, today I will try to address one big problem in our community or in IT in general. It's problem about interviewing or hiring in general. So mostly I will talk today about interviewing, but hiring and interviewing is very connected process. So at some point I will touch some points from the hiring viewpoint. So in today's talk, I will address. I wanted to talk about interviewing and the problems we're seeing there. Interviewing is really becoming very, very hard nowadays, or even before. Interviewing was really stressful at some point. So let me try to explain what I experiencing lately, and also I will get back in the history, like this kind of the problem people meet all the time, and I will try to suggest solution for the problem. So let's start with my presentation. Okay, so as I already said, my name is Nezir. I'm Bosnian born. Previous year I relocated to Indonesia. Now I'm living on small island near the Bali. I do software development for last 18 years. 11 years I was work as certified .NET ASP.NET developer. Last 8 years I'm just doing Ruby on Rails tech stack. Also 10 years I'm doing like remote work. I didn't see the office for the last 10 years, more than 10 years. So there are my blog at Ruby on Rails BA, Ruby on Rails BA site, and JavaScript BA site. So if you go to the site, you will see just small shortcut and a bunch of the links to the very, very interesting articles, tutorials, video tutorials, blogs, and stuff from those kind of the technologies, Ruby on Rails primarily, and also JavaScript and other part. In IT, I come from the social sciences. Like my background is in social sciences. I finished Faculty of Political Science in Sarajevo in Bosnia. I have degree in social work. Social work is very close to the psychology. So yeah, a lot of my thinking, a lot of my opinion today will be connected with that view, that part of the view, social work and psychology. Team intro. So yeah, today we're talking mostly about hiring and interviewing. So primarily about interviewing. I will try to explain how it looks like today, because I'm actively passing some kind of the interview very often. And if you are a freelancer or contractor, very often you finish your job and you are ready for the new job, and then again you need to apply, or I don't know, they contact you. But mostly you need to do interviews. And yeah, let me talk about that, what's happening today. So I will also mention some problems which I met every day. Also, do we need a change, like some kind of the conclusion? Do we have really problem or not? What's happening there? Or if we have the problem, should we do some change there? Should we make it better? Motivation, as I already mentioned, like my most motivation is my personal experience. I see a lot of problems in interviewing today, and also besides my personal experience, I also just need to go to some of the social network which is about the people, some serious social network, let's say like LinkedIn, where the people mostly have some kind of the job change, or job applied, or job search and everything. You will see very often some personal and intimate posting about the situation and about experience they had with searching a job, and with actually with interviewing process, and the stress they passing, and the problems they meeting. So yeah, that's the main goal, to try to talk about and to try to address it. Here is the few screenshots about the problems. Like some of the screenshots are pretty old and some are the new, but mostly I wanted to find some extreme situation when people are so desperate just because of interviewing. Like this one, he applied like 50 position and didn't receive even one response, or this one, like he applied 30 jobs and didn't have any lucky to get the job, and he was wondering what's happening, why this is happening. Or this one, like I think this is exaggerating, like 1,000 jobs, 67 interviews, and whatever. If it's true, it's really terrible. It's really terrible. But yeah, I we need to do something. Also, I found these mostly on the Reddit. I found these screenshots, and this one is interesting. Like even before 10 years, people see that there is a problem in interviewing. And I think we didn't do much to change that problem, to address that problem. Or if we do, I think it's not any better. It's just harder and harder. Also, let me show you one situation when the person having issue like this is like about subjectivity in interviewing. The person get a question about what color what is his favorite color, and he said baby blue because it's calming and good for the eyes. But the interviewer then said like, oh sorry, red is what we are looking like. This is so too subjective to interviewer that that's happening even today. And some other situation like you need few points in your graduation, and you will get job if you have like, I don't know, few points more or something like that. Or this one is a little bit funny because all those kind of the situation people getting when they go to the interviewing. Okay, seeing all these problem and passing all these problem, I was thinking like in myself, I have a lot of free times. I'm enjoying here in the beach, in the walk, in the visiting islands and the relaxed life here in Indonesia. So I have a lot of time to thinking about the problem. And my at some point I come to the situation that my thinking in thinking where I ask me myself, look, if we are aware that we have problem in interviewing, why don't we do something about that? Like why don't we do something better? And mostly at this point I was thinking about Rails community, because Rails community did a lot of good stuff in IT in general, like Rails community, Ruby on Rails framework, put some nice rules and everything, which is very useful. Even today, it's the fastest development environment, let's say, for building websites. So Rails community has some standards. And why everybody skip this part? Why don't we do more to make some rules also, good rules, nice rules for the interviewing? I did small poll on my LinkedIn, and this is the result from I put only three questions, and you see the resulting. Like, do you think IT interviews are stressful? There is a 57%. There is not too much people who use the pool, but this is some kind of representative here. And what's with the first question? What's interesting is that mostly IT person, like person who do really real job, like person who need to know a lot of things about code, about everything. They said yes, but those 43%, they are mostly hiring people, like some project managers, some HR from the companies, and I think they are not aware the problem what we meet when we go to the interview with all possible question we can get from the other side. Also, interesting part is, can we unify interviewing process? So here is like 75% interest for doing that. And the last but not least, it's least. Do we need to change the interview? Most people said yes, we need to change in interview. I think also that we need to change in interviewing. So let me continue with my presentation. So I will tell you more about the problems, and I will present my suggestion for how can we do something in that direction to make interviewing less painful or less stressful or more enjoyable. My summary for now was like from my experience lately, let's say last year or something like that. At interviewing, your actual level of knowledge and experience is not so important. Important is what the interviewer thinks your knowledge and experience should be. This sounds probably funny for you, or maybe a lot of people won't agree with this, but I'm strong. I'm staying strong behind these thoughts. Why? This is some of the points which I will mention, which support my thought. Like even if you have more experience in the industry, even if you are longer in the IT or longer in the industry, even if you have more project to show, like actual code, even if you have if you did some jobs or did you work in many tech stack, JavaScript, Java, Android, Ruby on Rails, .NET, or whatever. Even if you work for a better company than you applying to, or you work on much better projects than interviewer. Even if you earn more money than your interviewer, let's say, you work, let's say, more important project, more important stuff and everything. Even if you have a harder career path to the industry or to collect more experience and more impact into community, yeah, you have much wider and more proven experience than your interviewer. That's not so important, believe me. If you when you come to the interviewing, all that some interviewers check that, but mostly even if they check, they don't count too much on that. Like they will decide, are you good or not. Interviewing is subjective. Interviewer is the guy who decides your value and your potential. Probably that's not perfect solution at all. That is too subjective. Like, who is the interviewer? In most cases, interviewer is the person who has longest experience working on the project, or not. Let's say maybe not in all cases, but in many cases, is the person who is the longest in one company or working on one project. That's the person who will do interviewing, besides the HR and I don't know, CEO, CTO in the company. Interviewer is somebody who do actual job, and let's say that sounds natural. That person who works on the project, he knows what he needs and what kind of the help he needs. That sounds natural. But I have few questions for, like, I all the time I question myself, and like that general question, which I think many of us do in their mind. What if that person is not so good? Like, what if that person don't have too much experience? What if that person, some old person who stay in the company for long years, but he come there, I don't know, from other part from other technology or other stocks, or I don't know, other profession. And what if you don't have a lot of experience? Do you really think that kind of the person can decide what you know, and or in general, what are you good? How good are you to do the job? I'm not sure that, like, in many cases, a lot of in my personal interview, a lot of interviewers are not aware, or they don't even check your CV at all. Like, they want to talk with you and they want to ask you some question. They know, like, good, or I don't know. They enjoy making riddles and something like that, but they don't even check your reference. Even you put in the blog, or even you put in your CV, even the link, even the code, even the everything. That's not important. It's important, do you know this riddle? Do you know how to order these, sort these, or whatever? For me, that's not so acceptable. Like that. That's not so good. How yeah. But if yeah. And also, like, even if the person work on the project for so long, what is the guarantee that that project is good? Like that it has good base. Most of the project I work on, and I was interviewing in, and later getting a job, they are much different than the actual interviewing and the actual code in the in the project is so different. So like they will ask you a lot of different questions, and you will do some task and everything, and they will talk about some smart way how to solve some issue, and then you go to actual code base and you see really chaotic code and a lot of problems, and that's not okay. We are human, all, let's say. Knowing human, we are all sharing the characteristics like ego, sympathy, empathy, rationality, self-awareness, social skill. In the IT world, I noticed that many individuals lacking some of those characteristics in general. They never develop it to adequate level. Like, in IT, people are pretty cold. For some of them, probably psychology would say that they are lacking a lot of empathy. Like they are pretty cold. They are not there to understand the other person. That's definitely the truth. I saw a lot of like community is for sharing, and we have a lot of good community. But some individuals, which are like a lot of in Rails community, a lot of individuals, I think they are lacking a lot of those human values. They are not aware. Maybe IT took that or whatever, but they are lacking a lot of these stuffs. In my personal experience, like lately, I had some kind of the interview, and they show me, they put after on the third call, they show me some Rails routes, and they ask me what path will be generated, and I try to explain. But of course, it's a live coding. They just show you a screenshot like what will produce this. Yeah, I tell few answers, few suggestions, like what I see. Okay, they can be correct or not so correct, because there is a lot of path which can be generated for that. I don't even mention all of them. But like that's not so good answer. Like whatever I said, it's not so good. Like they expected more. But before night, I checked some of the sites in the company which had held that interviewing tomorrow. I see they had the problem with the actual path routes in the site. So they have like 5 sites and don't have the correct routes on their sites, and they get a lot of money. They are like well-founded company and everything, and they ask me some question, even they didn't fix it, or they are not even aware that they have the problem there. But yeah, they are ready to ask you, and if you answer five question and don't answering like one more, that's bad. Yeah. What's the problem here? Also, I was not so motivated on third call to perform exactly what I can and show what I can, just because like at the beginning of the third call they said maybe I will need to have 2 more interviews to get the job, and the salary is like half of the salary I get last year, so it's not worth it. So here I'm going to again to one of the point, like in interviewing they are expecting that you know a lot of things just in your head. Like even when they put you tasks, they expect you to write some code, without any syntax highlighting, or with, I don't know, a lot of the code, or let's say commands, live coding, I don't have in my head so easy. Like I don't remember that all the time, because believe me, there was a time when I know everything and I didn't get money from that. Believe me, I spend a lot of time just learning everything, sorting different type of the sorting and everything for every new interview and everything. And then in one interview you need that, and 5 you don't need, and on job especially you don't need most of those things, or you will use the best practice. You will go to the internet, you will find solution, or you will, in this case, like previous case, you will write some basic command, and you will run rake routes, and you will see what path Ruby interpreter show you, and if you need to change, you will change, or you will go to the Google chat GPT to check exactly what you need, and to write best code you can for the task you have. I'm the second type of the developer. I'm using the Google. I don't want to reheat hot water again. Like, no. I will go on internet. I will Google my problem. I will try to find a solution. Yeah. So in general, Ruby on Rails, or in general, programmers or developers should know a lot. They need to know a lot of things, like about the code, about projects, about architecture, about any kind connected with the IT. Any kind of information of the knowledge connected with the IT to help their everyday work. They should know, but you really don't need to know the so deep level of knowledge, deep things. It's not possible to know, especially you are as a contractor. Let's say 2 months you will work on one technology stack, one technology version, and you will do some kind of the job. After a few months you will get again another project, another stack, another part of the job. You really cannot concentrate just on some small deep knowledgeable things, like small details about some small tasks, small implementation and everything. You can say that and if you answer one question in general about it, it's important that you know something about that. But actual implementation, or I don't know, writing the code, I think it's too much. Especially nobody give you any hint like what they will ask you. And out there is so many questions, so many technical interview or technical task or whatever. You will never be prepared. In general, I'm repeating myself. So we should need to have some kind of the level, some knowledge level. And also we need to have some kind of the experience for the position which requiring some experience. That's okay. Going too deep in some small details in interviewing, I'm not sure is it so useful. Here we coming to the point where I see problem in individual evaluating what is the knowledge, or let's say relevant knowledge. Many different profile type of the person absolutely have different opinions. What is the knowledge? That's understandable, but is that good? No, that's not so good. Like, any person can decide what is the knowledge, what you should know. That's really bad. And as I told you, if you meet egoistic person, or any person, if it's interviewer which he doesn't have good social skill or whatever, you will have a problem. Not just you, many people who apply for the job. Today I see, like, on one job, you will see like 50 or more applies. Like, even some long-standing job ads on LinkedIn can collect like even 200 applies. And many of those people will be called to the interviews, and if you talk with the wrong to the person who are not so sensible, you will have issue. He will destroy days for many people. My final thoughts about how can we solve this problem is to make some kind of the standards. Individualism is good, like, for creativity and everything, but in this case I think, like, it's not so good that every individual can decide what you need to know. And even if you know something, is that knowledge valuable or not, or how valuable is, or whatever. Like, standards are very important in society in general, or engineering in general. Standards are really important part of any improvement. So when we talk about Ruby on Rails community, let's say convention over configuration, that's one of the rules from the community which is very useful. And if we use this rule, it helps to build things faster. If we have standard, it will be better for us. It will be easier for us to make some kind of the good result at the end. unifying standards. That's my point. Like, we really need some kind of the standard of interviewing, or even interviewing question. Yeah. It would be really great if community can organize, like, let's do it like from Rails community. Like, I don't know that there is any other community who do something on this part. So definitely it would be really great. Like, now we also have the Rails Foundation. Maybe some part of the Rails Foundation could do something for this, for interviewing. Let's make something good. In general, how do I think to implement this? This is my idea, or my first suggestion. So probably people have better suggestions, better ideas, whatever. But the main goal is let's make it easier for everyone. Let's make enjoyable process, and let's if we need to have a lot of knowledge, let's help people to collect a lot of knowledge. Let's prepare them. Let's show the people what is the real knowledge, and what is the real useful knowledge. And not just like that, like, okay, you have the interview, come to the interview, and I can ask you whatever. Yesterday I read some article, I found something, and I will ask you that. No matter, even if you already work on some important things in your history, but you didn't touch something from the yesterday, or I don't know, something new, you didn't use GPT, you can have the problem like that. So my suggestion was, like, what if we could make some level of the questioning, like, for especially for interview. Like, let's say for junior, we have like set of 50 questions which every junior should know. Let's say like some code task. Let's make 10 code tasks, and every junior need to know those 10 tasks. You can choose which you want to ask him. Yeah, that, I mean, I don't think that just learning those question answers for those questions, or I don't know, copy the code from somewhere else, will solve the issue. We can make some kind of the assurance that people understand what he do, like, we can put some kind of the freedom there to interviewer to check his real knowledge with some small sub question and everything. But to be honest, that could help us to prepare ourselves, and concentrate in let's say 50 question in some regular scope of for specific interview. If we have like interview for media or some seniors, we can make more question. We can make bigger projects, or bigger coding practices. But let's make them. Let's make the scope. Let's tell the people what they need to know. So let's we as a community together combine a list of the questions and the whole process. Maybe I'm doing wrong. Like, maybe I don't explain well my thoughts. But I definitely, we have problem in interviewing. Definitely, interviewing are stressful. Definitely, we are spending a lot of time in interviewing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls, and then nobody calls you, or I don't know. Let's try to solve this issue. Even as community, probably we can benefit, like getting more people inside, if we have some kind of the standards of the interviewing. And my final thought. So this is my end. I hope I didn't talk too much. Like, I hope also that I sound reasonable. I'm sorry, I don't do these talks so often. So yeah. So at the end, final conclusion is, from my side, we have the interviewing process. We have the problem there. They can be stressful. They can take a lot of times. We think we are smart. I think we are smart. IT people are smart. Community is smart. We are solving so big problem. We can solve also these problem, or we can even try. Even good thing would be just to try to solve these kind of the problems. Let's make some standards. Let's make community more popular than it is. Let's not be egoistic. Let's not be subjective in our interviews. Let's try to make some objective way how to interview people. Let's help the people. Let's tell them what they doing wrong, what they need to do to be better. even if they don't get a job or something. But let's help the people to feel better when they do interviewing. So this is my last sentence. Yes, Ruby on Rails community is smart. Let's make interviewing smart. Thank you.
Hey Nazir, it was a really good session. Like you have put out the question out to the community, and like it's all of us problem. It's not just your problem. It's all of us together has to figure out a way that we have to solve this problem. We have to come out with a strategy saying that if we go through these 50 questions, this guy is a good candidate and it can be hired. So I think this was the agenda behind the session, if I'm correct.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Ayush. I'm really sorry. I'm so relaxed here in the island every day and everything. So I'm not so good in presenting my thoughts. Like I'm a bit even lazy here. But in general, that's the point. We really have the problem with interviewing. Really, any kind of the person who do more interviewing, freelancer or contractors, they do very often interviewing. After 1, 2, 5 months, they do again. Especially now, they will do it more often. All those people who get layoffs from Microsoft, from Google, from Meta and everything, and it will be chaotic. And on other side, if interviewer is the person who don't have social skills or personal sensitivity, he will make bad days for so many people around us.
Yeah.
So many people will feel very, very bad. Even they already feel bad because they lose a job and everything. We really need to do something. We are smart. We can do it. Believe me. Let's just go gather with us community, like 100 head things better. Let's do some list. What would be really useful? Let's help the people. Why not? Why not? And we can all the time put some freedom for the interviewer to make additional question, to be additionally sure that he choose the good candidate, whatever. But for me, as an interviewee, it would be much easier if you show me the scope, what I need to know, because my head is full of also ASP.NET, also C#, also everything, and I come here and they ask me like, oh, if you don't know that you have seven root paths or 7 verbs, HTTP verbs, and like in these kind of the combination to be 1 more and 2 custom and everything, that's not good. Like, and you go to their site and you see they don't have good implementation of the same. And I feel bad, like how I don't know that. I made million Rails routes in my life, but yeah, okay, I blocked at the moment, or yeah, I don't even think about that.
Sure.
Yeah. So
Yep.
yeah.
So I think the point that you're trying to make is the things that are asked in interview, that the questions that are being asked in the interview do not replicate the actual work that's been done in the company.
Mostly.
So correct.
Mostly.
Yeah, I think that's a big problem, because if you see, people are doing lead code problems. For example, they are doing 500 questions. People are asking DSA, but when they actually implement it, they are basically writing CRUD operations. So all the DSA learnings or the design patterns, so there could be contradictory, like there could be questions also from the audience. So because you have portrayed your point of view, saying that this is the way we should think. But in our audience members, people might say that, okay, suppose 300 people are applying for one job. How will you eliminate the competition? How will you select the best candidate out of them? So that would be a bit tricky, I think.
Yeah, definitely we would have that kind of the issue, but they already do some, the HR, like psychology profile interviewing, the CTO interviewing. If you have 20 person who are just same level, like they all know all 50 questions for junior position, then you can decide on, then you can put your some special for that. But you cannot tell me, like, you cannot tell me I don't know my job if I don't know 51 questions, that 51st. You can tell me, yes, you are good, even some kind of the grades. It would be really great that interviewer put grades on interviewee, even if he don't get a job. Put some kind of comment. Yeah, this person is a good. Let's say like build a community site where the interviewee said, yeah, this person is a good, but we choose this one because of that. He is better in the English. He is the better or something. In this case, subjectivity, a lot of time they don't even reply to you, or when they heard your expectation, salary expectation, there is a stop. Everybody thinks if you are in third world country, you will work for 1,000 or something. So many times I have questions like that and interviews like that. So we have a lot of problems from that kind, but we just I hope like we as a community should organize and let's put our brainstorming like how to solve the problem.
Correct.
We can make it better, definitely.
Nezir, I'll definitely want you to stay back because you have clearly thought it through. So once the question comes in, so when our audience member draft all their questions and when we go into the Q&A session, we'll have to go through the discussion. Like it will be a tussle basically. Like the questions would be also tricky. So we'll have a good Q&A session. So
Okay.
I'm looking forward to it. And thank you for taking your time and giving this session. So it gives a perspective to the community on what points do we need to think upon. Thank you so much, Nezir.
Thank you very much. That's the point. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Hey guys, so we are done with two talks of my first slot, and now we'll have the third person, and he'll tell us how to fix your application. So although you have a good Ruby on Rails application, but how you can enhance it with the help of event-driven architectures. So we have Ed Bennigsen, if I'm pronouncing it right, and he'll help us walk through about what event-driven architectures are, how you can utilize it with the help of Ruby on Rails, and how can it help us scale, how can it help us better manage our code bases. So that should be the agenda for the talk. I'll ask the speaker to come on stage.
Hiya.
Hey, Ed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Yes, thanks. Very, very well.
Where are you currently? Which city?
I'm currently based in the UK, so it's actually still just the morning here. So yeah.
Okay. Good morning. Sure, man. You can take the stage. I'll take your leave.
Yeah, great. Brilliant.
All the
Just
best.
share my slides. Brilliant. So thanks for coming to my talk. Just need to get these slides on. There we are. Great. Cool. So thanks for coming to my talk. A big thanks to the Geekle team for having me to speak at their Ruby on Rails Global Summit. Today we're going to be driven into a topic I'm calling event-driven Rails. I love Ruby on Rails. We all do. That's why we're here. But I really believe that our Rails apps can benefit from pulling in ideas from different architectural patterns. And today we're going to be looking at event-driven design specifically and applying how that can level up your Rails app. So first, a quick agenda for the talk. We're in the intro right now. Then we're going to look at some problems we'll face when building a Rails app. Then we'll look at some domain-driven design, event-driven design, and then the bulk of the talk is going to be a practical example that we'll walk through. So first, a quick about me. So my name's Ed. Hello. I'm from Manchester. I'm from Manchester in the UK, where I was born and where I've lived most of my life. I've been working with Ruby on Rails for about 5.5 years now across a few different companies, and I currently work for Provenance as a senior software engineer, where I help shoppers buy more sustainable products. So Rails is great. We all love Rails. It's fast. It scales well. It's very easy to build with. It's great for running a web app off a relational database. Entity modeling is easy. It has a really nice templating engine, has a huge ecosystem with thousands of compatible gems. But sometimes your project manager or product owner will come to you and say, hey, engineer, I've got this great new feature. It does this, should be quite simple to build, right? You're like, oh, sure, yeah. Yes, boss, yes. And then once they've walked off or the Slack call has ended, you find yourself kind of thinking, but how? I'm really not sure this is going to kind of fit into the Rails way particularly well. So here are a few examples of the kinds of features that I mean. Here's one example: triggering behavior after an action has finished. So let's say you have a post endpoint that accepts files. Once the control action has finished uploading the file, you need to save that to disk. You start a background job to process it, update a job counter on the site to give the user feedback, perhaps invalidate a cache. And when the background job has finished, we need to notify the user. Now, Rails does provide some techniques to handle this, right? So active job is a great framework for jobs. And we also have active record or active controller callbacks as well. But it can be tricky kind of triggering jobs after other jobs have finished. And we'll often end up on our models and our controllers with way too many callbacks. Because let's be honest, in any kind of agile environment, the PM will come back and ask for more stuff. Let's say you release this feature and it works, so they ask for kind of more of the same. Very soon, we're going to need to notify admins, post to external services, notify analytics, scan files for viruses. It adds up and up. And very quickly, we end up in callback hell. So this is not a real example here, but some of the kind of stuff that I've seen in production code, where you have these billion before actions, after actions, around actions, with exclusions, sometimes with blocks, and it's really hard to work out what the hell's actually going on here in the code. Trying to kind of parse the behavior as an engineer is not an easy thing. Here's another example that we might want to add to your app. Audit logs, otherwise known as record change logs. So we want to know what user updated what record, when, and how. This can be a helpful tool to provide to users, but it can also form part of legal requirements. You know, let's say it's for a doctor's surgery, any notes that are added to a patient's record can't be removed. And as a legal requirement, you have to know, what's been added and changed. So again, there are kind of different ways you could handle this in Rails. You could create kind of log record, let's say, that has like a polymorphic association to any record. There are also kind of various gems as well. But again, you're sort of kind of, it's not really quite Railsy in the ways you go about solving this. Another example that is kind of complicated in Rails would be publishing versions. So let's say customers want to be able to author articles and publish them. They want to be able to have a live version of an article, a draft version, and then publish that draft. They might want to roll back to an earlier version as well. This isn't so simple to model using active record. You could have kind of a bunch of models in the database with some kind of association between them. Say the drafts are the same thing. You could have Boolean flags and mark it as published. But it's not a kind of super simple or obvious solution. And there are likely to be a lot of different edge cases. Final example here would be ticket queues. So let's say we have a kind of crowdsourced blog where writers can submit articles to be published, and editors can approve or reject those articles. So you have this kind of log that's coming in of actions to be done that will then, once actions are done, they'll trigger other things. So again, you could take kind of a similar approach as the logs, but this time you kind of have this sort of back and forth thing where you need to notify different users when different actions are made. And let's say we have an app and we want to combine all these things. We've got this, let's reuse this crowdsourced blog idea I mentioned before. So we need kind of flexible publishing and editing controls with published draft states, change logs for the articles, ticket queues for publishing requests, and finally, all those actions need to trigger behavior in other services at various points. So it could be spam detection, email notifications, all that jazz. So ideally, we want a paradigm that's able to solve all those problems nicely in one go. Thankfully, we have one. It's called event-driven design. So yeah, event-driven design lets us handle these concerns in a flexible, extensible way. But what is event-driven design? So before we can dive into that, we have to just have a quick detour into domain-driven design, which is a kind of broad toolkit methodology that event-driven design is drawn from. So what is domain-driven design? There's a quote here from Martin Fowler, come across him and his excellent modeling work. Domain-driven design is an approach to software development that centers the development on programming a domain model that has a rich understanding of the processes and rules of domain. It was first set out in a book by a guy called Eric Evans, 2003, and has since been kind of grown and applied and explored in many different ways. So it's quite a broad toolkit with lots of interesting ideas, and I highly recommend reading some of Martin Fowler's articles on this. There's also a good book on domain-driven Rails. I'll link at the end. So yeah, but we don't have time to dive into everything in the toolkit, but the kind of the core approach is very relevant to our this discussion this morning, which is that we have to understand the domain and its rules before we develop any software. And the software itself should model the domain and its rules as much as it can in a kind of human domain level way, as opposed to a technical sense. We often approach these issues with a kind of technical lens, right? How can we use CRUD on this, or how can we use this database type here? But we're thinking instead about the domain. And the hope is this will help us build better software, right? So event-driven design, here we go. What is it? Event-driven design is an approach that triggers behavior from domain events. So a domain event will be something like order placed. So a customer places an order, right? This triggers a order placed event. And this will have several results, right? The customer can see on their page that their order has now been placed. And it may also trigger some other things as well. So it would send a confirmation email to the user, might create a warehouse ticket for someone to pack the order. It might debit the bank account. And it's you might be thinking, oh, I've done some kind of JS or mobile app development. This is kind of just like on click or on scroll events. Not quite. Those events are very kind of functionality focused. A click or a scroll describes quite kind of technical behavior. What we're trying to capture here is user behavior, user intent, the domain, right? So that's our first rule for domain events. Events exist in the domain. Order placed represents a concrete action that a user took. Form submitted is an action that they took, but doesn't capture the intent, right? Order form submitted would capture the intent more, or perhaps order placed is a better event to encapsulate the whole process. And that would also mean that, let's say, if they didn't submit through a form, let's say they pressed a button instead, the order placed event could be triggered by both. So we're decoupling the event from the functionality underneath. And the event name as well should also be able to kind of tell us most of the information along with some extra metadata as well. Oh, sorry, I skipped the next slide. So domain events, the next thing, the next rule, they always represent a state change. So before order placed, there is no order. After order placed, we have an order, and for that reason as well, they're always in the past tense. And finally, they're always immutable and persistent. So the order placed event can't be removed at any time because it has happened, right? In the past, an order has been placed. You can't change the past. And let's see what happened if we did remove that event, right? If the order placed event goes, then that cache is still being removed from their account. Someone is still picking their order, they still have an email in their inbox, so they think they've received the email. So instead, we'd issue an order cancelled event, and that would trigger a cancellation email, reverse debit on the account, cancel the order packing, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so we might picture some other events that come from this domain as well. So perhaps order packed, order shipped. And once you have all those events in an order, right, they give us an audit log. So we can see that the order was placed, it was packed, it was shipped. So if a customer support rep, if a customer emails support and says, "Where's my order? I ordered it weeks ago," the support rep can say, "Aha, well, it was placed, it was packed, it was shipped, but it hasn't yet been delivered, so we know it's somewhere in transit here." So the audit log we were talking about at the start, that kind of very easily falls out of this architecture. And here's the example from when I bought something recently. This is the Royal Mail tracking page. You can see kind of these different times and different events, which I imagine behind the scenes is using a very similar system to what I've described. So yeah, something to note in the event-driven system is that the current state of an entity should be determined by the application of all events up to the current time. So you apply every event, and then you see what the final result is. So here's an example of a gift card balance. Let's say you have a balance added event. You add £10, balance spent £5, balance spent £2.50, balance added £20. At the end of all these events being applied, our balance is £22.50. Yeah, and that isn't kind of saved as a separate field. Otherwise, someone could come along and update that value, and it wouldn't match the events. So the idea is the final state is determined by the application of every event up until that point. And this can kind of completely eliminate whole issues of bad state. So that's a lot of theory. You might not be convinced. You might think these ideas sound dumb, or I'm happy with active record callbacks, or I just stick with vanilla Rails. Even I don't really get how it fit with Rails. It seems quite different to Rails. Don't fear. We're getting to kind of part 2 of the talk now, which is the bulk of the talk, which is the live demo. I joke, I'm not actually about to do a live demo. Instead, I'm going to do a carefully. I will kind of live code by pressing next slide. Right, I've written this up over the past few days, and there will be a GitHub repo link at the end, if you want to check out the code for yourself. So here's our less than live demo instead. So before we jump into the code, I'm going to quickly follow my own advice and define the domain first. So we're going to take a look at the kind of crowdsourced blog idea I described earlier. So our app is going to be called Get Rich Quick. This is a place to share the latest hot stock and crypto tips, so you can hopefully get rich quick. Authors can collaborate on articles, and readers read those articles after they've been published. Authors can also kind of view all drafts and kind of draft stuff before publishing it to the wider world. So the only entities we really care about here for the content of this talk are users and articles. And for some simplicity sake, we're stripping these back to the bare minimum. We're going to give the users a name field, articles a title and body field. And also, articles don't have any kind of specific author or owner, rather they have a number of contributors, and we'll get to that in a sec. So yeah, this is a kind of web app with fairly static pages. So Rails is a good choice for a framework. Plus, also it's kind of the theme of the conference, right? So I can't really start using Node for the app. Not that I would, but yeah. So for this demo, we're going to use a gem called Rails Event Store. There are a number of gems implement event systems for Ruby. but in my experience, this is by far the most kind of robust implementation there is. It does a really good job of integrating the kind of Railsy behavior with the eventy behavior, but it is available in a pure Ruby form if you want that as well. So yeah, we'll kick off making the app. We're going to use their template to create the app, which does a few things for us. It adds the gem. It sets up a data migration for the database, so the events can be serialized to the database. Makes some config, and then it adds an event browser as well, which we'll be looking at later. Now we've got our app up and running. We can set up the data models next. We'll create some active record models and tables for our user and article entities. And additionally, we're going to kind of create some basic scaffold code for the article as well. So here's the data migrations after they've been made. So again, just the fields I was outlining earlier. Note that I haven't put a foreign key between user and article. This might seem like kind of a natural step, users own articles, but as I said before, isn't it really part of our requirements or how the domain works? Instead, we're going to try and determine authorship based on the event logs of the articles. This isn't to say that event-driven design means kind of getting rid of foreign keys. It doesn't. They're a great tool. But I'm just going to help us kind of think in a slightly different way outside of our defaults, and this is a kind of helpful way to bring that home. So yeah, we've got the app. I've got some basic controllers and views. I've added a quick CSS library as well just to save our eyes, and just quickly for our user system. Not going to add devise or kind of custom auth, anything like that. Just got a very, very simple drop down on the page where you can select which user you want to use a page as, so we can see the different views. This obviously isn't a secure system in any way. With the point of this demo isn't auth, it's events. Cool. So we've got all that stuff together. The basic app to go in onto the events, which is the actual fun stuff. Let's start with the basic action for authors drafting an article. So which looks something like this. So we'll create a new top-level namespace on our app called events, and we'll create a class called application event that inherits in the base Rails event store event. This is kind of mimicking the rest of Rails, an application record with all the kind of abstraction benefits that provides. We'll then create a module called events, and in there we'll have a module called articles and a event class called drafted even. So first off, I guess, why not full class files per event? Why this reflection way to create events? Well, I guess the first reason is, or the main reason really, is the events don't really have any behavior. They just represent an event that has happened at one time in the past. They're just value objects. The class name, the module name is all that we really need. In a different system, we might decide to make events strings in a queue or files in a Redis store, because it really is just the names and some metadata as well. So yeah, I guess it's worth saying that there is some metadata on them coming from Rails event store, but that isn't kind of any behavior with it. It's just a just a hash of metadata. You can also see how the event is called drafted, not created. We're very used to things like create, read, update, delete. That's how Rails encourages us to think in all these things. But events are fundamentally domain if events, right? Drafted is the name in the domain. So yeah, we're trying to think with domains here. Note you have created a namespace for articles. If we later added a comments section to our site, we'd add a comments namespace as well. So the event is specific. This isn't a generic create event. This is a specific articles drafted event, right? So now we've got this, we need to create this event when we draft an article. So here's the controller action for this. Basic create scaffold from Rails. And when the article is made, a drafted event will be made as well. So you can see here we've got the we're making the event, and we're then going to add some metadata to that event. So we've got the ID of the article, the ID of the user who made the article, the title of it, and the body of it as well. When the article is made, that event will be made, and then we'll then publish that event into our event store. So let's create an article and click create. We've got our nice article here on the site, all about how to make NFTs, with a bunch of junk in the body. And the article is made. And if we go to the Rails Event Store browser, we can see that we have an event which was made here. So this event store allows us to see all the events that have come through. So you can see the article ID, user ID, title, and body. Pretty good. So our very first event, so Rails Event Store has a serialized event to our database. Now let's quickly update the edit action as well to create drafted events too. I refactored our code a bit as well, so we aren't distinguishing between and note as well that we're not distinguishing between create and update events in our events, create event, update actions in our events system. We're just thinking about drafts. So in our domain, authors only think about drafts. So any create or an update is basically the same thing to them. And you might think, oh, but like create and update are completely different things. And it's like, okay, from a technical point of view, sure, but from the way our users think, in this case, they're just the same thing. Let's put this to test, redraft our article. We'll change the name, and an extra event has been made here as well. And we see it's been done by a different user this time as well. So if we go back to our requirements, one of them was authors viewing all the drafts that an article has. So let's add that now. Quite easy to do with our event store. We just need to get and format the drafts for the page. Sorry, I've had those slides thrown around. So this is how we get the drafts. We'll read from the event store. We'll read it. We'll read backwards because we want to get the latest draft at the top of the list. And we're going to filter on published. It's not the published events. This is the wrong one. This should be filtering on drafted events, and convert that to an array. And then once we have these out, once we have these, we can put these into the page, and this is how it looks, is all the drafts that an article has. And I can see we can get the time here from the time that the events were made, and the author from the metadata as well. So here we have the drafts, and the time that the drafts were made very easily falls out from the behavior that Rails Event Store is giving us. So you can see, who drafted the article at what time, and the contents at that time as well. Now, let's say we add a different article. There's an issue here, right? And that this article draft is now appearing in the draft list for the first article. So we need to only get the drafts for the correct article. Now, as you saw before, we're adding the article ID. So we could get all events, filter by that, do our kind of usual Ruby enumerator controls. Instead, Rails Event Store gives us a better way to handle this, which is streams. So event streams are basically a way to group events. All events are published into the main event store, but we can also publish them into streams as well. we can then fetch events just from this stream if we want. This makes for more efficient, easier queries. And it's just a lot better to write code with as well. So let's revisit our publishing code quickly and use streams to group our events. So first, we're going to give every article a separate stream. We did a good name for our stream. So here's a helper for that. Given any record, we'll create a stream name. So for the first article, the stream would be article $1. And this is just a string, right? It's not a key. It's just a string that we can then parse down the road. And then when reading our events, we specify which stream we're going to look at. So we use this stream command in our event store read, and we're going to look for the stream name of the article in question. And once we've done that, we'll get the correct list on the page as well. So drafting is done. Let's quickly revisit our show. As I said before, we want readers to be able to see a list of all contributors to an article because they're collaborative efforts. So to get the contributors, we can just filter the list of drafts for unique authors and then join them all up into a list. And then we have a nice view on the page, on the show page. So this article was written by Rita and Ali. And if we had new contributors over time, they would be added to that. So you see, we're not kind of manually updating record associations here. We don't have to have a join table between users and authors to handle this many thing. Instead, we just publish these events, and this behavior kind of just happens. This is very just falls out of the implementation that we have. Cool. So pretty good so far. So so far we have authors can draft articles, authors can view draft history. Next, readers can view articles as well. And next, we need to get into publishing, which is the next part of the app that we haven't done. So. But the thing is, when something is published, this will be another domain event. So let's add another event. Let's add a publish action to the controller as well. As you can see, this is basically the same as the other ones. Here we're kind of going to create this new published event and then publish that event. And great. So we want to. That's all done. So now we want to be able to show the published version of our article if we're a reader. So the stream read. So we'll just grab. So to do this, we're going to. Sorry, I'm getting lost in my notes. Yes. So for published articles, we then want to be able to kind of, when the reader goes to the show page, we only want to show them the published version of the article, as opposed to the unpublished drafts. So let's tweak our query code for the show action here. We're going to read from the article stream and look at the published events, and then we'll get the data for that version of the article from the event. So note now that the actual active record only represents the latest draft now. It's not so meaningful anymore. Most of the data is in the events. So we don't really kind of need records technically for this. All we need is keys to access the events with. That said, if I'm going to do this again, I think I'll probably refactor it so that the published event is what lives in the published article is what lives in the record. So whenever something is published, you'd update that record, and the drafts are just kept in the events. But so there are a lot of different ways to go about doing this. And when you're structuring these apps, kind of event stuff, domain stuff, mixing it in with Rails, you'll find these kind of places where like, do we do this more Railsy way or a more domain-driven designy way? And there's a kind of a trade-off to be made, and it really depends on your use case, or indeed how much time you have to work on it. So yeah, now let's update the index view for the user. And again, here we're just going to look at the published events and get the data off them. So great, all our requirements are now met. We have this wonderful app, which perhaps behind the scenes could use some refactoring, but it's all good. And now our PM comes to us with an extra requirement. They say, hello, engineer, brilliant work. We now want to send a text message to all our readers whenever an article is published. And this is where the kind of the decoupled reactive nature of events really comes in handy. So in a normal Rails app, we'd have to add a callback to the controller, or perhaps to the model, or probably to both. But then someone could come along and write some code that would unpublish articles, and the callbacks wouldn't catch that. Whereas here we can just use events pretty simply. So we'll create another top-level namespace called handlers and create a class called SMS handler. We'll define a method on it called call that takes an event. Obviously, we're not going to ping an SMS service in this example, so we're just going to do a log line here to mimic the ping. In the events.config, we'll then subscribe the SMS handler to published events. So every time a published event is published, which is slightly confusing, the SMS handler will be called. So this call method will be called. So now let's publish another article, and we'll see this turn up in the log. So those things are completely decoupled. So the event has no behavior on it to say, when I'm published, do this stuff. The controller, the model doesn't have any callbacks there to say when I'm handled, when I'm published, to do this stuff. It's just whenever a publish event is made, this handler will intercept the event and be called. And this publish event could come from anywhere in the app. It could come from a job. It could come from a service that is called every now and then. It could come from a model or a controller or any other construct that you have. Whenever it's published, an SMS is sent. So yeah, we've fulfilled the original requirements that we had, and we very easily added a few more. There's a few more extensions that you could add. Perhaps a editor user that drafts are submitted to before publication. They have to kind of review the articles first. You might want to be pinging a analytics service whenever a draft is made. Or one that I haven't added here, it would be rollbacks. So you want to kind of roll a draft back to a previous version, or let's say unpublish an article. So in conclusion, coming up to time here, where did we go? We looked at the limits of Ruby on Rails. We've explored some ideas around domain-driven design. We've looked into the principles of event-driven design and the kind of problems that it can solve. And we've worked through a practical example as well. So yeah, here's some links. My GitHub and LinkedIn, if you want to follow me there. The repository with code is pinned on my GitHub. And there's some references here as well to some of the resources that I use when preparing this talk, and that I've also used to implement Rails events in my own Rails apps. And they're also all on the GitHub as well. So yeah, please do check that out.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really good, intriguing session. So I've never worked with the event-driven design before, but while I was going through your session, the way you have built it, like initially you gave all the theory about why is it important, why do we need it in the first place, and later you are giving the examples on how you can actually build it. So it was a really good session where you covered the theory as well as the practical approach. So kudos to you. Like I'll definitely go through the GitHub that you have mentioned there. I would love to see the code also, and maybe we can have extended discussion maybe on LinkedIn or Twitter.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
would love to have that. Also, like the participants or the attendees who are here, feel free to document all the questions that you have, because we will have Ed in the Q&A session, and we'll get all the questions clarified with him. So yeah, and on the timings also, you were spot on. Like the way you started, the way you kept the pace of the talk, it was amazing. Like,
Great, brilliant, thanks.
thanks, man. Nice
Great,
talking to you. Sure. We can move on to our next speaker. So next would be coming in Shloka. So we as a developers, we believe in programming. Then we love building features, but we need to build it in a very good way. And when we build it with Ruby on Rails, there's a tool named Rubocop, which tells us that don't make this silly mistake, write it in a certain way. So I think Shloka will help us how to utilize and how to use Rubocop and to the utmost potential. So she'll tell us all the cops that it has in picture, what should be included, what should be excluded. So that would be the agenda. And I would want to give you a disclaimer that she's a pretty new developer. She just started writing software in a few years, like 2 or 3 years, and she's writing blogs. She's active on LinkedIn. She's doing open source contributions. Then currently today she's speaking on the conference, international level conference. So kudos to you, Shloka. Already, I am already a fan of yours, and would love to have a talk. Welcome to the stage.
Hey everyone. Hi Ayush, excited to be here. Thanks for the introduction. So
The stage, yeah. Sorry, I'll take your leave. The stage is yours. Please
yeah,
continue.
I'll start sharing my screen. So hey everyone, I am Shloka, and today we'll be discussing on how we can use Rubocop to enhance our code quality in the Rails code base. So a quick introduction about me. I am a software engineer and I work at HackerRank. So for those who you don't know, HackerRank is a market-leading technical assessment and remote interview solution for hiring developers. I personally am a part of the HackerRank Labs team. Other than building products, I have been responsible for improving the code quality by cleaning the to-do file by 40% and reducing the technical debt by 2.7%. We'll take a look on what the to-do file is in the later sections of my presentation. So, to first start with, let's see a brief agenda of our discussion. We'll start with understanding the what and why of Rubocop. Next step, we'll take a quick look on how we can configure Rubocop, followed by a discussion on the to-do approach. Finally, we'll see how we can modify the default configuration of a cop. The next part is to give a quick overview on the approach we followed at HackerRank, and then finally concluding with the results, learning, and how to maintain the standard of our code going forward. Also, if you are a beginner in Rubocop, don't get overwhelmed by the agenda. Even I started my Rubocop journey as a beginner and I'm still learning. So let's get started. So, starting with the what and why. Now, what is Rubocop? This is the definition of Rubocop, which is mentioned in the official docs. So, Rubocop is a linter which is based on the official Ruby style manual. It includes cops in a number of categories that facilitate autocorrection. Additionally, Rubocop has many pre-built configurations which help us in correcting our code. Other than the pre-built configuration, it is also quite flexible in terms of our own needs. Now that we have understood why do we even need Rubocop, what is Rubocop, let's understand why do we need Rubocop. So the first and the foremost thing is establishing a standard. Now every organization is going to have a variety of developers, each with their own coding preferences. We can now use Rubocop to ensure that everyone follows the same pattern by enabling or disabling the specific rules. So creating standard to harmonize the coding style among our developers. The next is to ease the process of reviewing and understanding code. Now, code reviews are mostly used to resolve logical issues, security flaws, or in general to talk about the approach that we have used to create a product. But consider a scenario where we submit a code that contains a typo or excess spaces or a missing new line, and the reviewer notices this and comments on it to be fixed. Reviewing the code takes a lot of time, and when there are typos or discussion about the best practices, it takes a lot of time of both the reviewer and the person submitting the PR. So, this time can be saved by using Rubocop and creating rules. So, how we can ease the process of reviewing code is by adding the Rubocop in our pre-commit hooks and in the GitHub actions. And the last and the most important one is to follow the best practices. This is how I began my Rubocop adventure. When I had started working with Ruby, I was not aware of what the best practices are. So, in order to learn those, I started my experimentation with Rubocop. We might not be aware of the best practices since the beginning, but as we start learning more, we'll create our own set of rules on top of Rubocop and then follow them inside the team. So, now that we have understood what is Rubocop and why do we even need it, let's take a deep dive into the configuration for it. So, coming to the COP categories. Now, Rubocop comes with 7 COP categories, each with containing several rules of their own. To give a brief overview of each category, the first one is the style COP, which basically checks for stylistic consistency of our code. Now, many of them are based on the Ruby style guide. To take an example, it will be the single quotes or double quote strings. The next is the layout cops, which checks for minor things like indentation, alignment, or even extra white spaces. This cop is responsible for checking whether we want to use spaces or tabs in our code base. Then third one is the linting cop, which checks for ambiguities and possible errors in our code. For example, checking for duplicate if-else conditions. The fourth is the naming cop, which checks for everything related to naming, be it class name, method name, or even the file name. For example, the snake, whether we should use snake case or camel case in our code base. The fifth is the bundler, which runs Rubocop across a bundle file. Example, the gem file, where it is responsible for ordering the gems in an alphabetical order. The sixth is the matrix code, and as the name suggests, it deals with that part of the source code that can be measured. For example, the method length or the number of lines in a method. All of this come under this cop. The last and obviously the most important one is the security cop, which checks for potential security issues in our code base. For example, if we are reading from a particular file, whether that command is secure or not. Now that we had a discussion on the layout cop, which is responsible for spaces versus tabs, I'll move on to the next slide, which is this. Well, most of you might recall this scene from Silicon Valley. Now we have touched this delicate topic of spaces versus tabs. I wanted to do a quick poll with my audience and understand what are your coding preferences. So what you can do is simply scan this QR code and give a poll on what do you prefer, spaces or tabs. I'll move on to the next slide. And here also you have the QR code which you can scan and give the poll. The poll will be open till the end of my talk. So this is a fun fact that I came across. So there is a blog on Stack Overflow from 2017 which states that developers who use more spaces earn earn more compared to the ones who use tabs. How they came across these results is basically they used the 2017 developer survey results. This blog also contains some interesting results on how the usage of spaces versus tabs varies from role to role. For example, a DevOps person is most likely to use spaces, whereas a mobile developer will mostly use tabs. So, if you are if you are interested in reading more on this blog, I have attached the tiny URL here, and you can go ahead and read the entire thing. Now, let's move to the next part of the presentation. So for the next parts of the presentation, I'm going to run some commands live and give a demo on how changing the configuration changes our code base. So if you are very curious on seeing the output yourself, you can follow along with me. All you have to do is scan this URL or head over to this scan the QR code or head over to this tiny URL, and you can see the list of entire commands that I'm going to run. So let's get started. Here is the list of the Rubocop essential gems. These are the specific gems which we need to add in our gem file and simply do a bundle install. So the brief idea of each gem is we have the Rubocop performance gem, which checks for performance optimization analysis. The next is the Rubocop Rails, which checks for the best practices specifically related to Rails. And the last one is the Rubocop RSpec, which checks for unit testing related code analysis. For those for those of you who are new to RSpec is basically a unit testing library in Ruby. So now that we have seen what the four gems are, let's go ahead to Visual Studio Code and modify a gem file and do a bundle install. So here I am on my Visual Studio Code. I hope everyone can see it, and I'll go to my development part and add the code here. So once the code is added, let's indent it. Yeah. Now, once I've added it in the gem file, I can go back to my terminal, go into my root directory, and simply do a bundle install. Bundle install. And it will start fetching all the gem related metadata. Now, while I am having my gems getting installed, let's go back to the slides and move to the next section of the presentation. So, we have understood that what are the gems we require. Now let's understand how do we configure Rubocop. The Rubocop configuration is mainly based on the rubocop.yml file. This is how a default Rubocop YML file looks like. I'll walk you through what each section does. So on the top, you can see the require and the name of the four gems. This basically tells Rubocop that we want to check our code base against all the rules that are related to these gems. Now, there is another configuration which is the all cops. For example, I want certain things which need to be applied to all the cops. What I can do is I can simply add the flag here. So all cops, I don't want them to be disabled by default. So I can set that flag to false. Also, I want to get updates on the new cops that are being added in the Ruby community. So I'll set that to enable. I'll add the target Ruby version. Here I'm using 3.0.3, and the next is the exclude file. Now, there are going to be some files which are automatically generated when we create our Rails app. For example, the schema.rb, our node modules, or even the vendor file. We don't want to mess up with these files when we are auto-correcting our code. So what we can do is we can simply add them in the exclude part and then go ahead. So now if I go back to the terminal, here we can see that all the gems have been successfully installed. Now, moving ahead to the next part. Also, if you haven't got a chance to scan the QR code for the GitHub gist yet, you can use this QR code and it will redirect you to the GitHub gist. Now, the to-do approach. Before going on into understanding what the to-do approach is, I want to do a quick poll with everyone and get to know from my audience, like have they ever worked with a Rubocop to-do file? The thing is same, you can scan this QR code and give your answers over there, or even put your answers in the comment section. So, going forward, what Rubocop to-do approach is, if you have a project which has been worked on for a number of years without any style guide at all, this is where Rubocop has some tools which are going to help us. That is the Rubocop to-do file. What the to-do file does is it records all the offenses from our code base. Now, the benefit is rather than having to fix everything at once, what we can do is fix each cop one by one and then fix the offense. So now we are going to use this particular command and generate a Rubocop to-do file and a default Rubocop configuration. I'll give you a quick overview on what this command does. So the Rubocop autogen config generates the automatically generates the config for me, and it takes an additional parameter, which is the exclude limit. Now, this exclude limit is basically the number of files I want to exclude in my code base for a particular cop before the cop gets completely disabled. It's a hack that we can set it to a very high number and then the cop won't get disabled. So I'll take this command and I'll go back to my terminal, going here and run this command. So here you can see that what is the to-do gen is happening. So the first step is it will run in the phase one, it will run the layout line cop on my entire code base. Then once that is done, it will do the phase two, which is running all the cops across my code and then figuring out the offenses. So let's come back to our Visual Studio, and here we can search for a Rubocop file, and we'll see that we have a default configuration file created, as well as the to-do file is generated. So the autogen is completed, and here we have the two files ready. I'll give you a quick understanding on what this to-do file looks like. So here it shows the command that we have used to generate the to-do file, and also the timestamp on the when we generated it. It's usually recommended that every time we make any change over here, we should rerun the this command so that we don't mess up with the configuration. Also, these are like each gem for which there is an offense in my code and the file which is offensing it and the offense count. Now, what we'll do is we'll go back to the Rubocop.yml and start coding the default configuration. So we had checked that for the default configuration, we first need to add a require command stating the gems which I require. So I'll add the require command and give the name of all my 3 gems. So yeah, I've added all the 3 gems in my configuration file. The next step is to set my default configuration, which can be applied to all the cops. So I'll go ahead, add all cops, and disabled by default. I'll enable new cops. I'll add my target Ruby version. Keep suggest extensions to false. So what this particular flag is, whenever I'm running Rubocop, it towards the end it shows me some suggestion that you can add this, you can add that. I don't want to see it when I'm running the command, so I can just set it to false. And lastly, all the files that I want to exclude. So if you are coding along with me, you can find all of this configuration in the GitHub this link that I've shared. Yes. So now we have a default Rubocop configuration ready. Now the next step that we have to do is, since we have added 3 new gems in our configuration, we need to tell to the to-do file that, hey, you need to consider these cops as well in the offenses. So what I'll do is I'll regenerate my to-do config. So I'll come here and I'll click on regenerate. Now what this command will do is it will analyze my entire code base for all the default cops plus the cops which are related to the 3 new gems that I added. And here the same process happens again. First the layout line length cop runs and then all the cops are run. So by the time I have my to-do file getting regenerated, let's go back to our slides and move on to the next section. Now we are going to see how we can modify the default config of which is provided by Rubocop. To do that, consider this cop. So here we have a style word array cop. Now what this cop does is it checks for the format which we have used to define arrays. So by default, Ruby recommends us to I'll, yeah. So this is the style word array. Now, by default, Ruby recommends us to use the percentage format, as you can see over here, like %w and then the string names. But it has another parameter as well, which can be modified. That is the brackets. Now, the problem with the percentage approach is, suppose you have a very large code base, there are going to be strings which will contain spaces as well. In that case, the Ruby style guide recommends us to use the brackets format, which is on this one. Now, the problem that will happen is, with the percentage approach, your code will start having two different methods. Like one is the percent and the other is brackets, which will bring an inconsistency in the code, and we don't want that. So what we can do is we can switch to the brackets format permanently, like make brackets as our default style. Also, another reason to use brackets could be that brackets are a very common format across many languages. So if a newcomer to Ruby is trying to understand the code, they won't have to learn all kind of syntax first. This will also bring consistency to our developers and also ease the onboarding process. So in the next part of the presentation, what I'll do is I'll go to my configuration file and modify the default value for this particular cop. So here we can see that my to-do file has been regenerated, and here I'll come. So to first to understand what the difference will be in our code, I'll first run this command without making any changes. So here I am back to the terminal, and this is the command. So what this command does is Rubocop dot means it runs it across our entire code. Hyphen only takes the name of the cop across which I have to run the code, and hyphen autocorrect means like autocorrect my code directly. So now if I run this cop, it will inspect all my files, and this green dots basically show that everything is correct and there are no offenses. Now to see the difference in our code when we change the configuration, come back to the Rubocop file, and I'll add the cop here, style word array. And as we discussed, the default enforced style is the percentage, but we want to change it to brackets. So enforced style and change it to brackets. Now the next thing we have to do is run the same command again, and we'll be able to see the difference. So here you can see that this C basically means that my code is getting corrected. And here you'll see all the percentage format has been converted to brackets. So coming to the code, and let's go ahead and pick a file. So this is the difference. All the percent has now been changed to brackets. So that simple it is to modify the default configuration in Rubocop based on our requirements. For the going back to the presentation again, for the reasons I mentioned for the word array cop, similarly, we can also change the style for the symbol array. Ruby style guide recommends us to use the percent format, but it's very easy to change it to the brackets format. We'll go back to our code and add the style symbol array and change the enforce style to brackets. The next step is to run Rubocop similarly to the way we did earlier. So Rubocop hyphen only and do autocorrect. So here you can see that the files are getting modified. So I'll open this particular file to show you the difference. Here. So here you can see all the symbol format has been All the symbols in the percentage format have been converted to the symbols with brackets format. So this is very simple. Like if you want to configure a particular cop based on your requirements, you can easily do that by coming to the Rubocop file, learning about all the supported styles, and then changing it. We'll move back to the presentation now. Now that we've understood the difference between what a bracket or a percentage format is, and also taken the looked at the difference between the two, I want to do a quick poll. Like now, what do you all prefer, brackets or percent? You can write your answers in the chat, and then we'll move ahead to the next part. The next part is the style redundant return. So in Ruby, the last line in a method is something that is returned by default. So the Ruby style guide mentions that we can avoid writing return unless and until it's very necessary. However, in HackerRank, we disabled this cop, and I'll mention the few reasons due to which we disabled it. Almost all languages adhere to explicit returns, so it makes it very difficult for developers to transition between languages. This was one of the reasons. The second is it when we have a explicit return in our return written in our method name, it simplifies the code to a very large extent. It becomes very clear at the first glance itself that this is a variable that I'm trying to return. Also, it doesn't add a ad hoc of knowing any previous language specific knowledge. This I have personally faced issues with this style as well. So when I had started with Ruby, I wasn't aware of this. So when my code had stopped working, I assumed that I had missed on the return statement. Eventually I realized that the return statement was not needed and it was something else that made my code fail. So what we'll do is, to understand this scope, we'll again head back to VS Code and try running, like see the before and after difference. So I'll come back to my Visual Code and my terminal. Yep. Now to see the difference, what we'll do is I'll take a file, which is this one. So Command P. Yep. This is the file that I have right now. What I'll do is I'll add a return statement here and run Rubocop across my entire code base. So going back to the terminal, Rubocop. So here you can see that this format, type of code started coming as an offense because this cop is still enabled, and hence it's coming as an offense. Now, if I want to disable this cop because I want developers in my organization to use the return statement, what I can do is come back to Rubocop and add style redundant return, and there is this enabled flag which is set to true by default. What I can do is I can simply set it to false. So now we'll go back to the terminal again and run the same command. Now you can see the difference. That part of code stopped coming as an offense because now Rubocop understood that I want to write explicit return statements, and therefore it won't come up. Therefore, it won't show me as an offense. So we have understood the style redundant return cop. Let's move ahead to the last cop for the day, that is the matrix method length. What this cop actually does is it checks the length of a method and sees that if it exceeds the maximum value. By default, the max value is set to 10, but it is configurable according to our needs. How we can come up with this max value is we can look at a code base, analyze a suitable number, and then set this value. Other than the max value, matrix method length also provides us a lot of configurable parameters. So the one is count as one. Now, in our method, there are going to be arrays, hashes, or even year docs. Now, for readability, we can write them on different lines. By default, those are counted as separate lines. For example, if an array is spread across 5 lines, that will be counted as 5 different lines for one single array. If I don't want that to happen, what I can do is I can simply enable the count as one parameter and give all the type of data structures for which I don't want to count multiple lines. For example, array, hash, yeardoc, and everything. So this we'll take a look on how we can do that. I'll go back to my VS Code and terminal. Here as well, we want to see the before and after difference before modifying anything. So go back to the terminal and run this command. So here you will see that no offenses were detected. This is because this cop was added in my Rubocop to-do file. Now anything which is added in my Rubocop to-do file, that means it's a technical debt which I need to solve. So before starting to clear up my to-do file, I need to make sure that I remove that particular cop from here. So I'll search for matrix method length. Here it is. I'll simply select this part and delete it. Now the cop has been removed from this to-do file, and now Rubocop knows that they need to check for this particular cop as well. Now I'll run it again, and here you will see that all the methods that have method length greater than 10, which is the default size, will start coming as an offense. For the purpose of this presentation, I'll take you to a specific function. So the function is in this file. So here you can see, like in this particular file, there are 4 functions that offends the cop, and each have a method length greater than 10, like 16, 814, 14, and even 27. So the next step is we discussed on the count as one parameter. To see the difference on how this will affect my method length, we'll come back to VS Code, go to the configuration, and start adding the matrix method length. Here I can add the count as 1 and give a list of all the data types that I want this scope to be to count as 1. So I'll write array, then I'll write hash and even your doc. We've added it in our configuration. Now the next step is to run through the cop. Coming back to the terminal. So here all of you can notice that it's 16814. Now that we have made the change, we'll run this again. Here. So now we can see that most of the methods have been removed from the offense. That is because they had arrays which were spread across various lines. As soon as we added the count as one parameter, those multiple lines started getting counted as one, and it started getting removed from the offense. Now we have only one particular function so this is the function that had 814 lines before. But now since we set count as 1 to true, this particular method only has 33 lines. So I can show you how the method looks like. So this was the submit hook, and here you can see all the separate lines are now getting calculated as one. This is the configure hook method, which still has an offense of 33 lines. So here you can see like there was this definitions array which was like very long. Now all of these lines are getting counted as one because it's one single array definition. So Now the next part is there might be some cases where we don't want to run this particular cop against a method because we know that this method is complicated, or it is going to have more number of lines. In that case, Rubocop provides us another parameter, which is the ignored methods. This ignored methods basically takes a array of all the method names. I can come here and give ignored methods. So I have this one method with me. I'll So this is the method. This has 26 lines, and I know for some reason that this is going to be this much lines because I don't want to touch the old complicated code that was written. So I can simply take this method name and add it to my list of ignored methods. Now, when I come back here, so here you can see that it is counted as an offense, but I'll come back to my terminal and run the same command again. Now, if I search for this particular function, I'll see that it is no longer getting counted as an offense because we have made Rubocop understand that we want to ignore this particular cop for this method because of technical reasons. The next part to this particular cop is there are often cases in when we are doing CRUD operations where we are going to name our methods like index or update or create, and each controller is basically going to have this method name. In that case, if we add index over here, what will happen is that index this cop will get disabled for each and every index method. But if we don't want that, we have another configuration parameter that we can add. So we'll go back to this configure hook example. I'll copy the method name, come back to my terminal, and show you that there are a lot of different files which have this particular method name. So to make sure that I don't disable the cop for each and every file, I can come to the file where and the method for which I want to disable and add this particular line, Rubocop disable matrix and method link. So what will happen is when Rubocop is running across each file, it will come across this thing and it understands that, okay, from this line onwards, I need to disable this particular cop. But after this function gets over, I want to run this cop on this next one. So I need to make Rubocop understand that, okay, once this function is done, come back and enable the cop. Now, if we go ahead and run this cop again, I'll copy paste the file name. So you can see that there is no offense for that particular file. So we were looking in this UI catalog presenter file, and here if I search for it, there are no offenses. That is because now Rubocop has understand our requirements. So this was it on the playing around with different cops and how we can configure Rubocop based on our requirements by either changing the default configuration or changing or disabling the cop altogether. Now that we have understood this, let's move ahead to the next part. Since we walked through like what are the benefits of using an explicit return, I want to understand from you all, like going forward, will you use an explicit return or use not using the return statement? So you can keep answering your uh, suggestions in the chat. The next thing is we have taken a look at how we can configure Rubocop, how we can create a to-do file, and even enable or disable a cop or modify the configuration. Now we'll take a look at how HackerRank, what is the approach that HackerRank followed and improved the code quality. So these are a few steps that we used to follow. We still follow. So we pick up a cop and check which has some offenses in the Rubocop to-do file. The next step is to read the documentation, like read the style guide and understand each parameter that is available. The third and the most important thing is to check for safe autocorrection. Not all Rubocop cops support autocorrection, and this is clearly stated in the style guide as well. So it is very important to check if the autocorrect is supported or not. Now, once we have checked that, we can go to the next part, which is researching on the cop. Now, how I had mentioned that the reason for changing the style word array from percent to brackets was to bring consistency among our developers across different languages. So similarly, you can research like on the cop, like what is the style across different languages, or what are the things that the Ruby community feels, and then accordingly have your own list of pros and cons. The second last step is to discuss with your engineering team. Now we have our own list of pros and cons. What we can do is we can make everyone in the engineering team aware of this pros and cons, and then have a discussion. The last thing is, finally, when we have reached on a common agreement on what we need to do with the cop, either keep it or completely disable it, we can finally go ahead and submit a PR with all the changes. So let's move ahead to the next part, which is the result section. So in here, you can see a graph, which is basically the technical debt ratio and the amount of hours it will take to fix that ratio. So this is a graph from our code at HackerRank, and we can see that how the code quality has started improving, and how it's continuously decreasing as we clean up our Rubocop to-do file and invest in this type of initiatives. So you can see that it has like gone from approx 8% to approximately 3%. Now that we have seen the results, it's time to move on to the learnings. We did a lot of things during our entire session, and now it's time to take a look back on whatever we have learned. So when I was working on modifying the Rubocop changes, there are various discussions that I had with Hari, like who is my manager and the CTO at HackerRank, and these are like some of the learnings that I had during our discussions. It is always important to ask the why behind each cop. We need to understand whether we need the cop really, or like why do we need the cop disabled, or why do we need to change the actual configuration. The next is the changes should be made in such a way that do not impair developer productivity. As we start creating a lot of big PRs that are going to create a lot of merge conflicts with other developers who are working on actual features. So in that case, we need to make sure that we don't hamper their developer productivity, because these are certain autocorrect changes. So we need to like split our either split our PRs or find proper merge times for those. The third one is to, it's not always needed to adhere to the guidelines. So for example, there is this style empty method, and I had come across this method, and I thought that, okay, since it's written in the uh, Rubocop documentation, I need to use this cop. But after the discussion, I realized that this cop was actually not very necessary, because what this cop does is it puts empty methods into one lines. But since it's a code cleanup, we don't even need empty methods. Like those are some things which we are going to remove eventually. So it's not always necessary to adhere to the guidelines or follow all the cops which are needed. Rubocop is very configurable, and we can change it based on our needs. And the last one is to engage with the developers. Like it's very important to understand like what everyone in your team thinks, and what are the different coding style that everyone prefers, and then come to a conclusion with a one common style. Now we have taken a look at our learnings. So now we'll see how we can maintain the standard of our code going forward. There are two things that we can do. One is making the use of pre-commit hooks. Now this becomes the duty of the developer that before submitting any PR, they run Rubocop, so that it doesn't hamper with the code reviews as we discussed earlier. The second is to add code climate and GitHub actions. Now, what this will do is it will report offenses in your PR as soon as you submit it, and it gives you a chance to improve on that before you merge the code or even submit it for review. So now this was like the last section of our talk, and as we are moving towards the end, I want to quickly understand like what did you like about the talk, or what were your learnings from this talk. So thank you everyone for tuning in and listening to my talk. I would love to connect with you all and understand what has been your Rubocop journey or how you are configuring the different cops. So feel free to connect with me on all these three different platforms. And it was great talking to all of you. Thank you.
Hey Shloka,
Hey,
it was an amazing, like I would say, it was my favorite talk of from the today session.
thank
And
you.
whoever wants to learn Rubocop, whoever wants to start with it, whoever thinks that who already knows Rubocop, should definitely consider going through your talk, because once the way you have mentioned it. So, for example, you have given theory, then
Hmm.
you went to each of the cop in the Rubocop, then you mentioned how to apply it, then you showed what were the impact of it. It's
Hmm.
totally amazing. So, for example,
Thank you.
as of today, I think like I knew Rubocop. I used to use it in my application, but my understanding initially was that there is a Rubocop YAML file,
Hmm.
and all the cops are already written there. So whatever I
Hmm.
just write, either it will tell me that there is a problem or it will not tell me. It was
Hmm.
that simple for me. But when
Hmm.
I saw you, how you use Rubocop, it's very very innovative. Like not innovative. I think this is the way it should be used. Like
Yeah.
we need to know of each of the cop
What
what are
it
the
says.
things
Yeah.
that it is doing. So thank you so much for putting it all in one talk. And I think whenever I need to learn about it, I'll just come to this talk because it's
Yeah.
already
Thank you.
available on YouTube for free.
Hmm.
I would encourage other viewers also just to come to this talk, like put it on 1.5 or 2x, just go through the specific points and learn about it. It was totally amazing. I love the
Thank
talk.
you, Ayush. Thank you.
And also I read it through comments, like people are saying that although you're using, so Ruby goes in a very specific way.
Hmm.
At HackerRank you try to amend it based on your requirements, but still
Yeah.
like it's okay, because as you have specific use cases, you are addressing it in a very specific way. So
So,
I
like the main idea behind Rubocop is so that we can bring a uniformity between our own developers. So that is why Rubocop comes with a lot of configuration, like the different parameters that I talked about. So all we need to do is like we need to connect with our own developers in our organization and then understand like what is their coding pattern, what do they prefer. So it's like as long as everyone is on the same page and writes the same format, our code will automatically be much better compared to everyone following a different standard altogether. So it's all about engaging and understanding what each parameter does.
I 100% agree. So as long as everyone is committing similar standard of
Hmm.
code, we
Yeah,
all are on the same page.
yeah.
I think the conflicts can only be when you're committing to an open source repository.
Hmm.
That's where there could be a bit of conflicts, like saying that they are following a separate convention and then you're following a
Hmm.
bit of a difference is there. But still, like it would be nominal because you're not updating all the cops. You're just
Yeah.
updating some of the cops. So
Yeah, and even in open source organizations, like the code that I was walking through was actually from a like a open source repo. So over there also they like I have seen like they have started using like the Rubocop configuration where they put the style guides and everything, and usually it's written in the README as well. So like we are slowly moving towards following a common standard.
100%, yes.
Yes.
I totally agree with that. Uh, Another question was so while I was exploring my Rubocop needs for the
Hmm.
application, so I went through a Shopify guide where they've mentioned that these are the cops that we use at Shopify.
Hmm.
So at HackerRank, do you have something like that? Like, do you have any blog or anything written where you tell that these are the cops that we use and this is the coding standard that we apply? Do you have anything of that
So
sort?
we don't have a blog right now, but we are planning to write one where we can talk about all the cops we are using, and then similarly talk about the reason like why we are using the configuration.
Yeah, that would be a great value add for the community. So thank you so
Yeah,
much for all the work that you're doing on Rubocop.
thank you.
Thank you, Shloka. So we'll get back. I think the Q&A session starts at 6:40. So I
Hmm.
think you need to join back, and
Yeah,
all the other speakers that were there, we all will club together, and there would be many questions that the audience might
hmm.
have asked. So we'll
Yeah,
try to get through all those questions.
definitely.
It
Thank
was
you,
nice
Ayush.
talking to you, Shloka. Thank
Same
you.
here. Thank you.
So, as I just mentioned, we are through with all the talks of this slot. Now there would be a break of about 20 minutes, and I would expect all of you to come back at 6:40. Let's tune in and get all the questions answered by our developers. Thank you.
All right, everyone. I hope everyone is enjoying this summit, and we want to give a quick shout out once again to our sponsors from Scout. Thank you once again. And just a couple words about their awesome product, the Ruby Performance Monitoring Tool. And yeah, what you can do with it. You can basically use it to get a clear picture of what's going on in your Ruby application, and it will provide you with the insights and will help you to optimize your app's performance. And what's really cool, it will help you to solve the memory bloat and N+1 queries in Ruby on Rails. So basically, give it a try. We will post link in the chat. So it will be scoutamp.com/Ruby monitoring. Definitely worth checking out. Thank you, Scout, for supporting us.
So one more announcement, at least. So I want to add that you could use our promo code Ruby for our next events in February. So it would be very nice possibility to take part in Flutter Global Summit, Summit for Node, Angular, and online summit for Java. Don't lose this possibility and use this promo to save your money and take more knowledge.
Speakers are.
Hey,
Yeah.
Hey, Cezar. Hey, Ed. Hey, let's Shloka also. Oh, all of us are here. Nezir. Yeah. Thanks, guys, for joining us back. So we'll have questions from the audience as well as while I was listening to all of your talk, being a Ruby on Rails developer, I was also being curious, and I've also documented a few questions. So maybe we'll start with those questions first, and it can be a bit of a discussion also. So for example, if I'm asking a question, it does not necessarily mean that only the speaker who talked about that bit has to answer it. Like it can be a open-ended discussion where whoever has feel free to pitch in. Yeah. So first question, like I wrote it in the first talk about C. Okay. What do you prefer pair programming during the interview or take task for? Okay. Yeah. Nezir, it's for you. You may take it up.
Okay. Thank you, Ayush. Thank you, guys. So yeah, it's interesting question. I mean, both version or both type has some benefit. Um, but in general, for new one for new developers, for juniors, I think it's a bit easier to get test task and to do it like on their own time, when they are ready, when they are concentrated, when they have everything under their control, like in a better environment. Pair programming can be stressful if you don't. Uh, it depends on interviewee. If interviewer, if he is a really great guy who understand people, who who want to help you, who want, then that can be really interesting and much faster way. Like in pair programming you will do something 10, 20, 30 minutes. That's most session for interview today is in a pair programming. But in general, like for new guys, or even sometimes people are becoming nervous. After so many interviews, at some interviews, I becoming nervous. I'm not sure why, but so yeah, in general it depends. But for new guys, for juniors, for less experienced guys, I think task is the better option.
Got it, Nazir. Thanks for answering that. We can move to the next question, and it's again for you, Nazir.
Yeah, I got even explanation for what exactly they're asking for. It's about the Discord channel and Telegram channels for Ruby and the Ruby on Rails community. So I already did some reply privately to the person who asked, and later I will put also in the comment. I think I can put here in the comment or on the site. I will put, like, there is a 4 or 5 link on Discord channel on the Discord about Ruby and Ruby on Rails, which I'm following. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, that would be great. Next question is for Edward. How do you resolve issues with duplicate events?
Yeah, I guess it depends on what kind of duplicate events we're talking about. So for the draft, right, there'll be many on the example I shared. There'll be many drafts. In that case, you can have as many drafts as you want. So there isn't an issue there with duplicate events. I mean, anything else, you're only issuing events when an action is happened. So if you did have an event being accidentally created twice, that would be like an error in your code, I would think. So yeah, in case of kind of conflicting state, I guess, 2 drafts that do different things. Because events are in a time series, you're usually looking at the latest event or the application of all events up until that point. So yeah, that's the other kind of way you can go about deduplicating stuff.
Got it. And I'd like an extended question to that. Like, for example, while you were exploring this event-driven architecture, what are the different gems have you explored to fix the same problem? I recall one ASM is one gem that does the
Yes.
same thing.
Yeah. I was trying to get some reference to that off the top of my head for the talk, but there's a few that I've used that I can't remember the names of right now. There's one that's called something like Whisper. I want to say it's not called Whisper, something like that. It's not very helpful, I'm afraid. Yeah, if you have a look around, if you just do a search for Ruby event store or if domain-driven Ruby, so those kind of search terms, you'll come across some good results. Ruby Toolbox is a good site as well if you want to discover new gems.
Got it. Yeah, sure. That could be done. Next question comes for Shloka. Like it's more of a compliment than a question. Shloka, do you want to take it or explain it?
Yeah. So basically, the non-Ruby way, it's like we are trying to get a common agreement between all the languages. Like basically understanding how the developer wants to write their code, like whether they want to use brackets because it's common across all the language or use percentage. So that is the non-Ruby way. Like we are just trying to understand each parameter that Rubocop provides us, and then combine it with the developer's preference, and then configure Rubocop. So that is what our like my thought process has been.
And the compliments keep on coming. You might read even this one. Nice.
Thank you.
Next question is for, I think, yeah. So Ed, people are asking, can you suggest some books or articles to learn about
the best book in this is a book called Event-Driven Rails. Domain-Driven Rails, which is linked. I can link it here in the chat actually. So this is a book by. I actually can't share the chat, but if you search for domain-driven Rails, you come across the book. So this is about implementing domain-driven design in a Rails context, and I'd say at least a third of the book, if not more, is dedicated to events. This is also the same person that wrote the gem that I use. So if you do want to use that gem, this is a good source for that gem. But if you're not using that gem, it's a good introduction to the ideas in general.
Got it. Next question is coming for Cezar. Where should we deploy our first SaaS? Starting with VPs or cloud services are better?
That depends on how technical you are. So if you know how to use Linux and VPNs to configure everything yourself, you could do that. It takes a lot of time to do it, and you have to maintain it. On the other hand, if you have the budget, it's much easier for you to not worry about any DevOps or deployment and just go with Heroku or whatever platform you like better.
Got it. I can continue. Next question is again for you. What is the best way to deal with the technical debts when you're building a MVP?
Yeah, so I mentioned in the talk, you should probably skip the unit tests as much as possible and focus on the feature tests or integration tests if you're building just an API, because those will give you the 80% coverage to be able to come back and refactor stuff, as opposed to spending a lot of time getting everything perfect and wasting your budget, basically. If you have the luxury to not depend on a budget, which I doubt, but if you have that, then you can go all in on tests. Otherwise, feature tests, I think it's the best bang for your buck.
Got it. Next question is for Nezir. And people are asking, Nezir mentioned about creating a platform where people can standardize the sort of questions to be asked in the interview. Like, do you have any suggestion for that?
For now, yeah, HackerRank is a good place to solve some of the tasks, regular tasks which we are getting in the interviewing. So in general, there is a lot of quiz, or there is a lot of books with some section with the questions, some kind of the standard question. But I think we need that. We should organize and make a site make portal for collecting the question, for voting for the question, to analyze the answers, and let's make it best option for all of us. Like let's use community. Let's combine like whoever can. It's not so big deal to make collection of the question. Everybody can add some question, and we can all vote for the questions and decide is it junior level, mid-year, or I don't know, senior level. That doesn't exist still, but I think we can make it very fast as a community.
Sure thing. Yeah, that would be a really helpful addition. We can do that. Another question would be like it's to Cezar, and I want to know that he mentioned that the journey to become a better developer starts when you leave the 9-to-5 job and you start exploring on your own. So what's the transition? Like when do you think that I'm good enough to have that risk and like start on my own?
Well, you're not going to be good enough ever, probably, because every project's going to be different. But you can at least try and maybe help a few friends, see if you can do that. Then try sites like, I don't know, Upwork, I think, or Freelancer or whatever. So sites that you can get projects just not for a lot of money, but to build up your confidence and your experience on freelancing, because freelancing will require a lot of other skills that you don't probably have as a developer, like invoicing and contracts and all that stuff.
Yeah, that would be a good.
Once you know how to build projects on the job, then you can start exploring the freelancing option.
Got it. Now I have a question which would be like we can go through speaker by speaker and everyone can answer one by one. So the question is, what's the importance of personal branding when you are a developer? So we have seen developers who are hardcore devs. They think that I don't need to go to social media. I don't want to do LinkedIn or YouTube or Twitter. I just will write the code. I'm sticking to GitHub. What do you think? What's the importance of personal branding in today's era for a developer? We can start with Cezar.
Yeah, I have a lot of opinions about this. So the first thing is you're not going to be talking to developers, or if you are, you're being seen as a commodity. To developers, you're not as valuable as you are to someone who's not technical. So for someone who doesn't understand the magic, you're a lot more valuable, and personal brands address those people. So you're talking to non-technical people, which will see you as a magician, basically, and you become very valuable to them. To technical person, like a CTO or, I don't know, engineering manager, you're not that magic. You're not that unique. You're just like any other developer. And so personal brand will help you go from being a commodity to being someone special.
Got it. Ed, do you have any opinion about that?
Yeah, I guess slightly contrasting. I think there's a few developers out there who are going to have a big personal brand. So let's say you've made some really popular gem, or you are known for a newsletter, something like that. That'll always have to be based on an actual thing that you've done, right? So if you've built this gem that everyone uses, I can see that would help you to get work in the industry. But you can't really kind of build a brand based on just, I'm just Ed, right? I haven't really done anything that great. I can't say, oh, I'm great, because it's not really, it's kind of false marketing to a certain extent, I guess. I would say what's much more important is getting to know your industry in your local area, or if you're looking for stuff online, getting to know remote groups. So going to meetups, so that's in person or online, getting to know recruiters on LinkedIn really helps. And then if you're in a company trying to change role within that company or get a promotion, it's about knowing the people who kind of pull the levers in that company. But in general, I'd just say kind of be yourself and that's generally enough, I found.
Got it. So we'll quickly go through Shloka and then Nezir only. Shloka, do you have any opinion about this?
Yeah, like I think that it's good to have a personal brand mainly so that you can share your own personal journey. Like, there are small little experiences or mistakes that you make through in your career journey. So having a personal brand will be good where you can share your own authentic journey and maybe someone can have a learnings from that. So, and definitely like having your own personal brand also helps you in connecting with different people. So like those are my thoughts on it.
Got it. And Nezir, how about you?
Yeah, definitely. Like any kind of the marketing is useful. Any kind, like in technical stuff, like having blog, having gem, having product, is really useful for the owner to present that like as a brand and to communicate it with the client and the potential client and everything. So we cannot move that kind of the top type of the branding or advertising on the side. Developer, there is a lot of great developer who doing just that. They just doing code and everything. That's it depends about the personality. Like, okay, he is that kind of the person, and we should respect that. But definitely, I think it's important, and everybody who don't have that kind of the skill, he should work on that, and that way, definitely, he will sell his product better. He will advertise his product
Got it.
better. He will get more bigger value, bigger appreciation from the community or the clients or everything. In general, if you have some kind of the knowledge, it's a good thing to share, not to hide. And thank you. Ayush, I think you are muted.
I'm really sorry. I'll repeat the question. Thank you, Nazir. So the question is how to become a good Ruby on Rails developer. What are the references that we can take into consideration? Again, we can go round robin, starting with Nazir.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, I think one the most important thing from the Ruby on Rails side, from the Ruby on Rails like technology stack, is to make things faster and to make on your own. And we don't use it that too much. Like, let's say again, you come to the to interviewing or somewhere, they will ask you some small task, something, some small sorting and everything. You have already method for that. Let's build something useful. Like in the Ruby on Rails, to be a good developer, you must write code. You must make project. What if you know something, I don't know, sorting algorithm, and if you know something so deep, that's the value. I appreciate that. But is that useful in any case? Like if you know good algorithm and good sorting, that's really great for some kind of the level of the business and everything. But in general, Ruby on Rails, let's make things. Let's build things. Let's upgrade those things. Let's make it better in the next turn. Let's, like, in general, if you want to be a good developer, you need to build stuff. You need to write code. You need to write a lot of code. Now, methodology of writing code and everything, that's just details. Something has more, something is better for some kind of the person, some else is better for other kind of the person. But we really need to write code and has the live input from the clients, from the user, to see is that good or not.
Thanks, Nazir, for the answer. Shloka, do you want to add anything?
Like I agree with what Nazir said, and the other thing is like they should have a problem-solving approach. Like given any problem, they can convert it to code and that logical thinking approach. So once that is there, they can like simply learn the Ruby language and then start building projects on it. And as they practice more, they can master the Ruby on Rails.
Got it. Ed, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I guess for me, like improving as a developer, there's like two aspects of that. One is pure kind of technical low-level skill. So how good are you at solving small-scale code issues? I've always found things like Code Wars to be fun with that, or Leet Code, those kind of challenge-based things, that small-level stuff. But I think as others have just said, like the general engineering skills really help as well when you come to actually make an app. So making some apps is great, and that's probably the best way to put this into practice, but also coming to talks like this or reading some books can help as well, as long as you're trying to kind of apply those things as well, I'd say.
Got it. So attending talks and like having the practical implementation, I think would be the best case that you're mentioning. And on the behalf of Cezar, I can answer that go to his YouTube channel and LinkedIn. I think that would be the best place. But that was just a joke. Cezar, you can continue if you have any answer for that.
Yeah, I would say be open to ideas from others who have done what you want to do. Like people who wrote books, who built SaaS products and went beyond that. And so those ideas will help you become better at technical solutions, or even if you want to go beyond that.
Thanks, Cezar. So we are mostly through. We just have 2 questions and they are mostly targeted to Ed. So I'll just read them through. So first question is this one. Ed, can you take this one?
Sure, yeah. Is the structure becoming a high coupling source either for capturing state and triggering side effects? I don't think this is the case because you're coupling stuff, sure, but what you're coupling together is you're coupling them with the domain events, which are the main entry source into the app. So at some point you have to couple stuff, right? That's just impossible if you want to have the things to trigger something else. I'd say this is actually weak coupling rather than high coupling, because the side effects that they trigger are entirely asynchronous, and they're also registered as a separate step, right? So there's it's some inversion of control there. In terms of, you kind of end up with some high coupling if certain attributes need to be present on events for them to work in different contexts. I think the best way I found to go about resolving that is to have quite strict definitions of what data is included in the events. In the case that I gave, right, we were having all the body and the title of the articles in events. You may not want to have quite that much information in events in a production interface. There are different ways to handle information flow. But yeah, I think actually what I found is that when I've introduced events, it always ends up decoupling stuff, as opposed to the more Railsy way of doing things with callbacks everywhere, which are, in my opinion, quite a high coupling mechanism.
Am I audible?
Yep.
So I have one last question. So we have already over time. So it's again for Ed. Like we can do a quick answer and then we can sum up the session.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is a really good question. How do you handle change over time? I think you know, because there's one of the properties of events, right, is they are immutable, so you can't go back and change them, which is by design. So it depends on the situation you have. I think in general you should be building your code in a way that it can be flexible. So if you're expecting IDs to be in a certain place, do your nil checks, you know, do your empty query checks. And then it may at some points be beneficial to issue whole new whole new events. So if the structure changes completely and you need to be able to access that old information, you can instead issue a set of new events with the new structure to kind of recreate the history, if that makes sense. So I think a good parallel for all this stuff is how Git logs work. And if you think about that, you might want to rebase or merge sometimes those kinds of ideas can help. Yeah, it can be hard.
Got it. Okay. Thanks, Ed. We have one final question. So while you were answering, we just got one last question, and that's for Shloka. Shloka, you may want to address this.
Okay, so I haven't explored this like standard RB till yet, but this is something new for me as well. So maybe I'll have to like experiment with it, and maybe I can come up with a blog post for it.
Blog post or a talk, perhaps. We never know. You explain
Yeah.
so well. So, thanks, guys. It was nice talking to you, all of you, Cezar, Ed, Nezir, Shloka. It was a very good session, and I'm looking forward to like following you on LinkedIn or Twitter, interacting you with there, and possibly in future shipping code with you. So that was the end of first slot. We'll bid adieu. Bye bye. Thanks, everyone.
Wow.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, everyone.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
everyone.
to our speakers. I hope to see you and cooperate with you on our future events. So, and thank you, Ayush. It was great moderating from you. And I want to mention that Ayush will be speaking in next blog, so don't miss it. And now we will have a short break for 6 minutes, and we will start second block of our summit. So stay tuned.
Cheers.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. I hope everyone is enjoying this summit, and we want to give a quick shout out once again to our sponsors from Scout. Thank you once again. And just a couple words about their awesome product, the Ruby Performance Monitoring Tool. And what you can do with it. You can basically use it to get a clear picture of what's going on in your Ruby application, and it will provide you with the insights and will help you to optimize your app's performance. And what's really cool, it will help you to solve the memory bloat and N+1 queries in Ruby on Rails. So basically, give it a try. We will post link in the chat, so it will be scoutamp.com/Ruby monitoring. Definitely worth checking out. Thank you, Scout, for supporting us.
So, hi, one more time for everyone. Let's start a second block of our Ruby on Rails Global Summit 2023, and welcome our next speaker and our next moderator. Gustavo, welcome. Nice to see you today. Unmute, please. Just okay. I will add Wine, our next speaker. Also, Gustavo, please try unmute yourself. And hello, Wine, how are you?
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. How are you today?
Good, good. And Gustavo, I think you're muted in StreamYard, perhaps.
Oh, great. Yeah, nice to hear you. Nice to see you. So, Gustavo, I will share with you our stage today, and please welcome our speaker, Rainen. Let's start.
Oh, I can't hear. I still can't hear Gustavo.
Yeah, me too, unfortunately. So,
Gustavo, I think you're double. I think you're double muted. Maybe on your local microphone too, not just in the app. Perhaps.
What about now? Hello, hello.
great.
Hello. How is the volume? The volume? It's okay.
Yes, everything is good.
All right. I'm sorry about that, Wayne.
No worries.
I'm sorry, Lelia. Okay, everyone. Hello, I'm Gustavo. I'm talking from Brazil, and I'm glad to be here with you today for the Ruby on Rails event. Today I'll broadcast from Brotas. It's a small city in Brazil. And I have already prepared myself a drink and some snacks. I hope everything is comfortable. I hope everyone is comfortable there. For the next 3 hours, I will be with you, and our first talker will be Mr. Wayne from GitLab. He is an engineer at GitLab, and he will be talking about the Ruby on Rails, how GitLab hires Ruby on Rails engineers. So thank you very much for being with us today, Mr. Wayne Haber, and the floor is yours.
Thanks, Gustavo, and bom dia.
Bom dia, bom dia.
So,
Bom dia.
I'm going to talk about how GitLab hires Ruby on Rails engineers. There's a little bit about me. I'm a director of engineering at GitLab. A little bit more about me and what I do at GitLab. And I've probably hired or been part of the hiring process 200 to 300 people over my career. So I figured it'd be great to talk about the overall process at GitLab. First, my name is not Steve. So back a couple months ago, I'm working, really trying to have some good flow time, working on my job, and I start getting these messages on my phone. Hi, Steve. Okay, my name's not Steve. From friends. Hi, Steve. Hey, Steve. From somebody else. Hey, Steve, I didn't know you were fired by Elon Musk. I'm like, what is this about? And I just put it to the side, and I kept on getting these messages. Then I started to look, and what did I find? I found this video on YouTube. It's a parody video of Elon Musk firing a number of people. It's all parody, it's not real, including one of the public videos that GitLab has, where we have an unfiltered channel where people can publish things, just get feedback from the general public and be transparent about what we do. And this is actually from one of my team meetings that's public. You can see me here. And I thought, wow, what's this about? And it was really interesting to see, like, oh my gosh, what is this about? And does anybody see, it'd be great to see in the chat, does anybody see, what jumps out at you in this screenshot? I'll wait a minute to see in the comments chat. not seeing anything in the comment chat. The interesting thing that jumped out at me is, so I looked at this. Oh my gosh, 1.8 million views. Who's watching this parody video for 1.8 million views? And I started to think about this, I was surprised to see this video out there. How did this person get this large number of views? Why do people care? Did he tell a story? And it was interesting, as he told a story, and it was a bit of a, as I looked at this, a bit of a, emotional roller coaster. What's this about out there? Am I happy about it? Not, etc. Then I decided I'm going to learn from it, and actually decided to take a class in storytelling. So, you can learn something from anything. The reason why I bring up this story is that, the interviewing process can also be a bit of an emotional roller coaster. So, something to mention. So what I'm going to talk about today is the hiring process at GitLab, how we attract candidates and down to the process all the way to offer approval, talk about some of the process idiosyncrasies, some of the uniqueness at GitLab, and also questions on how to contact me. So how does GitLab attract candidates? We first we try to work on really good and detailed job descriptions. And I've got an example of one of the job descriptions here. Because we want to attract the candidates that are most interested and most qualified. So we spend a lot of time on this before the jobs are published. We also add many handbook links, GitLab handbook links. The GitLab handbook is primarily public, and we want people to see, you can see here in this example job description that I linked in, a link to overall about the GitLab product, about the company, about what the role in general is, about the specific team and what the team does, because we want people to understand what we do, because it gets us great feedback from the public, from our users, etc. And we also, it's great for informing them, not just candidates, but also customers, users, etc. And I have links also here. The links to the presentation will be available later. But I have the links. You can see everything that I'm screenshotting here is also public information, and I have the links for it in the handbook and elsewhere. We also write these job descriptions to avoid unintended bias. We want to attract people that are interested and not dissuade people that would be great fits, but may not apply. So for example, we run our job descriptions through something called a gender coding analyzer that looks at, is the job description geared to feminine words or to masculine words, which might turn off one subset of the population. We also want to encourage candidates to apply, even if they don't meet every single detail. Some candidates will have a bias towards not applying if they don't hit every single line item, and some will apply if they just have one. And we want a mixture of those where we're people who hit most, but not necessarily all requirements. So we look for things like that to avoid that bias. We post the jobs on the GitLab job site, and also on LinkedIn and in other places. How do we source candidates? How do we get our candidates in? One is inbound applications. We have we look at the applications through our job site, linked from LinkedIn, or people going directly to the job site, or etc. We also do outbound reach out. So we will search for candidates that we think might be interested and let them know about the roles. We'll do that via LinkedIn primarily, most likely. Except in parts of the world where LinkedIn is not as popular, then we use other methods specific to those regions of the world, because GitLab hires in many, many countries. We'll also use Twitter, GitHub accounts, GitLab accounts, public accounts there where people are working on things, and other sources as well. And we also do speaking engagements, such as this one, so candidates know about us and know about what we're doing. And here's an example of, you can see how our sourcing team works. And the handbook link is there. How do we evaluate applications? And a lot of this information is public as well. Let's see in the handbook screenshot. We look at the country of residence, and what that means is that GitLab hires in many, many countries. My team is roughly 70 people, and we are spread out across the world, I think in 16 or 18 different time zones. And in other companies that I've worked at in other companies where we had people in various parts of the world, let's say 5 or 6 different regions of the world. but we localize teams for a specific region. So everybody on a specific team would be in a specific region for time zone overlap. GitLab doesn't do that, which is great, is we will spread teams across the world and rely primarily on asynchronous communication. So in writing, recording meetings when we have meetings, having really good agendas and notes for meetings, etc. So we hire in many countries. We don't hire in all countries. And we look at the country of residence to make sure that's a country we're currently hiring in, because there's various rules and customs and laws per country on remote work that we have to keep track of. So we look at the country of residence where people have the right to work. We also look at attention to detail. Attention to detail is very important for all candidates, of course. In the resume and cover letter, in anything you link to from your resume, such as a LinkedIn page, GitHub page, or links to open source projects you've worked on or other things. And it's because it's particularly important to us because we communicate asynchronously, primarily in writing. So that attention to detail we see in writing is really important. We look for a skills match, make sure the skills that the candidates have match the skills we need. GitLab, a large portion of GitLab is Ruby on Rails. The front end is Vue.js. The other things we have in GitLab are various things, including Golang and a bit of Python as well. But it's primarily Ruby on Rails, and top three are Ruby on Rails, JavaScript, Vue, and Golang. So we look for those skills, look for experience in those skills. And we also look at writing skills. So not just attention to detail is, can we understand what the person is telling us by reading their writing, because we so focus on asynchronous communication. That is really important. Let's see here. Then we screen candidates. So, and we can talk about what to expect during an interview with a recruiter. Again, another handbook page, it's public. We look for interest in GitLab. Has someone checked out the handbook? Have they read the job description? Have they read the information about the role? Have they described why they're interested in the role, both in the role and in GitLab as a company? A lot of people come to GitLab because they're interested in working on a tool that they actually use or would want to use. It's a tool written for one of the top personas is developers themselves. So we look for that interest in the company and in the role. We look at hiring location, as I mentioned. We also look at if the candidate needs a visa based on where they are and where they have the right to work. GitLab, and there's a handbook page on this, doesn't often sponsor visas. It's not something we do. We like to hire people where they are rather than move people around. So we'll look at visa requirements, which all the information there's on the handbook. Skill match, we'll talk in more detail about the skills in this first screening call with the recruiter. We'll look at communication skills. Communication skills are so key with working well in a team. And it's, we look at verbal communication skills and written, but in an interview, it's mostly about verbal. And one thing that I recommend is think about the STAR method, which stands for situation, task, action, result, STAR. And it's not something that GitLab came up with or I came up with. It's been out there for a while. And what it talks about when answering questions, talk about the situation that you were in, the task that you were given, the actions you took, and then also, really importantly, don't leave out the results. What were the results? How did things improve? How did things change? And it's a great way to talk through questions you get in interviews and in other ways, other communication needs to communicate, because especially with people you don't know that don't have that context, it gives them that context. You don't know that much about or haven't been exposed to this before. There's lots of stuff on the internet about it, and also a bunch of great YouTube videos that I've found just by searching on YouTube for the STAR method. We also talk about compensation. Is there a compensation match for what the candidate is looking for and what GitLab pays for that region, geographic region, and for that level of experience? But I didn't put it in here. We'll also talk about experience levels. Here are the various experience levels and what the expectations are at GitLab. Here's what the person has done and not done, and figure out what experience level they fit into and they aspire to get to. And all that information is in the public handbook as well. We also talk about how GitLab supports people in growth in their career, what level they're currently at, what the expectations are to go to other levels, how we support people to get there with training, with mentoring, etc. Next is technical interview. We do not like doing real-time technical interviews where somebody's typing and doing coding in real time. That's not what people do very often in a real job. They take some work, they go off, they think about it, they work on it, they ask questions, they submit it, and then it goes to review. So we like to simulate that in an interview process. Our interview process is a take-home coding task in the languages you know, such as Ruby and Rails. The interview is a review of, so you do this work a couple days before the interview, you're given the details, and the interviewer reviews the work you've submitted in advance. You spend a good bit of time on that, reviewing it. And the interview is questions about what you did. And when doing that, keep in mind both functional and non-functional requirements. So functional being, does it work? Does it have the features it needs, etc.? Non-functional, things like availability and performance and maintainability and other things. Next is behavioral and manager interviews, where here we talk more about communication skills and also do a lot of behavioral kind of things, like how does someone like to operate, and in relation to our values, which are public as well, of iteration, diversity, inclusion, and belonging, etc. And the behavioral interview, the first one will generally be with a peer on the team, so another engineer on the team, sometimes also a stakeholder like a product manager or a quality engineer or somebody like that on the team. And then it'll be an interview with the hiring manager. Again, this is a focus around the values of the company, and it's worth reading if you read any 2 or 3 pages when applying to GitLab. One is the job description. 2 is, if I had to prioritize, would be the team page for the team you're thinking about joining, you're interviewing for, which are generally public in the handbook. And 3rd is read the values. There's a lot of other good information out there. We really do operate based on these values as a company, and they're very important to us. Next is reference checks and background checks. So reference checks are 2 peers and 1 former manager, where we ask you to give us 2 peers and 1 former manager. If you don't have a referenceable former manager, let's say you're in your first job and you don't want to use your current manager as your reference, that's totally fine. Just tell us. And you can give us a 3rd peer. And also when you give us their info, so before we reach out to them, reach out to those references and just let them, hey, you're going to be hearing from this guy, Wayne, etc., to set up a quick reference call. And the reason for that is they don't know me. So this will give them, that gives us a much better response rate when we, less miscoordination when setting up the reference calls. A small tip, but an important tip. And then we do a background check. Standard background check stuff on criminal background check and similar things. It's handled through a 3rd-party company. And the whole process, again, is documented in the handbook, which you can read in advance. Next is offer approval. So in engineering at GitLab, we require 2 strong votes from engineering, strong yes votes from engineering. And interviewers can vote strong yes, yes, no, or strong no. And so we want to make sure we're hiring people for the long term, not just for the short term. So we want to make sure people are just a great fit for the company, and they think they're a great fit for us, of course, as well. So that's why we look for 2 strong yes votes. We evaluate the must-have criteria, which is a lot around the values, and also the nice-to-have criteria. You can have fewer of the nice-to-have criteria, but they're also based on the values. An example of nice-to-have criteria is experience with remote work. Not everybody has experience with remote work. But we want to, if somebody hasn't done remote work before, then we want to, we ask them questions around their interests and preferences towards remote work, like asynchronous communication. And those are the kinds of the differences between the must-have and the nice-to-have criteria. The offer approval starts with the hiring manager. They recommend hire or no hire. Hiring manager, who this person is the candidate is going to work for, makes that recommendation. They write a justification, so it doesn't go to some panel of people who discuss it in real time, synchronously. It goes to the hiring manager writes a justification. We have a template for that of why do you want to hire this person? How do they make the team better? Any concerns, and if so, how would you address them, etc. And then it goes engineering leadership, and also our people ops team leadership reviews and approves it. And then we go from there. The process is documented here in the handbook. And then we make the offer, talk about it with the candidate, do a negotiation we need to do, and then hopefully it all works out and we get great candidates. Since I started at GitLab, I think about 3 years ago, just at GitLab, I think been part of the process for my teams and hired about 30 to 40 people. So gotten good at the process and the GitLab specific portions of it. What are some GitLab process uniqueness or idiosyncrasies? My big word of the day. We are thorough. We're not fast. So if you have other offers that are coming or you have and you need to respond to you and you need to do the process in an accelerated time frame, let us know. And we can try to make that work. Generally, we can. But we plan interviews. Often candidates will have one interview a week. And then after the interviews are complete, you might not hear anything about an offer for 2 weeks as we go through the justification process and approval process. So if you have questions, let us know. We're very thorough and we plan out work asynchronously for people across the world. So we're very efficient, but the elapsed time is not always fast in terms of efficient of how we use people's time. Read the handbook. Read the values, as I mentioned. Read the handbook. Read the department page. You may have questions about it. And also when reading the values, you may get questions. You'll likely get questions in and around the values. Think about, let's say, when it comes to a focus on results, that's part of our values. Think about a time when you worked on something and got great results. And think about in advance, perhaps, how to answer that with the STAR method: situation, task, action, result. It can be very helpful. Read about the team. Read the career pages. The career development pages. Try the product. GitLab is an open core product. You can download it and run it yourself, the open source version. You can also get, for the commercial version, you can get a free GitLab.com account for our hosted product. Try it out. See what you like about it. See what you don't like about it. We'd love to hear that too. So you get a feel for the product if you haven't used it before. Check out GitLab Unfiltered on YouTube. We put a lot of information out there so we can be as transparent as possible internally at the company, but also externally with the public, which gets us just great collaboration and great ideas, and also gives people psychological safety where they know you don't have to assume if you don't know what's going on, it might be something bad. You can find the information out there. And we put a lot of these team meetings and other presentations and demos on GitLab Unfiltered on YouTube, so it's worth checking out. That's where that video that was used for that parody video. You'll also get invited to participate in a GitLab team member resource group, informal discussion, which is totally optional and not part of the interview process. This is if you're in a group, if you are part of, or you'd be interested in being a part of a group at GitLab that's part of our diversity, inclusion, and belonging, you get an opportunity to talk with somebody in that group. And again, just to meet them and understand how it is working at GitLab, not required for the interview process at all. It's not an interview, it's just a conversation. That's what I had to present today, and I'd love to hear questions and also hear some links on how to contact me. And we will make the slides available.
Hello, Wayne. Thank you very much for sharing all your experience and knowledge with us. I wonder if you have some Brazilians work with you, because you know a little bit of Portuguese, right?
I visited Brazil a long time ago. That's where I picked up a little bit. I think there's some folks from Brazil at GitLab. I know at least one on my team.
That's nice. That's nice to hear.
My teams were spread out
exporting
all over. I get to meet so many people from around the world. It's one of the reasons I like working at GitLab. Like, I didn't know we do this thing called donut. Do not be a stranger. That little play on words. Donut, be a stranger, like the pastry. where you can just meet somebody once every 2 weeks, a random person at GitLab who wants to do the same. I met someone from Malta. I had never talked to anybody from Malta before. I didn't even know, I am ashamed, where Malta was exactly. I knew somewhere in Europe-ish, and he described it to me, and I learned a lot about Malta. But I on an average day, I talk with people probably in about 10 different countries, which is, I just love meeting and not just interacting with, but working with people from various countries, including
Yeah, this is awesome. I think this is awesome. I myself, I'm thinking about moving to Italy, and I have been speaking with people from Ukraine and from another part of the world. These people from a lot of parts of the world. It's awesome. I think it's awesome to meet people and learn new languages. But I haven't started the Russian yet. Well, I have a question here for you. Um, a quick one, I believe. Why GitLab does not introduce visa support in EMEA?
So why doesn't GitLab introduce visa support in Europe, Middle East, and Africa, EMEA?
Yeah.
There's a handbook page on this. It's definitely not my decision on this. I'm not the quote unquote directly responsible individual, or DRI as we call it. Is that GitLab, I know we don't support, except in extenuating circumstances, support visas. I will actually bring up the handbook page when we're talking. This is great. It's all public here. GitLab does not support any form of work for study or sponsorship anywhere in the world other than a specific internal Netherlands process. We do have this just for specific cases for the Netherlands. And we don't support it or transfer work permits. Does it say why in this page? Does not say why. Actually, I do not know exactly why. My personal opinion, which is not necessarily the company's opinion, is that we like to hire people where they are. People can move around a bit with approval from their manager, especially to different countries or different regions of the same country. Especially that's easier. Different countries, sometimes there's a, when you move, your comp might change based on if you go to a region that's more or less expensive. So that when there's a comp change, you have to get approval from your manager. Why we don't is we like to hire people where they are, and have a very diverse workforce and not concentrate people in certain areas. That's at least my opinion. I actually don't know the answer, but I'd recommend checking out the handbook page on this. If you Google GitLab and visas, it'll give you more information.
Okay. I have another question here about Pakistan. Why GitLab isn't hiring from Pakistan? Are there any plans?
That's a great question. There's also a page. Let me take a look at that handbook page. GitLab countries. Let's see here. So there's if you Google search GitLab hiring countries, there are a number of countries where we're hiring currently, and it's in two different kind of categories. One is where we have, and again, I'm not the expert on this, I'm on the people team, but there's GitLab entities and branches, which is, I believe, where we have a business entity in certain countries. There's a cost initially and maintenance cost of keeping a business entity in a specific country. And there are a number of countries on that list. And then we also use PEOs, professional employment organizations, which is not a GitLab entity, but we hire through a PEO, and many more countries there. And you can see there's a list here. I'm not going to read the list, 20 or 30 countries combined, I think, from this list. And when we look at other countries to hire in, we look at what is the commonality of the skills and roles we're looking for in that country, and what are the costs to set up either a GitLab entity, a business entity in that country, and the time, and also, or going through a PEO, professional employment organization, and then look at which countries to add. Over time, we'll also remove countries where that doesn't mean the people in those countries at GitLab have to leave working from GitLab, but that we may not hire more people in that country after we're there. And it's based on individual country laws and customs, mostly around remote work, and the costs, both in just hard costs of legal and government costs, et cetera, and setting up business entities, and also the people time, is that we have to maintain it as well. As the laws change in those countries, as relating to remote work in general, we need to keep up on those, update contracts, et cetera. And the more countries we are hiring in and have team members in, the more that builds. So we don't hire everywhere. I've personally done research on what countries that I would like to hire more from that are not on the list. What I did is I went in LinkedIn and I searched for LinkedIn Recruiter, number of people who have certain skills in various parts of the world where GitLab is not currently hiring. And for example, that is where I found that Brazil has a very large number of Ruby on Rails engineers, which I didn't know till I did that research. And that GitLab wasn't currently hiring engineers there. And I lobbied to have that change, and we were able to interview some candidates. This is maybe 6 months ago in Brazil that were Ruby on Rails candidates. I don't know where that went, but we were able to start doing that. There's other countries as well. I don't remember if Pakistan was one of them. I think when I did that research, I don't remember. I think it might have been Egypt is the other country that jumped out at me as a large number of Ruby on Rails engineers in a country or in a region where we weren't currently hiring. So our people team and legal team uses this to figure out which additional country we want to add to the list based on the skills we need and the roles. Roles might be engineering roles, like Ruby on Rails engineers. It might be sales. It might be marketing, etc.
Thank you very much, Wayne. There's a final question here. We still have like 8 minutes to go. What's the engineering focus of GitLab for 2023? What's happening there?
That is a great question. I'm going to bring up my GitLab README, which is linked here. And I can tell you that we're in Q4 still, our fiscal year. We do OKRs by fiscal year, which ends end of January, so we're close. So I can tell you what I was doing the previous quarter and the kinds of things my teams are going to be working on next quarter. Our goals over the last quarter have been hiring, making sure we're doing reviews of people because we want to give them feedback as they grow in their career. Some training goals, such as in what we call team ops at GitLab, which is how GitLab operates. We want to learn how GitLab operates as an all remote, very iterative and very inclusive company. We have team ops training that allows that. I've been doing engineering director shadowing, where people can shadow me for a week. Most of my meetings, I have that as one of my personal goals. We are doing also a lot of application health changes in GitLab over the last quarter. UI changes. We're primarily completed our upgrade, I believe, to Ruby 3. We're working on customer-facing bugs, reducing those, and also adding more maintainers to the various GitLab parts of the GitLab product, so that we can review changes faster and merge them faster, et cetera, because it's just a lot of workload on the maintainers to do that, so we want to add more to spread the work. We are also working on all sorts of features to meet product management-driven goals, like being able to sell GitLab to US federal customers, something called FedRAMP. We're adding features around our web IDE that's embedded in GitLab. Some of the things one specific thing that my team is working on is AI Assist, which is a way to recommend code using AI as people type in an IDE for Ruby on Rails and other languages. And we've got all sorts of other things going on in terms of improving the security features of GitLab, both things that protect GitLab from the bad actors, but also the security and govern portions of the product that allow customers or users to scan their code and infrastructure for security issues, bring it to the developers as early as possible in the process, shifting those left so they can find those security issues and secure their applications. And that's the themes of the last quarter. The next quarter, which are draft right now, but I'm looking through this, is more of bringing security left as well in terms of moving it into the UI potentially in the IDE, so developers can not only see code suggestions in their favorite IDE, but also security recommendations as well. My teams are working on, let's see here. We recently added some features. There's lots of it. GitLab does one release a month and has done, I think, that for more than 100, maybe even more than 150 months in a row of monthly releases. There's lots going on, and we try to iterate quickly and get feedback from the users and iterate more. We're always working on improving our efficiency so we can get more done and it done more iteratively. And that's one set. If I look at that's from my perspective. If I look at there's also a GitLab vision page on the handbook that Sid and his team put together. To look at that so this is further out. I talked about one quarter and then another quarter, just specific to my teams primarily, which is a portion of engineering. Our vision includes being the single application for innovation and transformation. DevSecOps, model ops for data processing, service desk, integration with other things that users use, like perhaps with Salesforce and ServiceNow, and continuing to monitor the market. So if you're interested in the vision for the company over a 10-year cadence, there's a handbook page on that. There's all sorts of things going on the various parts of GitLab, but performance, availability, features to make users happy, and all sorts of great things going on.
That's a lot of information. Well, I myself would have a lot of questions for you, Mr. Wayne, but right now, I don't know if we should continue with the questions or let the questions for the last part. What do you think about Lilia? Or should we start with the next presenter?
Yeah, I think we will continue on the Q&A session, Rainer. Thank you a lot. It was very interesting, and we really have many questions for you. But let's leave a bit for later, and we'll continue with our next speaker, because it will be fun even on the Q&A session. We will talk, not with you. So let's continue with our next speaker, and I will happy to welcome him. Are you here, Akshat?
Okay, thank you very much, Wayne. Thank you very much. I will have a lot of questions for you later. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us. It's very, very valuable to everybody here. I'm sure of that.
And I'll join the Q&A session later, and also feel free to reach out to me via those links I provided. If you have questions and you'd like to talk about them asynchronously in writing offline.
Thanks a lot, Wayne. Thanks a lot. So let me see here our next presenter, Lilia. It will be Akshat. Is that how I pronounce Akshat?
Yep, you're correct. It's Akshat, yeah.
Akshat Paul. Where are you talking from, Akshat?
Nice to see you.
Yeah, hey Lilia, hey Gustavo. I'm from near capital of India, Delhi NCR. It's a place called Gurugram. It's kind of a startup city, one of the startup cities in India. And this is where I operate and I run my company.
Oh, that's very nice. So Akshat Paul is founder and CTO for the company 360, and he will be presenting for us debugging Ruby Rails like a ninja.
Yep.
This must be awesome presentation, my friend.
Yeah.
So would you please talk about what is your context? What is your context of your company? Tell us a little bit of your trajectory until this moment.
Yeah. So Of course, Company 360 is a tech solution which helps customers, the clients, in their intellectual property rights, various instruments of intellectual property, from trademark to copyright to patent to design patent, backed up with solid technology, using a lot of Ruby, Rails, and React in order to deliver high quality services, legal advice in a one place self service model. So that is what Company 360 does. I actually have one quick slide when I start my talk about it. But yeah, regarding Ruby, I've been working on Ruby for a lot of years. I think I've worked on so many versions, I can't even remember. And early adopter of, I would say, Ruby right after I completed my engineering. So I have a pretty long experience on Ruby, and it's of course my favorite language. And Rails is my go-to framework for any application or proof of concept, and so many things we do every day. I don't know how many POCs we have on Rails right now in our repo. Gustavo, you're on mute. Yeah.
Oh, again, my friend. I'm sorry. That's awesome. How do I call you? Akshat or Paul? Akshat Paul?
Akshat is my first name, and Paul is my surname.
Akshat.
Yeah.
Akshat. Thank you very much, Akshat. Would you like to start right now?
Yeah,
Do you have
absolutely. Yeah, let me just load my
Okay.
presentation and then I can share my screen.
Okay.
Should I present?
Yes, please. How do I say
Okay.
shukriya?
Yeah. That's thanks. Yeah, I should say that. Okay, thanks, Gustavo.
All
Should
right.
I take over now?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. The floor
Cool.
is yours.
Okay, cool. So let's get started. So, hello everyone. It's great to connect with everyone remotely. So the title of the talk for next 30 or 25, 30 minutes is Debugging Ruby on Rails Apps Like a Ninja. So before we get started into the talk, a quick introduction about myself. I am Akshat Paul. I'm founder and CDO of Company 360. Company 360 helps you secure all your intellectual property instruments like trademark, copyright, patents, design patent easily in a self-service manner, backed up with solid technology to manage all your IPR portfolio at one place. Prior to Company 360, founding Company 360, I was working as a digital consultant with McKinsey and Company, and in other avatars, I have been author of few programming books. My favorite technologies like Ruby, React, React Native. You can also connect with me on my website and my blog akshatpaul.com and see whatever new stuff I'm doing. I try to blog whenever possible, but you can always find where I'm speaking next or what I'm doing in tech most of the times. You can also connect with me on Twitter. My DMs are open. I love to connect with young developers who might be, or anyone experienced who might be stuck in some problem and need second eyes to have a look and problem solve it. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm available to contribute to community, and if you have any event you want me to participate on, just attend it. I'm happy to get connected with you. Cool. These are a few of my other talks with Geekle and also some other events I've talked over the years. You can find many of them on YouTube, and most of the topics are quite relevant, although tech space changes very fast. But do have a look and see if it is helpful for you. Cool. So now let's get into the real stuff, which is our talk. So the agenda of this presentation is divided into 4 parts. Not each part is equal in time. Okay. We'll start with understanding a quick intro to what is debugging. Then some common and maybe some uncommon techniques of debugging an application, commonly used, followed by commonly used tools and libraries associated with Ruby on Rails. And then, of course, no tech talk can end without a demo. So I have a couple of demos, which I believe would be the significant part of this presentation. To holistically debug a Rails application, various parts, key parts of Rails application. Of course, you can replicate it wherever you want later on. Cool. So let's get started. So what is debugging? Debugging is a process of identifying and resolving errors in your code. The underlying actions and then which are causing any error, and then rectifying the error in your code. It includes finding and evaluating and correcting bugs in the code to ensure the program performs as needed. Although it can be a prolonged or a time-consuming, tedious task, it's a fundamental aspect for any software development process to be successful. By finding and correcting errors early in the development phase, it can save time, resources in the long run for application to be successful. This type of debugging, also known as troubleshooting, also improves overall quality of the software and increases dependability. The proactive approach, which is debugging, is to identify and resolve issues before they affect the end user. Of course, there are times when when the end user is impacted, and that is the time when we also use debugging to resolve those issues. Some of the common debugging techniques are listed here, such as the most rudimentary one is printing statements, which is also known as debugging the output. That is simple and effective way to debug code. This allows developers to see the value of any variable or any part of the program, check whether the flow and the control within the program is making sense, and then identify and resolve the error. Printing statement help us inspecting values across the application. It helps us to identify if there is any unexpected value which has come up, and or something is not updated correctly in the application. Tracking of the flow of the control of the application. Developers can use print statements to indicate when a certain section of the code is being executed, as you can read through the print statement, and then identify the cause of error by printing the value before and after. You can, of course, style it out, the before and after values, and when the error occurs, and then you can understand the state of the program, what is causing the problem, and also pinpoint the location of the error. So that is about the most rudimentary way of debugging any application. The other second point here is through a debugger. What is a debugger? Debugger is a program or a tool that allows developers to examine the execution of the program and identify and resolve the error thereafter. It provides a way for developers to step through the code line by line, view the values of variables and the flow of control, and set the breakpoints accordingly, which pauses the execution of the program at the specific line of code. The third option here is unit testing. Unit tests are a way to test individual units of code to ensure that they are working correctly. When used in conjunction with debugging, unit tests can help us identify and resolve error in the code more efficiently by helping in isolating the source of error, providing a clear error message. By providing a clear error message, unit tests can help us provide clear and detailed error message when a test fails. Unit test can be also used to run frequently during the development process. That is actually how it is commonly used, which allows respective developer to detect the error early on. If your tests are failing, or if your tests are not passing as per the code written, you instantly get the feedback, and then you can make the required changes, and the error, even if it becomes a bug, it is resolved. The the last part is through log files, debugging through log files. Now, log files are a way to record information about execution of a program, such as events, error message, performance metrics. They can be very helpful in debugging by providing record of what has already occurred during the execution of the program, and can be then used to identify and troubleshoot errors. Log files can be used to debug, especially a remote system, which can be very useful during the very useful for production systems. Developers can use log files to see the state of the system and identify issues remotely. Of course, for the purpose of this talk, we will be focusing on debugger program. That is a way developers step through the code, view various values of variables, flow of control, set breakpoints, and pause the execution of the program at a specific point, and in order to debug that part of the application or anywhere in the application. Cool. So next part is popular debugging tools in the Ruby ecosystem. I've listed here 3 very popular ones: Ruby Debug, Pry, and Bybug. So Ruby Debug is a popular and a powerful Ruby debugging tool, which is a command line interface for Ruby. It allows you to step through your code, set breakpoints, inspect variables. Pry is a powerful alternative to the standard IRB shell of Ruby. It allows you to it allows you to pause the execution of the code and inspect the state. You can also navigate the call stack. You can run the code. There are also additional plugins which you can add to your application to further enhance your debugging experience. Like there is a Pry Bybug, there is Pry Rails, which have additional methods which does lot of stuff with the help of methods and syntactic sugar to further speeden up this process. Then there is Bybug. Bybug is a Ruby gem that provides simple and powerful console-based debugging. It also supports breakpoint, call stack, variable inspection, and works with Rails. For the purpose of this presentation, we will be using, for our demo purpose, basically, we will be focusing on Pry for all our demos. Of course, you can use other debugging tools also, try it out, but of course Pry is quite powerful and will help us understand all the aspects easily. Cool. So before we get into our demo, we are done with 3 parts. Before we get into the demo, we need to understand what exactly how does debugging actually work. So to grasp this concept of debugging, it is crucial to have an understanding of the binding class. The binding class serves to encapsulate the current state of the program execution at any given point, at any given moment. The execution context can be thought of as a single frame within the program execution stack, providing access to all the constant variables, methods within the current scope. It is binding class which is getting used in all these debugging tools, and that makes debugging quite easy in Ruby. Let us understand this with the help of an example. As you can see on your screen, here we have a class called bar, which has an instant b, and that is initialized to 5 with an initialize method that sets this where this variable is set, and a method context that returns the current execution context of the object via the binding method. An instance of bar is created and the method context is called on it. The return context is passed as second argument to the eval method along with the string argument, which is an expression of b+1. The eval method evaluates the string with the context of the return context and assigns the output to the variable result. That is what is happening here. In short, binding method can be passed to other methods to execute code in that context. And that is why binding class is the basis of all debuggers we use in Ruby. All right, cool. So this was more of the fundamental and going into the binding class, which we don't have to do in day-to-day work. But that is just for the information. Let's now move on to our demo. And let me just show you the list of the demos we have. So the key phases of any Rails application, we're going to demo it. We'll be inspecting controller. We'll be exploring Rails model. We'll debugging basically. We'll debug Rails views, and we'll also explore Rails routes with the help of Pry. So let's get started. So the first one is inspecting controller. So here, so what I've done is that I have created a simple, for all the demos, I've created one application. It's a blog application, which has post, which has comments, and the comments are associated with the respective post, and how we can put our breakpoints throughout the application in order to debug in that very point. Okay, so here we have an instance variable post, which is assigned, and all the post data is passed on to this post variable. We'll retrieve all the records from the post table of the database. And then we have set binding.pry. Now, binding.pry is a method, is basically used for the breakpoint using pry library, which is called, and the execution of the program will pause at this point, and then we can start interacting with the code. So let's try it out. I will now pause this PowerPoint presentation. Okay, and I'll move to my terminal. So I've already created this application. Let me zoom in a bit. And let me open it. So as I mentioned, this is a very simple simple Rails application. We have included pry Rails in it so that we have access to all the commands. We have also used Faker gem to seed some data. Very quick application. If you need its steps, it's like in 5 steps you can create this application. So let's look at post controller. We have a binding.pry placed here, as I had mentioned. Hopefully there is no other binding pry in this application. So let me just run it up. I'll just comment it for now. See if the application is working fine. Yes, so the application is working fine. We have a lot of posts here and its respective comments. Just wanted to show you that so that you have idea of what is this demo about. Cool. Now let's place our uncomment this binding pry. Again, reload the application. And as we can see here, that the application is paused at this moment in time. And if we look at the rate post variable, we see all the data, and now we can debug here, check whether it is coming correctly. If you want to experiment, maybe you have written a longer query, not just post.all, you can check it up in case it's not giving proper result. We can also use various methods used on this used on this specific variable. We can check anything like class. We can check what all methods are available for this application. So basically we have entered into a REPL here, and we can try out various things in order to check in case our application is working fine, or in case we want to modify this program at this moment. And that's also another requirement when you're debugging a tool, that you want to modify a certain part of the code and you want to check it with some actual data, or how these variables are interacting with each other. we can do ls. Ls is a command which helps us see all the available methods, and we can try them out. And to exit this debugging mode, we can simply type either exit or exit p, which is to exit the program itself. All right, cool. Let me now comment this out and go back to the presentation. So yeah, so this was inspecting the controller. Now let's try out our next demo. It is exploring Rails model. In this case, we have put our breakpoint in the post model. All right, post model has a relation with comments, and let's try it out. We can try a lot of association methods with it. So let's go back to our terminal. Okay, let me open and again run my application. It's working fine. Yeah, it's working fine. And uncomment our point. If we refresh it again, we have paused the execution in our model. So let's see. So we are in the post model. We can check. Let's create a variable, maybe post as a first value of this model, and we have got it. Now if you want to try out like if the associations are working fine, because a lot of times there are many a times that we create an application and the association are fairly complex. Are we getting right data or not? We can try it out here itself, instead of doing hit and try on our view, or printing the statement again and again. So if we look at our post variable here and check the comments, we can see these are the 10 associated comments, and of course we can check if they are coming correctly. So this way we can test our model, we can test its associations. Of course, not necessary that you have to put the breakpoint in the model itself. You can, even if you placed it in controller and then call your post model, it will work. But this is just to show you, if you want to, when we want to pinpoint, and we also wanted to see this code, if it is if this code has many comment association is working fine or not. So this is a way we can do it. Of course, to end this, to exit this pause, we can simply enter exit program, and we'll exit the debugging mode. Cool. Now let's go back to our presentation and try out our next demo, which is exploring Rails views. Let's see this. Here again, we have a simple html.erb file, our index file for post. There's just one view in this application where we display all the posts. Now, if we see that there are certain data which is not coming correctly, we can again pause the execution with binding pry in the view and then try it out. So if you see here, we have a loop in which we have put our binding.pry. So let's try it out. Okay, was a minute. Let me just put this, check if our application is working fine. Yeah, it's working fine. Now let's add our here. All right. Now let's refresh the page. It's again paused. And as you can see, it's paused here in the each loop. If we, of course, try @post, we can see there is 20 count. And of course, if we'll put a post, it will display all the data and all the rows of data. Now we can check whether in this specific post are we getting the correct data or not. Let's check it up. And we can also check if we are getting correct comment also or not. Check it up. You can also just match, the post ID associated with this comment. So it means the data is correct. But this is how you can check the complete execution one by one using, placing binding pry even in the view. Cool. Let's now go back to our presentation because we'll continue with this example only, our last demo, which is exploring Rails routes. As you can see in the code, we have these nested routes of post and comments, and then we have a root route. That's a simple application. But in the application, if you want to just try out what all are the available routes, we can do it with the help of pry. We were already in the in our debugging mode, so let's check it up. So we are in the debugging mode. So there is this command called show routes, which gives us all the routes of this application, and we can check it up how they are getting used and if it is correctly formed or not. So we can, of course, we don't have to place binding.pry anywhere specific. We can simply use it from here itself. And then, of course, to exit this program, exit the debugging mode, we can simply click on exit P. Cool. So that is our last demo. Let's continue with our presentation. Yeah. So beside pry, there are some other debugging tools which we can use with our Rails application. These are some which I have mentioned on the screen. There is Better Error, which is a Rails gem that provides a more informative error page when an exception is raised, including a console, source code viewer, a local variable inspection. Then there is Rails Panel. Rails Panel is a browser extension for Chrome and Firefox that you can use for debugging. That provides a debugging panel for Rails application. It allows you to view the current requests, database queries, and log output in the real time. Then there is Logger. Logger is something which is built in Rails feature that allows you to track the execution of your code, debug issues. You can use Logger objects in your controller model views to log information, which is very helpful later. And you can also configure the log level to control the verbosity of this output. So that's about it. All the debugging tools and techniques which I commonly use, and it's a good place for anybody starting with Rails or has some experience with Rails can start up, to debug their application, or if they get stuck, they can use these tools and techniques in order to debug their application. So that's a wrap, guys. Thank you so much for attending my talk and attending this event remotely. And that's about it. Please stay connected. All my details are on your screen. And that's about it.
Thanks a lot, Akshat. That was an awesome presentation. We will have a Q&A by the end of all the talks, like by 16:20, I believe. And then we will present some questions. Guys, do you have any question right now for Akshat? Please introduce the question so we can ask him, all right?
Let's see. As we have a few minutes before next speaker, Akshat, probably you tell something from your own experience, how you become a Ruby on Rails developer and what you can recommend.
So how I discovered Ruby on Rails, of course, was at my place of work, and of course, Ruby on Rails has been a go-to framework to build, anything very quickly and go live. So I think way back in 2009 and 10, that is when I first discovered Ruby and Ruby on Rails, and I really loved the syntax. I actually used to work in .NET before that, so working on C# and then Ruby is it's just so beautiful. And then of course I adapted it, and then I worked on a lot of Ruby based frameworks over the time. There was Mobile, there was Ruby Motion, and that's how the journey continues. So even today, my backend and my API choice is always Ruby, and because it's so fast and the code is beautiful and easy.
Okay, great. Thank you a lot. So yeah.
Lilia, there's a question here.
Mm-hmm.
Should I exhibit or
Yeah,
that
we
by the
can
end?
continue with questions a bit, and we'll continue
All
on
right.
Q&A also.
Okay, so Akshat, in the view debugger, is there a command to continue to the next instance as the binding.pry was inside a loop?
You can either use just exit instead of exit program, exit-p. You can just use exit and it will move to the next instance. I believe there is a direct command also. It's n or something, but I usually just type exit and you move to in the loop. You come to the next value.
Okay, Akshat, thank you very much.
Yeah.
There's another one here. I think we believe we still have a little bit of time. Let's see. Do you use any monitoring tools for sharing, alerting people you work with?
So we used to use Slack in order to, in case there is something which breaks, so that the team is alerted, and that works pretty well. In most of the times because it's available on chat.
Okay. Thank you very much, Akshat. That was an awesome
Okay.
presentation. A lot of information in a short period of time. I'm sure people
Okay.
will have to dig a lot to get to know all these tools. I'm sure they're awesome. I have a quick question to you.
Mhm.
I don't know. We still have 8 minutes for the
Mhm.
next presenter. So my question is, how do you see all these serverless technologies nowadays in different clouds, AWS, Google, and Azure? About
Mhm.
how do you see the possibilities of Ruby on Rails on serverless
Ruby on Rails going
technologies?
serverless. Uh,
Yes.
no, I think with serverless technologies, these are specific features, you can say, which become serverless, and we orchestrate them together in order to make things work. And that is my experience. Whether I've used purely AWS Amplify or I've used Firebase, and then there are these individual services which we use, and we make our application run. I'm not sure if Ruby on Rails is a very big framework. Putting it all together, and making it serverless, it does not make sense. Of course, in many of these serverless technologies, Ruby as a programming language is accepted and can be used to code. Um, uh, so I think Ruby can be used, but I don't see Rails, as a kind of a serverless environment is a good idea, because it has so many things to be done. And in most of the people who go with the serverless architecture approach, those applications are generally very feature specific kind of application architecture, so it's not required there. And of course, Rails, that's more of a custom application which we want to build.
I
So
see. I see.
those are my thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Akshat.
Okay.
Thanks very much. I
Yes,
think
thank you a lot. Actually, I think we can continue with our next speaker because he's here. So, Akshat, I hope to see you on our QA session also. And
Sure.
friendly
All right.
reminder,
Okay.
feel free to ask questions to Akshat on our website, on our platform, YouTube channel. So, yeah, let's continue.
All right,
Let's
cool.
introduce
Okay.
our next
All right.
speaker.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Akshat.
Gustavo. Thanks, Lilia. See you later. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Akshat. Shukriya.
All right. Thanks. Bye bye.
So our next presenter will be Alex Bevilacqua, Senior Product Manager
at MongoDB.
At MongoDB.
At MongoDB.
Are you Brazilian?
No, I'm
No.
actually Canadian.
Oh, really? You look well. Here in Brazil, we have a lot of people that we sometimes say that everybody can be Brazilian, and I'm sure that I've known Next Bevilacquas here. Well, so where are you located, Alex?
I'm just outside of Toronto.
Outside of Toronto. Okay, Alex. So tell me about a little bit about your context. How did you get to be a product manager at MongoDB?
So I actually started my journey into MongoDB through technical services. So my career has always been in software engineering and application architecture. And when the time came to go for a bit of a career change, I decided to go into technical services at MongoDB because it was a way to kind of flex the technical knowledge that I'd acquired over my career in a different way. So instead of being an IC building applications for the company I work for, I could now leverage that experience to help unblock MongoDB's customers based on whatever challenges they were having. And that I did that for 3 years, and then an opportunity opened up in product management, representing the Ruby driver, which seemed like a perfect fit for me because I've been writing software in Ruby for about a decade now, and prior to that in .NET and Flash and Flex and Visual Basic and ASP and PHP. And I've been around.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm myself a researcher, and I have been programming in a lot of different languages and frameworks as well. And I think it's an awesome experience. And 10 years of Ruby on Rails, it's a lot. You can learn a lot. I'm sure everybody here can learn a lot from your experience. So Alex, I'm sorry, I'm Brazilian-ish. Your name. So the floor is yours. If you want to start it, please share your presentation with us.
All right, and I am going to preface this with a bit of a warning because my goal is to do this as a live demo. So knock on wood,
okay.
Everything is going to go well. Can you just confirm you can see my screen?
Yes, everything is fine here.
All right, perfect.
All right.
Today
Thank you very much.
My pleasure, and thank you very much for having me. Today we're going to be talking about Ruby on Rails and MongoDB. As I mentioned, we're going to be doing a live demo here. But first, I'd like to kind of start off with a quick introduction. I sort of covered off a bit of who I am, so we can skip over this. But I'm an application developer from Toronto. I've been a developer my whole career, and I've only recently joined the product organization at MongoDB, which is an opportunity for me to take that experience I've gained building commercial applications using Ruby on Rails as well as MongoDB, and try to parlay that into improving the developer experience with Ruby and MongoDB in the Ruby community. So what is MongoDB? Because this is not really a sales-focused presentation, I just want to quickly touch on this to provide any context to users that may be coming to this with no knowledge of what the MongoDB product suite is. So MongoDB is a document database or a NoSQL database, which is relevant to developers and Ruby on Rails engineers because of this document model. As Rails developers, we've all been exposed to Active Record, the Active Record adapters for Postgres and MySQL and other relational database management systems, and how Active Record abstracts away a lot of the behavior that you would need to learn as a DBA in order to interact with tabular data in your application. The document model allows you to store your data and interact with it programmatically without any of this transformation or normalization because you're working natively with documents. Working with these legacy systems can be convenient with Rails, but there are options. MongoDB is one of these options, and I'm hoping to show how we can quickly build out an application that you would typically use common Rails tooling to stand up using MongoDB. And sorry, my slides were a little bit out of order here, but the concept of the document model may be new to some of you, but we'd just like to quickly touch on how it can actually map to how developers think and how developers code, specifically Ruby and Rails developers. The relational data model that Ruby on Rails helped us work with more successfully is built around the presence of tables within our database. Each table defines a set of columns. Each column expects a data type. If you want to manage relationships, these are typically done using foreign key references or join tables. With MongoDB, you're effectively just persisting your data as you would expect it to exist, or you interacting with it in your application as JSON. This is the best way to interact with your data because you can offer strict value type enforcement, but it's not required. If you want to introduce new fields on the fly, this can be done without expensive alter table operations. You can just start using your fields and persisting data to it and backfill the rest of your collections as needed, or just ignore them. Everything just works because of the power of the document model. JSON is typically how applications communicate with each other, and as such, developers also need to communicate using JSON. Having your data represented in this form to begin with, without costly or complex transformations, becomes a thing of the past, enabling you to quickly iterate on your solutions. My apologies if this was a little bit more salesy. That's not the focus on this. That's why I'm sort of rushing through it a little bit, because I don't want to belabor this point, and I want to get into the demo because there's a lot of stuff that I want to show. So with the data model at the top of the developer data platform stack, MongoDB offers solutions for each piece of your application's data needs puzzle. You can easily move your cluster's nodes between cloud providers as needed. Cloud provider regions mix and match with multi-region configuration depending on where you need to host. MongoDB also offers a number of developer-centric solutions such as Elasticsearch, which enables you to integrate a powerful Apache Lucene-based search solution without the need for additional infrastructure or synchronization solutions. And by lowering the complexity, it kind of unlocks the power of your data within the context of your application. So what are we actually going to be building today? Instead of doing like Hello World type stuff or yet another blog engine, I want to build a contact management application that can showcase how you can stand up a brand new solution from scratch using MongoDB and Ruby on Rails. Excuse me. We're going to be using MongoDB Atlas, which is the hosted solution. And this offers a free forever free tier, which is what we're actually going to be building on top of. So I'm just showing the UI here because we don't really need to go through the process of standing up a new cluster, but it's pretty straightforward. You click a button, you pick your options, you decide where you want to host your data, and you get a free cluster that you can start playing with within a matter of minutes. The UI will also give you an option to connect to your cluster in the programming language of your choice. And we also offer full driver examples. The language drivers are just kind of the interfaces between your application and the cluster, and it provides language idiomatic interfaces to enable you to build the application or to connect to your data and interact with your data in a way that would seem natural to your application development process. So in this case here, I'm just showing what it would look like to generate a connection string that you would plug into your Ruby application, which is what we'll be doing momentarily. And I'm showing this now so that we don't have to break out of the application flow in order to get the connection string. So I'm going to run through this live. I've done it a couple of times, but I'm hoping this will all go according to plan. And I know those are famous last words for demos, but here we go. So we are going to start with just making sure that we have Rails installed. I believe I was using 7.0.4.1, which is correct. So let's generate our new application here. And while this is running, this should only take a minute. We're skipping unit tests and system tests for this demo, just to make it quicker to generate our code. We're also going to be using ESBuild for bundling JavaScript, since this is a Rails 7 application, and you can pick your bundler technology here as well, or your JavaScript bundling technology. And also, because we're working with Rails 7, I've specified a CSS framework option to the application generator, which is going to be Bootstrap. And the only reason I'm picking Bootstrap is I honestly have not taken the time to learn Tailwind yet. So again, just to make this go a little bit more smoothly, I figure I'll work on something that I'm a little more familiar with. So we have our contacts application. This is just a standard, Rails skeleton. We haven't done anything fancy as of yet. So let's open up VS Code, which is what we'll be working with in order to showcase the development workflow. And hopefully the text is going to be big enough for the purposes of this demo. But the first thing we need to do now, we did not specify active record, is we are going to plug in MongoDB, which is the ODM solution that you would be working with to interact with your MongoDB data. And again, because I'm using Bootstrap, we're going to use Bootstrap Form, which is just a set of helpers to give us those visual elements when we're building our forms out. So a quick bundle install will add those gems to our project. We can see here that our generators now include this Mongoid config generator. So let's use that to get a default configuration. Now, the Mongoid configuration file will define a number of options, and this defaults to a local deployment. So if you were to run your application now, it would be trying to connect to a MongoDB instance at localhost port 27017. Because we're using Atlas, we'll just be providing a URI, which also includes the database that we'll be connecting to. There's a number of options here that can be specified to control things like connection pool sizing, wait queue timing, security options, certificate options, as well as Mongoid/Rails behavior. Now, all of these are documented on the site. I would recommend anyone that is interested in tuning their application to investigate this. However, for the purposes of a demo, this is really all you need. You just need your client, your default client configuration with a URI. Once we have this, we will generate some scaffolding. Again, still just using the defaults that you would use in any Rails application if you're getting up and running using the scaffolding. So I've now got a contact model controller view scaffold stood up. Again, no fancy configuration here as of yet. So if we were to start something up here, have our application running, and if we go to contacts, we would expect it to show us our standard index view or our index route. And we can see that it's establishing connection to our MongoDB cluster and then doing nothing because we have no data in here as of yet. So we can go to create a new contact. However, we haven't actually defined what is going to be in our model. So this is where we start to diverge a little bit from what you would traditionally see in an active record adapter-based solution. So let's open up our model. Oops. We're going to open up our Mongoid model, and we're just going to add our field definitions. Instead of migrations, you just need to define your fields so that Mongoid knows how to map those to your objects coming back from the database. Our contacts are going to just have a first and last name, an email, and a birthday. And that's really all we're going to be interested in. So if we go back to our application, still need to define how we're going to show that in our form. So we're just editing our basic layout elements right now. So I'm going to use the Bootstrap form helper, which we added to our gem file initially, to just make this a little bit more pleasant looking than the defaults. So we now have the ability to add, I'll just do myself here. So first name, last name, and birthday. Let's say January 1st. And you can see here that it's not allowing us to create this. And the reason for this is that we have not defined our strong parameters, which you would expect from Rails as far as default controller action validation goes. Now, anyone that has been working with Rails for a while may remember that prior to, I think it was Rails 4, you were using protected attributes to do the same thing. There we go. So let's back up and try this again because we've added our strong parameters. We've successfully created our contact now because all of those parameters will validate. They're considered trusted. So we've persisted them, but we don't have our show or we don't have our contact partial defined, which is what's being rendered by show. So here we're rendering this partial. So let's just quickly populate that with something meaningful. If we go back again, we should now see we've got a user with all of this information populated. Then we have our first user in the list here. Let's say we want to create a new user. Oops. Well, we can see already that we're able to persist empty data for all of our fields. And the reason for this is because we haven't actually defined any form of validation as of yet. So if we go back to our model, Mongoid actually allows you to work with the default active record validators or validations that you would expect to have access to, including the same syntax. So if we were to add a presence validator for first name and last name, when we go to edit this contact, if we just try to save it again, we should now see the errors that we would expect to see. So let's say Steve Jones. I have no idea when his birthday would be, so let's just do this. And just to show off over here, because we define this using the Bootstrap Forms gem, we also have access to formatted calendars for interacting with this data. So we've now updated our record or our document, and we can see that this data is now appearing here as well. And we've included validation so that we can't make that same mistake again. So if we try to create an entry with no first name or last name, it will now fail. So this is just basic CRUD stuff at this point. We haven't really done anything overly interesting. This is about what you would expect from like a basic tutorial or a blog in 10 minutes type of presentation. So let's start adding something a little bit more specific to the contact management application that we're writing. So first I'm going to go to our controller, and I want to represent the total number of contacts that we have in our contact collection. And we're going to do this by just doing an unfiltered count. And once we have this being collected within the controller and passed to the view, if we go to our index template for the contacts, you can just add that variable into our view and have that rendered alongside. And this will update as we need. So, oops. So when people are born, he's older than that. Let's just make that like. And our counter is now counting up based on the data that we have in here. So if we were to destroy this contact, our counter will, continue to update to reflect the total number of documents within that collection. Still not super exciting. Let's generate some data now, just to be different. So there is a tool that was generated or that was written by one of our engineers called mgenerate.js. And what this does is it uses the chance.js library to generate documents based on a template. So all we're doing right now is we're outputting a JSON document with these random values plugged in. And using the Mongo import tool, we can actually just take the output of that and pipe it directly into our data set. And this will start generating the data for us and populating it within our collection. So if we do that again, we should have another document. And it will continue to populate accordingly. This is a little tedious, so let's do a bunch of them. So I'm going to create 2,000 documents now. Shouldn't take too long. Here we go. Let's see if that worked. Yep. So that's lots and lots of contacts. Super easy to work with, right? I'm sure you're all clamoring to buy this application in the state that it's currently in. But let's see if we can make this a little bit friendlier to work with still. So Mongoid allows you to also work with popular gems to, slice and dice your data, including Kaminari for pagination. So there is a Kaminari Mongoid gem, which allows you to use the basic skip limit helper methods and pagination UI elements and filtration elements that you would expect from that particular package. And what we're going to do now is just install these or refresh our bundle so that our Kaminari Mongoid, Kaminari Action View, and Bootstrap Helper for Kaminari are installed. And we'll just restart the application. And if we go to our controller, let's just change this up. So instead of returning all of our results, we would filter this the way we would expect to do with Kaminari, which is by page. And we'll just be passing in a page parameter, which should default to 25 results per page. You can't really tell, but there is a lot less here. So let's add some view helper components to this to make it a little bit easier to work with. So if we go back to our index, let's say right below here, we'll add the page entries info helper and the paginate method, which I believe anyone who's used Kaminari in the past will be familiar with. This should now give us our navigation components, as well as a similar, page slice view and total document view. So we can skip through depending on where we want to go within our data. We can go in and show one of these contacts. We can edit them as well. And this all seems pretty straightforward. So at this point, you're probably thinking, wow, MongoDB can, pretty much drop in and replace most of the basic workloads that I would do with any other adapter. And it's true, you could, but I wouldn't recommend just looking at it as a lift and shift solution. Anytime you're making an architectural decision, it should always be done knowing what your user needs are and your data needs are. So let's start filtering out some data as well. Let's start filtering out some data. So looking at 2004 records at a time or documents at a time is going to get unwieldy. If we wanted to filter this down, we could add a helper in here. Oops. And this is just going to search. So we just want to add an additional form that we can use to pass a query criteria to our controller and filter the results. So let's say I'm looking for all Alexes. Well, it doesn't do anything yet because I haven't actually added any filtration logic, but we can see that we're just we're adding an additional query parameter to our URL. So let's now do something in the controller with that parameter. All right. So we're going to take the query parameter and just assign it to a variable called q. If q is blank, we're going to just use the same page and params method that we had previously to populate the contacts object. And if not, we're going to filter by the first name and then page by that result. So let's try this again. You can see we've got 1 to 25 of 2004. Now we've only got 13. So there's 13 Alexes. Well, let's see if we can get all the Ryans instead. So what's this going to look like? There's only 6, but we're only filtering on first name. So if we wanted to get that one user whose last name was Ryan as well, Mongoid provides a kind of a query DSL that's very similar to what you would get with the other active record ORMs, or sorry, yeah, the other active record adapters and ORMs. And as such, we can just kind of fluidly continue to declare our query by adding another OR here. So we're going to say we want to look for first name with this regular expression or last name with this regular expression. So now, if we were to search again, we would expect to get more results because now we've got users with Ryan embedded within the last name, as well as a last name of Ryan or first name that contains Ryan. All right. So let's take this user here. And I alluded to the fact that one of the more powerful elements of the document model is that you no longer need to worry about migrations or alterations or maintaining a version schema or anything like that, because you can just change on the fly. So to demonstrate this, let's try adding a new field to our model. So we're gonna go back to our contact model and we're gonna say, I want to add language. So we've updated our model. Let's go to our contact partial to make sure that we can show this when it's there, or even if it's not there. We're not adding any additional validation or filtration. Oops. Let's take a look at our controller, because we also need to ensure that we trust this parameter. And then our form so that we can capture this data. That should be it. So we can see here this user currently has no language specified. So let's say we want to make this English. Back to our contacts. Oops, I think I had this filter previously, and there's our user. If we want to edit a different one and add another language, do that as well. And filter for this, just to show we've got English and Ruby. So that is how you can quickly adapt your data model on the fly in order to introduce or alter the data that you're collecting. But now that you've got all of this data, you're likely going to want to do some data manipulation or reporting or extract some kind of insight from the information that you've captured. So let's add some custom reports to this, just so that we can kind of surface interesting insights about our contacts. So first, we're going to do this with a chart. So I want to add chart kick because this is what I'm used to working with. This is a Rails 7 application, so we need to add an import map definition for this as well. If it doesn't exist, you can just create import map.rb, and we'll just import what we need into it. So this is our import map here. We're also going to add loading information to our application JavaScript file. So all of this is pretty straightforward stuff. I also want to add to my application template, like my main layout. We're also going to import. We're going to preload Chartcake JavaScript from Google's CDN here. And in order to do that properly, we actually have to define that we want to preload this in our manifest. So in our asset manifest, we're just going to, oops, wrong. We're just going to the Chartcake JS as well, which is what is going to be preloaded from this this JavaScript include. So this is all kind of the boilerplate stuff to set it up. Let's stop our application server and we'll generate a reports controller with a single route or a single action. And we're going to be generating an index action. Now, when we look at our routes, it's not really going to take us somewhere that we can use. So let's just quickly update this. We're going to route to our reports controller and our index action. And we'll just start this up. Okay. So what does this look like right now? Go to reports. You can see that our view has been generated for us. It's not doing anything useful yet, but it's ready to take some data. So let's now update our reports controller to actually show something. So we're going to use the MongoDB aggregation pipeline to generate a summary of how many of our users were born in which year. And this is what we're going to chart out. That's not really the most useful report, but it does give us an opportunity to kind of show off how this works. So the first thing we want to do is we need our pipeline definition. And this So our pipeline definition is going to be grouping by the year of our contact's birthday, and then just counting those results and sorting by the birthday year. And in order to run this, we need to run an aggregation pipeline against the underlying collection for our contact model. So our pipeline will run through here. We'll materialize those results to an array, and that's what we'll return to our view, which should look like this right now. So let's replace this and have it show just the output of what those materialized results look like. You can see here that we are grouping by birth year. So we have 5 contacts born in 1900, 11 from 1901. We know some old people, apparently, all the way down to 2099. So we also know some people that may not exist yet. So what can we do with this data? Well, we can pipe that directly to Chartcake. Or maybe we can't. And the reason we can't is because Chartcake actually expects the data in a very specific format. So let's just quickly go back to showing what that's going to look like. We're going to add an additional transformation here. And this is going to now take all of these results that we were looking at previously and just map them to a basic key value format where the key is the year and the value is the total number. And that will look like this. We now have 1900, 5, 1901, 11, and so on and so forth down to 2099. And if we now provide this directly to our chart, that should give us a result. And we're now mapping out our contacts by birth year. Now, as we can see, a good number of these users have yet to be born, which is interesting. But hopefully, once they are and they come of age, they also choose a career in software engineering, and they join us in building the applications of tomorrow using MongoDB and Ruby on Rails. And that is it. That is the contents of the demo that I wanted to cover. I still have a couple of minutes, so I'm going to turn it back to our presenters or to our hosts.
Yes, thank you, Alex, for your presentation. It was really interesting. As we have few minutes, extra few minutes, we have one question for you. So, hi, Alex. What is the difference between using SQL to NoSQL in terms of performance, resources, and efficiency?
So that is a very interesting question, and it is not an easy answer to give, because anytime you're talking about performance differences, it would imply that you are going with what you would call like an apples to apples approach. So you have the exact same data model, you have the exact same working set, you have the exact same set of indexes, and you have the exact same load requirements. So generally, it should be the same. NoSQL will perform better under certain conditions with certain workloads, and SQL will perform better under certain conditions with certain workloads. It really will boil down to what it is exactly that you're trying to do and how you've got your data set configured, as well as your cluster resources configured. So I know it's kind of a non-answer, but it's very difficult to say, 100% of the time, it is 100% better, guaranteed.
Given that, I would like to make a question with your answer. Is there a use case that is recommended to use NoSQL?
Well, realistically, NoSQL is just a way of storing your data. So relational database management systems store your data in a tabular form, and as a result, they rely on relationship management through data joins in order to coalesce whatever the value object is that you want to present to your users or that you want to interact with programmatically through your application. A NoSQL or document database foregoes a lot of that by enabling you to model your data and store it the same way. So by managing logical relationships through an embedding strategy, for example, you can minimize the number of round trips that you need to make from your application to your cluster in order to surface results. So our contact management example really was pretty rudimentary, but if we wanted to do something like, how many addresses does each user have? What do those addresses belong to? What other information do we want to know about those addresses? You could embed all of those within a single document within your collection. And when you say, I want to find, all the Gustavos, and there's 5 results, You don't need to join all 5 of those results against the related tables in order to materialize those address details in order to return a full result set to your application.
Okay. Well, Alex, thank you very much for your presentation. It was awesome. A lot of information, a lot of knowledge reunited. I think all of us learned a lot today. Is there anything that you want to say to close your presentation?
I would recommend that because we have a forever free tier, people just try it. Like, it really is a great option, especially for Rails, where this type of modeling makes sense and this type of interaction with your data makes sense. And the best way to find out if it's the right solution for your application is to try it out. And the barrier to entry is very low. And if you run into any hiccups, we have a great developer community through our site, or you can ask on Stack Overflow or Reddit or any other resources where you would typically interact with a developer community, and we'd be more than happy to engage and help move you in the right direction.
Thank you very much, Alex. I have tried myself Atlas, and I think it's awesome. I have never used in production actually, but I have tried a lot of times with different frameworks and languages. I think it's awesome. I think it's worth a try for sure. So thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us, Alex. It was an awesome presentation, and I hope you can join us like around 16:20. That we will have another Q&A session. Okay. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye.
See ya. Bye. All right, guys. I'm not sure, but I think Ayush is the next presenter, and he was also a moderator for the first part of the event today. How are you, Ayush? It's Ayush?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's correct. Thank you very much, my friend. So you maybe you have introduced yourself before, but it's the first time that we talk. So would you please introduce yourself again?
Sure, Gustavo, I'll do it for you. My name is Ayush Billore. I come from India. I'm currently in Bangalore. So it's you can say the Silicon Valley of India. Most of the IT companies work out of Bangalore. I'm a Ruby on Rails developer working with Rails from last 6 years. Currently working with Chef. So Chef is a DevOps company. We build tool in DevOps and DevSecOps domain. So that's what I do.
That's very nice, Ayush. I will have a lot of questions for you. I don't know if you will talk about DevOps right now, but this is a very important topic nowadays. Yeah, you maybe you will. My love story with Ruby. It's your title of your presentation. Thank you very much for sharing your time and your knowledge with us today.
Sure, Gustavo. Thank you so much. Can I share my screen now?
Yes, please.
So thank you, Gustavo, for asking me a question about myself. So I had to give up a few of the jokes that I wanted to make in future, but thank you so much for that. If I'm audible properly, I can start. So the topic that I've selected for today is my love story with Ruby. Imagine it's a girl, it's a pretty girl. The love story started 5 years back. So it will be more of a story. So for example, in this slot, the talk before this, we were hardcore developing. We were writing MongoDB queries. We were understanding how it talks to Rails. Before that, we learned how GitLab hires. Then someone told us about how to debug. So I wanted to end this slot on a lighter note and what could be better option than a story? So that's why I opted for this topic. It's my story, and how it unfolds, we will know about it in more slides. Let's proceed. Who am I? I am a chef. No, I don't make food. If you consider quick noodles or coffees, yeah, you can call me a chef. But mostly, I build softwares. I build cookbooks. I build recipes in Chef, and that's why I'm chef. Uh, I currently, so I work with Progress Chef, and that's the joke that I wanted to plug there. Moving forward, as my topic says, my love story with Ruby. So after reading multiple books, multiple love stories, I learned that you can break down a relationship into four halves, four parts. First would be first meeting. So that's the honeymoon period. Like initially you get to know each other, you have crush on someone, and that's when you meet for the first time. Second would be getting to know each other. So things get little serious. You get serious about knowing about where the person comes from, who what's the background of that person. So in this story, Ruby would try to know me and I would try to know Ruby. So that's how the story would grow on. Third would be becoming a couple, and fourth would be commitment. So you become a couple only when you know each other properly, and you go into commitment after knowing both the pros and cons, the whites and blacks of the person, and that's when you move to the last stage of the relationship. uh, this would be the agenda of the story, agenda of the talk. Moving to the first. So now I'll be talking about the first meeting. So during my introduction, I mentioned that from last 5 years, I'm working, first 5 to 6 years, I'm working with Ruby on Rails. So how did my journey start? This is me. In the center, this is me. The other guy, the orange t-shirt, is my friend Piyush, and the other guy is Karan. We all passed university in 2017, and this is the picture from during my training period at my first startup. So I joined a startup named Amura Marketing Technologies. There, I was working as a junior Ruby on Rails developer. So for the first 6 months, we were being trained on Ruby and then on Rails. So that's when I first met Ruby. In college, I wrote Java, I wrote Python. That was the part of the curriculum. But when I first that was my first at company, and I thought, oh, coding is fun. I can understand the language, what's been written. I was seeing Ruby for the first time, but still I was able to make sense of it. Oh, it's saying dot odd. That means we are talking about the odd numbers. It's saying dot even. We are talking about the even numbers. So Ruby made it look very simple. And I was just thinking that, oh, if I'd have known about Ruby in my university days, I could have been a much better coder because I could have spent much more time with her. But it's okay, better late than never. I learned about Ruby there. As I mentioned, when I saw it for the first time, I thought, oh, it's super easy to understand. And this is the example that I found on the Ruby homepage, ruby.com homepage, and it mentioned that, okay, there are cities which I've visited. So I just have to, there are two array of strings, and I can do normal arithmetic operations on array of strings also. So I found it pretty simple. Then while I was doing it, I understood that, oh, there's something like open source also. So during my university, I didn't know that there's something named open source, that there are softwares being created by the communities and handled by communities. No one is paying you to work on these softwares in most cases. So I learned about open source, and then I learned that, oh, Ruby is again open source. So I loved it even more. I thought, oh, it's the right side. Like the community is building it. Community is building it for themselves. So I loved it even more. I learned that whatever I have to do, if I have to build a payment portal, if I have to build a image editing library, if I have to build a music system, people have already written libraries for that, and they call it gem. So I thought that it's super easy. So for example, whatever I need to build, before building it, I need to check if anyone else has already built it, and if they are maintaining it properly. Why do I need to build it? Because someone already has done it. So when there's a gem present, I just used to go and check if it's maintained properly, if the test coverage is there properly, and once it is there, I am relieved that I don't need to write this piece of code. Someone already has written it. It's pretty well maintained, and the tests are written properly, so I can trust that code. So and I learned that approximately 2 lakh gems are present. So most of the use cases that we do. So for example, if I have to start a company can have an admin portal. It can have a content management system. For all these things, there are gems already written, so I can just utilize them and move forward in my life. Yeah, so you people might be knowing it as Ruby on Rails. It can easily be called as Ruby on steroids, because once Rails is being created, you can create all the web applications that you have. It's become super easy. You just have to take care about the business logic, all the configuration part, all the configuration that you have to do when you are building the application. It's already been taken care of. You just need to go write the business logic. You just need to know the conventions, and that's it. Rails has made it super simple. So if I have to build a MVP, I have to build a company, I don't need to set up a team of 15 developers to build the first product. Or for the POC, I don't need 15 people team. I can build it myself in 2 to 3 days. Rails has made it super easy. Rails, along with different gems that are written, once you get the basic understanding of this, you can create your own application. So that's why I've added this slide, and I loved it totally. And then I learned that it's again open source, and there are more than 6,000 people contributing to it. So although this tool was created more than 15 years back, but there are so many contributors who are actively keeping it alive. Whenever they feel there's an issue, they go raise a PR, try to fix it. When they see there's something wrong, they open issues, they try to discuss it out there, and then create pull requests or merge requests to fix the issue. So the framework as well as language is being maintained by the open source community. I thought, what else could be better? So I met Ruby, and now I think that Ruby and Rails are being transparent, so I can know them even better. If I have to make any changes, I can go and do that. I loved it even more. So first phase was a crush period. I had a crush on Ruby. Ruby didn't know me because I was a newbie. I was just trying to understand, what it is. But once these things are over, I learned that it is open source. There are so many people contributing to it. Now the thing started that I had the urge to know her more. I wanted to know more about it. I wanted to learn more about it, but I didn't know what to do. So I asked my mentors, how do you guys get better at something? Like, for example, if there's a language, how can I know it more? So like a true Indian, I first started researching about who created Ruby. So I came across this gentleman, Mats. So Mats started thinking about Ruby in 1993 and then released it in 1995. That's the year that I was born. So that means Ruby and me, we are of same age. The bonding would be even better. So I loved it even more because the bonding is even getting better now. I learned that Mats created it. Then I thought, okay, now we know about Ruby. Let's know about Rails. I came across this gentleman DHH. He is a car racer, and then he writes framework also. So I thought that how can someone do this? He's running companies, he's writing frameworks, although he has created a framework and then he's building companies on that, and then he's doing car racings. Like I thought that it's pretty intriguing. I need to know more about this. I learned that all the big companies that I was hearing name of, I was using GitHub. It's written in Ruby. I was at that time using Twitter. Twitter is written in Ruby initially. Then Airbnb is written in Ruby. Shopify is written in Ruby. So all these big guys, they are using Ruby and Rails to build their application. I was like, I didn't know about this in my universities. Otherwise, I could have picked it earlier. I was getting intrigued. And then this thing also happened, that the Stack Overflow surveys came out, and I heard that Ruby on Rails is in the top 2. So this is about the US salaries, but average Ruby on Rails developer is making $90,000, and it's relatively more than the other developers. So I thought, it's good, it's open source, it's old, it's already tried and tested in the market. Developers are making good money. I thought, why else to try something else? Like, let's just move on and learn more about it. So that's when my mentor said that you should join meetups. You should read more blogs. You should join meetups. So that was the time there was these meetups happening in my city. So I joined those groups. So every last Friday of the month, we used to meet and we used to discuss like what new are we doing with Ruby, what new are we doing with Rails, what's the new feature that's coming in. So those kind of discussion used to happen. All the people who are using Ruby on Rails from different companies, they used to join, discuss it over snacks or coffee, and discuss like this is what we are doing. I was not contributing to the meetup. I was only listening because I was there to learn about Ruby and Rails. I was not there to contribute because I didn't know enough. I didn't have courage to speak on the stage or even the podium. I was just sitting and listening to other people talking about Ruby and Rails. Then people mentioned that, okay, meetups are good. Now you should try going to the conferences. So in India, there is this conference named RubyConf India. In 2017, 2018, it was happening in my city, Bangalore. So I went there and attended that. People from different countries came and spoke about their experiments with Ruby, experiments with Rails. And I loved it even more. At that time, I was getting to talk to people who have actually built those softwares. So I met a few engineers who were building GitHub. I felt, oh, their people are reachable. The commits that I used to read on GitHub, I can talk to those people now. I was getting super excited. That's how I decided that okay, I know Ruby enough. Now I'm okay to go full on. I want to become a couple with that. I want to so becoming a couple, you can consider it as living together. So for example, I know Ruby enough. Now I want to take a chance and live with her, with Ruby and of course the Rails. So now the things gets a bit tricky. So as of now, I was seeing all the positives of the framework and the language, but now I got committed. Now I have to follow the conventions. So there are rules being obliged. Like these are the things that you need to follow. And okay, the first thing came as convention over configuration. Things if you'll follow the convention, you'll not be stuck. Okay, I learned that. I said okay, fair enough. If you say that you have to follow this to be together, I'll definitely do it. Next is it was not a must have, but they said that if you want to succeed, become a good developer, you should consider following some extreme programming practices such as test driven development. First write test cases, then see, then those should fail, then you write some software, then you write some piece of code. Once the code is written, that the test would go green. So I followed that red green pattern, and Ruby was happy. Ruby said that okay, I asked for something and you're delivering on it, so it's good that you're improving. It again said that I used to write ugly code. I used to say this. So if you see the controller below, so it says there is an index method and there is a others method, and both are creating a new instance objects of unpublished post. So Ruby said, why do that? Instead, follow, don't repeat yourself. Keep yourself dry. Just create a scope and use it across two methods. That way your code will be simpler. I said, why not? If you're telling me, I'll definitely give it a try. So I learned that. I did that. Okay. So far, things were going very good with us. I learned about her. She told me a few things to solve. But now was the time when I used to see that there were some red flags also in our relationship. So I was growing. I grew. I had around 3-4 years of experience, and now is the time when I used to talk to other people who are working in different companies. They were working with Python. They were working with Java, and I learned that mostly the startups, the smaller scale companies, are using Ruby on Rails. And they said that all the big companies who are already in market from some time, they used to make a point that we are using Java because that's how the application scale. We are using Python, that's how the application scale. So I got a bit worried, and that was a red flag in our relationship. So I read more about it, and then Shopify said, bro, hold on. We are using 14,000 order per minute, and we are pretty big in Canada, and more than 10 lakh users have their e-commerce websites registered with us, and they use Shopify. So if you think this is not scale, then what are you talking about? And I was like, yeah, this also makes sense because you're pretty big, and if you can make it work with Ruby and Rails, people are not using it to the full potential. It's not the language or the platform, it's you, or maybe it's the use case. So I thought, okay, although I was seeing that red flag, after reading this tweet, I thought, okay, there is still some correction. Like if you use it properly, you can still make a better use of it. Then second red flag came in, and this red flag was about the popularity is declining. So I went to the GitHub. So there was there is this survey that goes on every year. So if you see in 2014, Ruby was at number 5 or the popularity of the language, but it fell to 10. I was like, oh, the numbers cannot lie. The survey is given by the developers, and now they are not trusting in Ruby. So initially they were saying that it's very good in 2014, and the popularity is declining. And if you see the other language such as JavaScript or TypeScript, they stood at number 1 and number 4, and they're still remaining at that. So I was a bit worried, and I was like, why? What's happening? Is my future in jeopardy? Can I trust the language or the platform enough? And I discussed discussed it with my friends, and then I went to my manager, and I was like, "Sir, is Ruby dying, or whatever work we are doing, is it going to be obsolete in some time?" So he made a very he considered a Darwin's theory, and he said that evolution, anything that evolves does not die. And that was a very, very good statement that stayed with me. And he said that anything that evolves does not die. So that means that if there are some problems, if you're trying to solve those problems with time, then you will pass on the challenge of the time. So I thought, oh, that's if I take that analogy with Ruby and Rails. So Ruby has committed that it will get faster with time. Ruby 3 has delivered it. Rails 7, it is a very good. There are so many features that got added in Rails 7. So they keep on, the community keep on improving the language as well as the framework. And if, as long as they are improving it, I don't think it's going to be obsolete. So I thought, oh, even this red flag is answered. The third red flag was less jobs for junior developers. So this is the red flag that I came across. So for example, I'm a LinkedIn content creator. I put content about technology, the startups, all those things. So I was putting some posts about how many jobs are open for. I was doing some analysis on LinkedIn. So I figured that when I searched for junior Ruby on Rails developers, I found some 2-digit jobs. For example, 10 or 15 jobs were there. But when I searched for senior Ruby on Rails developers, I found around 400, 500 jobs were there. So there is a clear difference between people hiring for senior developers as well as in comparison to the junior developers. So I thought, oh, that's a real red flag that we need to talk about. But on further analysis, what I learned was people are saying that if we hire freshers right out of their university, if we hire them, if we train them for a year or so, in market, the demand is so high that these guys will be paid a lot more and they'll move on. So if you hire a developer, you train the person for 6 months, and once the training is over, the person is a trained developer now. So the person can move on for a much better salary. So that's the reason people are not believing in junior developers. Rather, they consider that they can get a senior developer who already knows the ABC of Ruby as well as Rails. Because once you know how Rails works, which file goes where, once you know that, they can easily pick up the product. So, oh, that's the red flag that stayed with me. Now, when I learned about the red flags as well as the positives, that was a decision I had to make, that should I move forward or not. So that was a committed stage. In India, it's a wedding, shadi, a marriage. You do marriage only when all sorts of things are clarified with you. So for example, you know the family, you know the community, you know what sort of things could be done with it, and then only you move forward. So I considered it as a package. Okay, so there are some flaws, there are some positives, but I'll take it as a package. And I think it still makes sense for me. So I want to make process. I move forward. So I enter the last stage of my relationship. And what it gave me. So when I stayed with Ruby from last 5 to 6 years, it made me a full-blown, full stack software developer. So now I can write backend backend side code. I can write front-end code because Rails is a MVC. It allows you to write views as well as controllers as well as models. Now I'm comfortable with databases also. So when you work with Ruby on Rails, it gives you a 360-degree experience where you can get better with deployments also. You can get better with backend side, like such as database schema, design. You can get better with writing APIs. You can get good with writing views. So this is the experience that I've got working with this Ruby and Rails. It was, I found it to be super rewarding. So while in India, the pay scale is relatively lesser than the Western countries, but now you'll say in last 5 to 6 years, my pay scale has increased 10x. So in 5 years, I am able to make 10x the salary that I was making in my first job. It's much better than the other technology that people are working with. I have friends who are working with other technologies, but I felt that this is much better. So there's a clear difference between the two. Getting faster is promised with Ruby. So as I was getting improved, Ruby also improved with Ruby 3.5. It got super fast. So you can see that the performance is increased. There was clear work done for parallelism and concurrency. And then as people used to ask that static analysis is not implemented, so Ruby came up with RBS. So now you can provide the data types also for each of the variables. So the type safety is also there. So these kind of changes were made in Ruby 3. Now was the time for me to complete the circle. So till now, Ruby was delivering to all the promises, but Ayush, me, I was going to the conferences only to listen. I was going through the different blogs, but I was never contributing. I was not writing the blogs. So I thought that, okay, as the language and Ruby has been very rewarding for me, now it's my turn to give it back. So I started to contribute back. I started writing blogs. I started doing open source contribution. I gathered the courage to give talks. So as you can see the image, it was of RubyConf India. So that was a 5-minute talk. I did not have the topic prepared, but I made sure that I go on the stage, I show up and talk about what I did good, what I did in last 6 months. I gave another talk in Recro, and this is the third talk that I'm giving in last 6 months. So this is my way to giving back to the community, giving back to Ruby and Rails, and doing my bit for the community. These are the 3 logos that you would see. Some of you might make sense of how these 3 things are connected, but some of you might not know. So first logo is Basecamp, second is Ruby Central, and third is Shopify. You might ask, how are these things connected? So the answer to that is, these 3 entities pay to build. So basically, they financially invest to keep Rails alive, to keep Ruby alive. So in our other companies, you would say that we are just working and contributing on Fun Fridays, or we are just doing open source contribution as a Hacktoberfest, and we do one contribution and we start celebrating. But to keep the framework, we keep on saying that Ruby on Rails is dead, Ruby is dead. But the bigger picture is, that's your technology, that's your language. You need to contribute to it. So you need to see what issues are open. How can you contribute to that? If the companies or the individuals will not think about contributing to the framework or the language, how will it sustain? Only so many companies are working on the technology and language, but still only 3 major companies are contributing financially. So that I found through a Ruby on Rails RubyConf talk very recently. So I learned that, okay, it's our duty as a Ruby on Rails developer to see how can we contribute to the framework. It can either be doing podcast. So when you do podcast, more people are interested and they are knowing about the technology and framework, and that's how the language would flourish in future. Other things could be, if you're a very good developer, if you found a bug, instead of monkey patching it just for your company or just for your product, try to push that PR to the take some extra effort, put it to review on the main repositories, and try to get it fixed for everyone. Don't just think selfishly. Just don't think that I'll fix it only for my product, or my code is not good enough to go to the main Ruby's repository or Rails' repository. We need to take that extra effort, try to raise the PR, follow all the convention, and get it merged to the framework or the language. That's how we can get it improved in future. That was my talk. I told you the story about how I grew with Ruby and how Ruby helped me grow as a software engineer. And later I told you about how I want to pay it back, how I am planning to pay back to the community. If you want to get better with Ruby and Rails, these are the things I love the most. RubyMonk helps you get better with Ruby with small exercises. Rails Guides is definitely everyone's guide. you just go to it and it shall tell you the actual problem. How can you solve? The most ideal way is before going to Stack Overflow, I would recommend go to Rails Guides. And Railscast has a very good series of lectures. Although it's paid, but when you go to it, all the trivial problems such as setting up the mailer or how to write raw queries, how to different scenarios they've mentioned, and they've created a very good series. So if you follow these three things, you can improve as a Ruby on Rails developer. Thank you. That was my time.
Thank you very much, Ayush. I think your presentation is awesome. It's filled with passion, and I know what you mean, because this is an awesome tool that gives us awesome returns. And I liked very much what you talk about giving in return everything that community has provided us. And I think this is awesome. This is a community, or the open source community, that works around these technologies are awesome. And I think you were an example to be followed in regards to that. Thanks a lot for your contribution, and I hope we can stay in touch and talk about other stuffs around the Ruby on Rails technologies. We should have the following. Would you like to say something, Ayush, to close your presentation, or that's it?
Gustavo, I'm mostly done. I just want to make sure that I'm mostly active on LinkedIn. So if any fellow developers wants to connect with me, they want to contribute on, collaborate on any of the other tools, feel free to connect with me there, and I would more than happy to talk to you there. So I like to connect with like-minded people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ayush. We should have the other speakers right now.
Yes, actually we have a bit time. We have 9 minutes to our general QA session, so probably we can make a short break before and wait for all our speakers, and after we can continue with our general QA session. Okay?
Okay, Lydia. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So,
Hello,
hi,
Wayne.
yes,
Hi, Lilia.
hello, hello, Alex. Hello, Ayush, are you here? So, I believe Ayush and Akshat will join us for a few minutes. Yeah. So we can start with QA session, and yeah, Gustavo, please continue with question.
Sure. Thank you, Lilia. Hi, guys. Thank you for coming back for the Q&A session. Let's start with Wayne. Wayne, we have 2 questions here for you. Let's see here. What are the common red flags found in a resume?
That's a great question. And if the other presenters have any thoughts on this as well, if you do interviewing, I'd love to hear from you as well. I'd say for me, red flags are not small typos, but significant typos or a large number of small typos. Something that's hard to read since we communicate so much in writing at GitLab asynchronously, and we want to communicate well in writing. And also a mismatch between what the resume says and what somebody's LinkedIn profile or other things say. If there's a significant mismatch, if somebody doesn't have Ruby on Rails listed on their LinkedIn profile, but they say it's one of their top skills in their resume, that's kind of I wouldn't call that a red flag. It just might be they haven't updated one. It's more of a yellow flag. Also, if there are any links in your resume and they don't work, make sure you click on the links, see that they work. If they don't, because something has been taken offline, like an open source project in the past, remove the link, or update it if you want, but remove it. Those are some of the red flags. What do the other presenters think? Any common red flags that you've noticed?
For me personally, it's actually a lack of any presence online where you can share code. So at this point in 2023, like if you're going for a job as a developer, it's a lot easier to communicate your candidacy through like show and tell. So even if you're forking projects and just like making minor local modifications, it's a way to show prospective employers, how you approach problems, things you might be interested in, what you're capable of doing. The fact that you even know how to work with Git and GitHub, like those, the presence of those is a green flag. So the absence of them is a red flag. So if you don't have a Bitbucket or a GitHub or a GitLab profile that you can link to, and you're not just, coming out of school, then it's kind of a red flag to me when I'm reviewing a candidate.
I can extend to one point. So, for example, when I see a resume which is 5-page or 6-page in length, and you just have 3 years of experience, so I just feel that it's a lot to read. Like, for example, if a recruiter is getting 15 to 20 resumes, and if you're not trying to keep it crisp, then it loses the purpose, and people don't go to the length and have complete understanding of your personality. So I would say that's again a yellow flag. So I think your resume should be crisp, and it should gather the attention of the recruiter. Like these are the things that you're good at. So yeah, that's the point.
Great. I'm glad I asked the other presenters their thoughts too. That's a good set of diverse thoughts on this. You mentioned there was another question on for me. Hugo? So does GitLab only work with Ruby on Rails for its backend? GitLab is primarily Ruby on Rails on the backend. It's primarily a monolith application, not completely, but primarily, which has its pros and cons. A lot of pros, some cons. It's really kind of a matter of choice. Ruby on Rails is the primary backend, with some other things done in Golang. For example, background jobs that run, like security scans that run on code, is primarily, there's a lot of Golang there. In the pages portion of GitLab, there's a lot of Golang there, and in other places as well. It's probably the second most popular backend language is Golang at GitLab, and third is Python. Is probably most prevalent, primarily in data processing and machine learning. Is very common in the machine learning space, and we do a little bit of other things in other parts of the product as well. Those are the primary things.
That's nice. When you guys would like to talk about your Alex and Ayush about your primary backend?
Sure, I can go first. So at Chef also, the primary things are mostly written on Ruby, Ruby and Rails, and we have a legacy code which is written in Erlang, and everything that's new, we are trying to write it in Ruby as well as Go. So it's mix of both.
I guess ours is a little bit more complex. The MongoDB server is written in C++, and the various language drivers are written in their native languages. So the Ruby driver would be all Ruby, Mongoid would be all Ruby, and then we have other components internally in Go and Java and Python predominantly. So there's a good mix of technologies being used at MongoDB.
All right, Alex. Thank you very much, guys. Let's see our next question. In the viewer debugger, is there a command to continue to the next instance as this was asked before, right? It was to Akshat. Akshat is not among us right now, right? Yeah, maybe we can skip this one. Let's see for Alex. Are NoSQL documents able to link to other ones via ID, like a foreign key?
So yes, this is basically a design pattern. So we talked earlier about the power of embedding documents within each other in order to lower the number of round trips required to materialize results. However, you can still have a referential pattern within your documents where instead of, I think our original example was contacts with addresses. So instead of it being an array of address objects, it could be an array of address IDs. And then it would just be a secondary operation when you're retrieving results to, first get your model fully populated from the contacts collection, and then take the IDs that you would need to query another collection in order to return those results, and then just return that back to your application. So the pattern is relevant. It's a lot more powerful to embed in most scenarios. So yes, you can. You're muted, Gustavo.
My bad. Too many mistakes today. Well, I have two questions here that I don't know who wants to answer. How do I start a project in Rails?
You type Rails new project name.
That's the simple one.
That was a quick one.
Well, do you have any more context from?
Yeah, it doesn't. No, it
I
doesn't have more
can add
context.
one more point at least. Like so, the Rails new and the product name. This command you will find on Rails guide. So I would recommend that go to Rails guide and start reading through it. So if this question is coming from someone who is very new to the community or the language or the framework, I think that's where they can start.
Okay. Well, this is. I'm not sure. There's no context to this question. I don't know if we should. Can anyone infer what's the context of this question? Or
Yeah, it's a question from YouTube, so I will please to write to which speaker or what it means, which tool, because I don't know what it means. So yeah, but just clarify.
Okay. Yeah, please, the person that made this question, if you could be more specific about your question, we would appreciate that. Thank you very much. Well, I would like to ask a question myself to everyone. It's about the DevOps context. I myself have been researching about serverless technologies, and I would like to know, guys, what kind of technology do you prefer to use to deploy applications with Ruby on Rails? I don't know if it's possible, like I've been done with Django and Python on serverless AWS. I would like to ask you guys to say something about the context about your tools that you use to deploy your infrastructure as a code. Who would like to say something about
I can
it?
go first here. So serverless is really just an option for certain types of workloads. Now, for example, MongoDB offers a serverless variant of the Atlas platform now. So instead of deploying a fixed cluster size with fixed billing, you can have serverless, which just kind of gives you a more flexible pricing model and flexible scaling model for a full database cluster. So that's one kind of serverless that we can offer there as a product. As far as deploying Ruby on Rails applications to a serverless infrastructure, it really depends on what it is you're trying to accomplish. Like serverless is just another tool in your tool belt, realistically. Like if you have a monolithic application that has known requirements around memory or additional resource configuration or storage needs or whatever else, serverless may not be the best solution. But if you want to move like some worker processing to a serverless platform like AWS Lambda or something like that in order to not have to worry about infrastructure scalability when you want to scale out processing, then it may be an option for Ruby on Rails components or Ruby on Rails services accordingly. So again, like with any kind of architectural discussion, it would start with what are you trying to accomplish? Like, it's not going to be a silver bullet to solve every problem.
Okay, Alex, thanks a lot. Would you like to say something, Wayne, about that? Nope. Ayush? Nope. All right. There's another question here. I think it's very important. Do you think Rails as front end dies? I mean, generate via Urb or something versus just Rails API? I think what it means is that Rails 7 does not require that you use a JavaScript framework for the front end, right? How do you guys see this change?
So, if I go first to answer this, initially people were saying that JavaScript needs to be there to have a dynamic front end, but as with Rails 7 we've got Hotwire in front, so that could be a replacement for JavaScript, and that's basically there to solve your JavaScript needs. So I don't think Rails as a front end is dying. Maybe once you have Hotwire in place, it could very well solve all the use cases that JavaScript used to do initially.
It's probably then the opposite, right? It doesn't die. It's very much alive.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next question is that question that was rewritten. Perhaps another way to phrase how this can be a bad tool is: are there any disadvantages to use Ruby on Rails?
I
Would
can
like to say
jump in
something
here as well. So again, it really depends on what you're trying to accomplish. If the question is, is Rails a bad tool, and the use case is I'm trying to develop an application in Python, then yeah, Rails would be a bad tool. But if you're trying to build a web application using Ruby, then the Ruby on Rails framework is an excellent choice. There are options out there. Like if you don't need the entire Rails stack and you just want a basic web application framework, you could use something like Sinatra. Or if you just want to build an API and you don't want to use Rails API, you could use something like Grape. Like there are options out there. I'm not really sure that I would be able to list using them instead of Rails as a disadvantage of Rails. So realistically, it would all boil down to what is your use case and how are you assessing that against Rails as an option?
Okay. Okay. Would you like to say something, Ayush?
Yeah, I agree with. So whatever the person is saying, like for example, how can you call it a bad tool? So for example, if your requirements are in data analytics or if you want to do something in machine learning, so libraries are written in Python, so you would rather use Python to solve those things. So you need to define the use case and then pick up the tool that can help you do that. And another thing is if you're trying to create a static site, you don't need Rails to do that. So if the problem can be solved with knife, use knife and not a gun. So you need to figure out the problem statement, and accordingly you have to pick up the tool or the framework. So yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right, guys. I think we can wrap it up and finish this block. Right, Lydia? Do you have anything to add to the presentation?
Yeah, I want to thank you to all the speakers today. Thank you for joining us, guys. It was awesome to hear you and to see you today. I hope that we'll meet on our future events. So, and we'll continue with our third block today. Thank you, Gustavo, for moderating today. We will continue with you tomorrow. And I'm happy to present our next moderator and next speaker. Thank you, guys, and see you soon.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Lilia. It was my pleasure. Thank you, everybody on Geekle. It was an awesome opportunity to talk with everybody, and I hope we can keep in touch.
Thank
See
you.
you guys.
See you tomorrow.
Ciao. See you tomorrow.
Ciao. So, okay, Hugo, are you here? I would like to invite our next moderator. Probably he has some internet issues with internet connections. I will invite our next speaker. Victor, are you here? Oh, hello, Hugo.
Hey.
Nice to meet you. Nice to see you today. How are you today?
You can, I don't know if I'm smiling too much, but I'm very happy to be here with you guys again in this new year and starting with this event. So yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for accepting my invitation for that conference. And let's introduce our next speaker, Victor. Are you here?
Can you hear me?
Hello. Nice to see you today. How are you?
I'm good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Okay, Hugo, you could continue with Victor. I will.
Okay. Thank you, Leah. Okay. Victor, I think we're basically ready to start. Just let me present a little bit all this section. So we have 4 talks, three talks that are coming. The first one with you, how to use service class in Ruby on Rails. Then we have another talk with how we should prioritize your personal developer experience with Thomas and Ben, and then Amin is going to talk about using Elasticsearch effectively in Ruby on Rails. So it's a very good block of talks, and let's start with you, Victor. Whenever you are ready, I think we can start.
Yeah, sure. I'm ready.
Go ahead. I'm going to remove me.
Awesome. Hello, guys. Thank you for having you here this global summit. I'm really lucky to be here and to talk about services in Ruby on Rails. I'm Victor. I'm currently located in Dubai, and I've been working as Ruby on Rails for now 4 years. Okay. Cool. We're gonna talk about what's the service and how to use the service in Ruby on Rails. Let's go straight. A service are way to encapsulate complex business logic and keep it separate from the rest of your applications. So we can see here we have these words encapsulate. So some of us will maybe ask themselves, so what is now the difference between a service and a concern? Because a concern was built in Rails for some reason to encapsulate a logic from a controller or a model for a specific reason. So what is the difference between now a service and a concern? So we're gonna see together the difference between a service and a concern, and when to use a concern and when you can use a service in your Ruby on Rails. The main reason to talking about this one is I've discovered like a lot of companies nowadays, especially for junior developers, they are requiring to know how to use the services. And I think for developers who are looking for a job or who are working and they want to maintain their
I'm sorry, Victor, to interrupt you. Could you open your presentation, please, for a full screen? Because it's a bit confusing people. Just open your presentation for a full screen, not like just simple slides.
Oh, sorry, it was not for entire screen. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, Can you see my screen well now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks. So I was saying the main reason of talking about this topic is especially for junior Ruby on Rails developers who are looking for a job or who are working with a company and they want to maintain their place. Of course, we know like big companies like Google, Twitter, Facebook has fired some developers, so the market becomes quite hard. So we need to maintain the place as well. So services are quite useful for a complex project where it requires a lot of functionalities in the controller. So to maintain them clean and services can handle that kind of situation. So let us see together the difference between a services and a concern. So first of all, both are for separating the specific task or set of tasks within the application but they serve different purposes as well. So the concerns are typically used to organize code that is related to a specific model or controller and are often used to keep the code base more maintainable and readable. So I'm gonna show you this example. Let's say you are working on a Ruby on Rails developer on a Ruby on Rails project and you need to find the current user. So you have a logic where every time you will need to assign the users to a specific actions. So instead of assigning a user in the old controller, you can create a method you can create a module which has the current user method, and you can use this current user method in the specific controller you are looking for. So this is a concern. A concern, we can see like it has a module, authenticable, right? We are extending active record concern to because we're gonna be dealing with the database as well. So it has two methods. The first one is the current user method. We are assigning the current user instance variable to the user, and we are finding the user by session. These are a basic one. And the second one, we will definitely require the user to log in, right? And the authenticated method is checking if we have the current user method, else it's going to require you to log in. So this is a concern, exactly. So how you can use this concern, you can include this concern to the application controller, and you will have access to the current user, method, right? So this is a concern. Let's have a look to the service and we will understand the difference between all of them. So let's say you are working on a project in a delivery project or an e-commerce something, and you want to place an order, right? And you have certain logic to maybe if the order was placed, you need to check the stock, you need to calculate the shipments from A to B, and you want to charge the customer as well. You want to send the email, the confirmation to confirm the email, like you have placed that order, whatever, and you have to update the order status to be successful or whatever. How you can do that? Definitely, we can do that in the controller, right? But imagine a controller will have a lot of logics, which is not clean at all. And to where we can now use the service as well. So with a service, it's simple. Remember, like the main objective of the service is simple. Just clean up the controller, right? Have a classes you can use everywhere. It's not limited, right? So you can see here, like we have the order processor method, which is a class, a Ruby class, and it has the order as argument, the order ID. So sorry, and I will have the process method, which will handle those functionalities we are currently want to do. So So this order processor, right? You can call it in the controller. So instead of having this logic in the controller, you can have them in this method, all right? And you can call now order. You are creating the object order, and you're assigning it here. You are calling the order processor the service, and then what you are doing, you are assigning the ID of the order because it needs the order. And then you are calling these processors which will handle everything. So if you don't want to use it in the controller, you can use it in the model. You can create a callback and you can use it because it is required the ID. You can use self, so it will probably understand like you are passing the ID. So which is extremely very good because it helps you probably to keep your code as clean as possible. So we are going to do a live code together. We are going to see how we can now use a service in the real code, right? And try to see how the output will be, and so it is a live coding guide. So if you want to join, you can just comment, and we will probably appreciate that. So let's imagine what kind of project we can do. Okay, cool. We know like that GPT was released recently, and all people are talking about AI. So let's see how we can integrate an AI API with Ruby on Rails. First of all, in the controller, and let's see how we can clean up the controller. All right, how we can clean up the controller by using the services. So I'm gonna stop sharing and share the entire screen. Then you can have access to my VS Code, right? Stop sharing. So I'm gonna share my entire screen. Then you can have access to my VS Code, and together we will probably enjoy that as well. Okay. So I have a Chrome tab open here. I mean, I have a. Let me see. Okay. Okay. Let's generate a new Rails app. Rails new. Let's call it AI. Let's call it chat. It's fine. So we don't need to set up the database because we are not going to use the database. So we probably fetch the data from GPT, from AI integration. So it is installing the bundles dependencies, I think. Let's see. Okay, it's done. That's fine. So let me open that project. So I think it was here in music. Yeah, chat. There you go. Okay, so you can see we have an empty project Rails app, which doesn't have any functionality for now. How are we gonna do that? Think we have a Ruby gem called think we have a Ruby gem called Ruby. It's called Ruby chat, something like that. Let me check. Ruby open. Yeah, it's Ruby open AI, of course, we're gonna copy this germ and paste it in our gem file. So we will have access to integrate with the AI as well. And I'm gonna install one gem, one of my favorites, which helps me to debug in case. Its name Priorels, I think. Yeah, we are good. So there we go. Let's install our bundles and see how we are going to handle that together. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Let's have a look at the documentation of this gem and try to follow. So we have already installed the germ. So we need to require the Ruby OpenAI gem in the controller or class we're going to use it to have access on their helpers, right? How are we going to do that? Okay, let's generate a controller, home controller. It will have an index action for now, and we will require we're gonna require this this germ here to have the access to their helpers and see how are we gonna handle that. Cool. After requiring, it says get your API key from beta open. Yeah, of course. You need, if you are using ChatGPT, by default you have already an account here, so you can go and get your API key as well. With config. Okay. Okay, this is it says like we can create this file in our initializer to set up the environment. You know we need to probably hide in our API key. It shouldn't be visible for everyone. And here we're gonna use the env file to hide in our API key. So then you will be fetching through your API key. So I wanna stop sharing to hide in my API key as well, because it shouldn't be visible for anyone. And then after just a second, I will probably be back. I'm gonna stop sharing to hide in my API key. Comes here, copy my API key from web openai.com and okay. Give me a sec. Copy. Okay. Okay. Cool. Best. Awesome. Okay. So I'm good. Okay. Okay, so let me share my screen again. We are good on this one. Cool. I'm really sorry about that, guys, but we should hide in our API key. It is extremely important. Okay, let's keep having a look at the documentation, what it says. So don't forget to set up your API key here. Then it will be probably used for the whole application. So We need to initialize the OpenAI object. Let us copy this code here and see how we're going to do this. So we will stock it in this client's local variable, and I'm gonna pass my API key here. I think it named. Let me see how it named again. It names access key, something like that. Okay. I think it names access. I think it named access token. Access key or access token. I don't really know. So I've stuck my AI key. Okay. And now we are probably passing our API key to the object we're going to use. So GPT will know from where exactly the request is coming. Then it says like we need to get the all lists of the models and retrieve from the model ID. Okay, cool. Let's have fun on this one. So now the instance variable, this object, it will get all list of the model, okay? And we need to find the model and we need to retrieve the model by the ID. So my favorite choice is text Da Vinci. It is Da Vinci, I think. Yeah, Da Vinci 000, Da Vinci 003. It's for chat, you know, that DaVinci 003 is for chat. It's exactly what ChatGPT use for rendering responses and listening to the previous question, so you can keep asking because it's a chat, so you will be communicate with GPT as well. Okay. So now we are getting all the models and we are finding which model we want to use for the particular request. What is the next? The next is to get the response right. Now the response variable, local variable, it has the model, right? We just trigger from by the ID. And we are using this compilation method is they have in this object by default. And it specifies the model, I think, 003. And the prompt is the inputs. The question, when you are asking a question to GPT, it's a prompt, right? So this we're gonna just ask her, let's say, how to raise up, right? This is our prompt, and the max token is the number of letters you want to receive as a response. So if we said 5, it means it will be just 5. So let's say we want to receive maybe 15 maximum, right? And we want to put the response. So this is not our response. We'll see where the response we will put the response in this in the terminal, right? So we have the controller. Let's create the routes for this controller to have access on it. Yep, we have already the gets, home, and so on. Okay, cool. Let's run the server and see how it's gonna be. There we go. The server is running, right? Okay, cool. Perfect. Very good. So let's open our local hosts, go to home. Yes, let's see. No routes home. Okay, interesting. Okay. Okay. Let's make our life easier. Just let's make it like the main routes. Let's open just the local host itself. Access key. Access key. Okay, interesting. They don't know this access key. Think its name. Let's have a look at this. Is it access token? Yeah, access token, right. Not access key, but access token. Perfect. Let's send a request again to the controller and see what we'll have. Okay. Okay. Typing in the following command to have the response. All right, we are good. We have the response. So let's make sure like the response is the right one. I'm gonna do that. So you know how Ruby is. Ruby is reading line by line. So it's gonna read this one before we get the response to be sure like it is what we are thinking about. So we are sending the request again with the same prompt, right? And there you go. Okay, we have our first put here, and you have the response. Open a terminal windows, navigate to the directory, and whatever. Okay, guys, we have succeeded to send the request to the API, to GPT API, and get the response. But we are doing it in the controller, and as you can see, this controller for me is not clean at all. So I think let's try to lay out the response first in the let's try to lay out the response first in the views so users can see what is the response as well. So I'm gonna initialize the instance variable named response because we know of us like with the Ruby conventions, if you want to display a layout in the view, so you need to use the instance variable. And here in the home views index, I'm gonna just do this. I'm gonna just display my response here, right? Okay, cool. So let's refresh the page and see what we will have so far. Probably we should have the response here. Definitely. If we cool, there you go. We have the response here, which is very good. So about the taping, like GPT, this is the style sheet, and we are not here for that. So we are good. What about if you want this prompt to be typing by the user? I think which can be better instead of passing the prompts in the controller. I think in this case we will probably need a form. I think, but I don't really remember how to do a form with Rails. So I've been working in the backend most of the time. But let's try Rails. Let's try Ruby on Rails form. Let's just check out how to do the form. Ruby on Rails, just to be sure. from with, no, we are not using the, yeah, exactly what we are looking for. Cool. Let's take this form because we want to specify the request. So the route is the default route, which is which is the home index. So we don't need to specify any routes here. The inquiry. Okay, we can leave it. We need to pass the prompt. I think the prompt here. And we need to get the prompt from the params, right? So all of us, we agree with that. We need to get the prompt from the user, and instead of passing the prompts here, we can just use prompts, and it will just make our life as easy as possible. So let's okay, cool. Let's try, guys. Let's refresh this page. It should probably appear with the form, if I'm not wrong. It should extremely appear with the form, I think. Yeah, cool. Let's say how to fix errors. We are sending the request. It comes up with the response. Let's see what is. Check your application logs for error. If your application, okay, it's rendering the response, meaning that the prompts is working perfectly fine. Okay, we are good for the basics one. So this is probably the basics with the controller, and all of us we agree that this logic, it's render the response and it does exactly what it should do, but it is not clean. By having this in the controller is not good. So it's where now the service is coming from. We're gonna create a new folder here, the app named services, right? And the service we will have a class name, let's say open AI service.erb. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a class name open AI service, and okay, we'll close this method, and it should. What do we need to send? We need to get the prompts. So it means like the initializer will have the prompts as an argument. So let's create the initialize. We know it should have the prompt, so the user must have the prompt, right? And so on. So let's try the prompt here. And what else? I think we will need to accept this prompt outside of the initializer, so let's make it there. Yeah, as well. And this one, it should be in the initializer because it is. So I don't want to cut it. I just want to copy it for now because I will comment it so far. Okay. Cool. So let's just use the client because we'll use it so far. Okay, we have this. It is a simple Ruby classes in the service folder, which will now handle our request. We will try to clean up this controller and using this class itself. So how are we going to do that? Let's create a method. Let's call, right? And close the method. And in this call, we're going to copy from here, all right? A copy from here, and paste it there. So we are accessing the client method because we have this callbacks which allows us to have access on it outside of this method. Even if it is a local variable, we can have access on it because it is on this callback, which is pretty good for us. And what else? We need now to comment this. we need to comment this because we don't need them anymore. So we just need the prompts from the user. So the user will end. You remember, we are using the prompts in our form. So how are we gonna use our open AI? Let's say client to be called to open AI service. See, this is the difference. Instead of using the OpenAI helpers directly object, we are now calling this class. So we're gonna be using now this class for everything, and we will now start using the method during this within this class, which is very good. Dot new to create new object, and we're gonna pass what the prompt because we need the prompts, you know, and the initialize itself. So we need the prompt. So without the prompt, it will throw us an error expected one but giving zero. This is the Ruby conversion. So now we can say like the response, how the response will be. The response. No. Okay. So we can call directly the method call here. So what does it mean? It will create an open AI object, right? And it will call this method directly, which is good for us. Now we're gonna say like the response. The response will be equal to. Okay, I don't wanna call it this response, so let's just call it the response. Okay, now the response will be equal to response. We don't even need this one because it is ready here. I think. Yeah, there we go. So let's put binding.pry to see what we will have so far. And when you are using a service, when you initialize a service for the first time, so I think it is better to restart the server to have access on it. It will probably be more interesting. So let's send the request to this client. Okay, client.model list. Interesting. We have an error here in the phone method models. Sure, I don't think so if we need a model for now. Yeah, client.model. Okay. So, okay, interesting. So let's send again the requests and see what we have so far. So on. Yeah, okay. We don't have an error anymore because as you can see in the terminal, pry has stopped the method. So we can check what we have, what we have in the response. Okay, and we can see like we have data. It means like the service is working perfectly fine. All right. So we can loop through the response to get wherever we want. Choices are probably here. It's where the response from GPT coming from. So you know it is an hash of array. So if you want to accept the choices, you need to accept them like this. And sorry guys. Response. Yep. So we can just response, let's say choices, right? Okay, now we are in the traces. So we have the first element, which is a text, and it comes with the response. So to access the text, you can just grab the first element here. It comes with the text, and you can have the text directly here, which is very cool. So we have the response. This is the response of the request we have sent. So let's exit and remove writing.py because we don't need it anymore. And we should definitely have the response here. So it means like now the controller becomes quite clean, and we have our code which is readable, so you can read it easily, right? So it's where the services are now important, and they becomes more and they becomes more useful for a quite big logic. Okay, for me, it works fine, but let me try to refactor these services because from it is not clean. So let's see, can create a method generate text, right? And this generates text will have the prompts because I'm gonna accept the prompts, and I don't need this. Don't trust on Google Copilot. Sometimes it can lie on you. I need probably this, right? So I don't think if I need this for now, to be honest. Let me see what I can do. Okay, I will need this. I would need just this, right? Here. Oh my goodness, what I did again. I will need this here in this method. So this method will just have the prompts and the name of the model. So I don't need this model anymore, I think. Not I think, but to be sure. And even this, I don't need that anymore. And yeah, sure. So now this method, it will call directly, it will call this method, the generate method, which has the prompts, and we are passing the prompts, and we will accept the prompts from here, which is, for me, it is pretty clean for me. But the cleanness is depend on end developer. So for me, I think it's fine. So now we have our controller, which is sanitized.
Victor, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, if you don't mind, maybe you should try to wrap up. We are running out of time.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Victor. I think we could continue this part of your presentation on QA session if you would like to continue, because our next speaker is waiting for time slot. So thank you a lot, and I hope to see you on our QA session soon.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank
okay,
you.
Hugo, you could welcome our speakers.
Yes, let's introduce our next presenter. So we have Ben and Thomas already here on the stage. I just added you guys directly there. So we have a talk about the personal developer experience, which is we know we need happy developers always. So that's I believe part of what we are going to speak. You want guys to introduce yourself and then start?
Yep, absolutely. So I'm Ben Burbank with American Airlines. We'll go into a little bit more of our bio a little bit later. So Ben Burbank with American Airlines on the developer experience, leading the developer experience area. Thomas?
Hi, everybody. I'm Thomas McGonagle. I'm an enterprise solutions engineer at GitHub, and DX is a serious interest of mine. And I look forward to talking to everyone today about the developer experience and how to manage it.
Okay. So whenever you are ready, guys, just start. I'm going to remove myself, and then it's all yours.
Perfect.
Sure. Yeah. I'm going to share my screen, and I see your left, and so. One second. Ben, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to go to presentation mode, everybody. And I'm just getting used to this. It was the wrong presentation mode. One second. Okay, I think we're in good shape. So, we already introduced ourselves. This is kind of our obligatory first page. It's the title of our talk today is prioritizing the developer experience. I'm Thomas McGonagle. My handle across basically GitHub and Twitter and Linktree and all these other places is my last name. It's my surname. So you're welcome to reach out to me there, and we can talk about that later. And then Ben's is Ben Burbank, his first and last name, and that's available on Twitter. Today we're talking about the elements of the developer experience that can make you as a new developer into a superhero. So it's a very, very exciting talk. We came up with a really, really fun and innovative format. As part of that journey, we're going to be talking about what it is to be a hero, to be a DX hero, and what that journey looks like. We're going to be talking about the tenets of DX, and then specifically how to become a DX hero. And so I spent a lot of time working on that today, and with Ben. And so we have a number of tips on how to develop that wonderful DX superhero status. And so just moving along, I just felt the need. I added this in kind of late to the presentation. I think it's a good one though. But here we are. We're at the Geekle's Ruby on Rails conference, and so much of DX was kind of figured out by DHH. David Heinemann. Gosh, how do you pronounce his last name? The founder of Rails, and he had this doctrine, and you can go to rubyonrails.org/doctrine, and you can find it, and it touches on incredibly important things that we're going to see over and over today as part of our talk. And it includes convention over configuration, the progress over stability, push up a big tent, all these different doctrines that he specified as almost like a manifesto. We're going to be talking about those today, and they're going to be applicable to the DX experience. And then this is just my bio again, and I have about 25 years of open source experience. I'm turning 45 this year, and I got into the IT world when I was 19, and I very quickly got very, very focused on Linux, and that took me on a really exciting journey. And then after that, I got into DevOps in 2007 with Puppet, and I was the first Puppet master, her first certified Puppet master. And then after that, I've just been kind of selling and supporting open source projects from Nginx to Jenkins to GitHub's tooling and so forth. And so, just once again, I really look forward to meeting you all and connecting with you all. I think it's cut off on unfortunately, but my link tree is linktree/McGonagle, and I'm going to hand it over to Ben.
Excellent. Thank you, Thomas. Likewise, I'm looking forward to connecting and expanding our connections. I'm extremely passionate about developer experience. And when I started out my career in IT, I didn't realize it at the time, but what I am coming to realize is that I have a passion for improving processes and improving people's experiences to make it better, specifically through automation. So as I started out my career in IT, I was started out as an infrastructure project management manager, helping to stand up and manage the projects and put together the project plans and everything to stand up your servers, your environments, everything from your test, stage, production environments, helping the application teams be able to have the environments they needed to run to deploy their code on. I was very vocal about some of those processes and some of the things that weren't being done right. And through me being vocal, I ended up being nominated as a release manager. Basically, I was, me and my team, we were the ones that would take the code handed from the development teams. We'd make sure that it was tested, make sure that it was deployed in the lower environments and verified. And we'd do all of that. And it's interesting is that we would do that. We were the gatekeepers and we got to say, you shall not pass. You know, the whole Gandalf thing. It says, hey, you shall not pass, but unless you meet these requirements. So we were the gatekeepers to production. And as an operations manager, our responsibilities was to ensure the production stability. And then as DevOps grew on, you got your development teams, which is trying to get business functionality out there. Well, we all know that change introduces instability. And so there's naturally at odds. So that was one part of my career. Then I moved over. So Thomas, you want to hit next again? Yeah, so the next part, I moved over into a DevOps advocate and champion, as well as a dojo coach, coaching manager, and product and agile coaching manager. And this role, it really helped me to start bridging the gap between your operations, your release, and your development teams. I started gaining a lot more empathy for what the development teams have to go through, a lot more empathy for the pain and all those processes we would put in place to protect production, how painful that was, how hard it was for people to get things into production, quite frankly, at what the heroic efforts they had to go through, and then also the impact when environments weren't available or where they weren't as effective on that standpoint. So with all that, the reason why I mentioned that is that that helped me start to understanding a lot more of what we need to do to create a better environment for developer experience for DX. And so that led me to my current role, which is leading the developer experience organization at American Airlines. So Thomas, go ahead and move forward to the next slide. So what all of that together, as Thomas and I talked through this, is that we're passionate about this and we wanted to bring you a story. But we feel like that when you have all of the right elements of developer experience put together, as a developer, that makes you unstoppable. It makes you a hero, a superhero. Now, not a lot of us think of Thanos, or some of us might, but think of Thanos as a superhero. So we're going to take a little bit of a creative license. We're going to take a little creative license in explaining through the story here of what this looks like and puts all these elements together on that. So with me, let's start this. So Thomas, let's go to the next one. Yes, right there. Perfect. All right. So Thanos, those of you might know, Thanos is the developer. So we're going to call Thanos the developer, and we're going to walk through his journey to rule the universe. So Thanos, the developer, he lived on the Saturn's moon Titan. Okay, he was an amazing developer. Of course, his preferred language was Rails. He loved developing in Rails. All the power came with it, everything that he could do with Rails. But he wasn't quite satisfied with what he was doing with all of his local development and everything that he was doing on Titan. He sought higher and bigger purposes. He wanted to rule the universe. He wanted to create one application that would rule them all. Okay, so excited to set out to create the one application to rule them all. He knew that it was going to take careful planning and execution. He knew that he was going to have to make sure that he did it in a way that was not that he was not stopped, that he could actually control his destiny, and he didn't have people in the way, and it couldn't fail. So, so he spent months designing and developing the application. And as he started developing and planning this out, he got the application where he was designing and developing it and working really hard on it. And he finally got to the point to where he was ready to deploy it. Next slide, please, Thomas. But he ran into a problem. You guessed it. You remember those operations and release managers I talked to you about? They were going to stop him from deploying his code to production. And he didn't trust them. He didn't want to give his code over to them. He was afraid that if he did, that they would steal it or change it or take it for themselves. So he was like, you know what? There has to be a way that I can actually get my application deployed into production without any other involvement. I've got to get this. I've got to find a way to do this. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So next slide, please. So Thanos, he was thinking back to his childhood memories and his stories. And as he thought through that, he remembered a story that his mom told him. And it was a story about the DX Infinity Stones. And he remembered as he thought on that, he's like, if I can collect all those DX Infinity Stones, I could rule the world. I could rule the universe. This could happen. And this would create the space I need to be unstoppable. Next slide. So he decided that he was going to collect those Infinity Stones. He started out with the Developer Experience Efficiency and Activity Infinity Stones. Now, first, what he was going to set out to do is he was going to create an environment to where he could actually deploy his code automatically to production. He needed to be able to have that ability to be able to check in his code in his main branch and be able to have that deployed out to production. He set really hard out to do this. And his output was extremely high, even for Thanos. He was doing lots of lines of code, and he was really set on ruling the universe. Okay, so he had his working really hard on his continuous integration pipelines, setting up his unit tests, making sure that he had his performance tests in place, making sure that he had all of the security scans and everything he needed to make sure that the application checked out and would run and would perform appropriately. Then he said, I needed to solve the problem for continuous deployment and how I did that. So he started with his scripts and tying that to his over to his continuous integration. So he had a complete CI/CD pipeline, and all was ready to be merged into main. Thanos, he knew that people were going to try and stop him. Okay, so he knew that he had to create this in an environment to where he was able to check his code into his main branch. And once he checked it in, that was the trigger that was deployed all the way to production. It had to be completely automatic, hands off. Otherwise, people would have a chance to probably stop him. Okay, so he worked really hard on this, and he was finally ready. After years and years of work, he was finally ready to deploy his code. So he decided to check in his code, and he checked in his code and merged it. But it got to production and it failed. Okay, it didn't work. He couldn't figure out why it wouldn't work. And he sat down and he thought about it, and he thought about it. And as he thought about it, he remembered, he's like, wait a minute, I forgot the tether to Infinity Stones. You want to advance to the next slide, please, Thomas? So he's like, I forgot that I needed the performance and the collaboration Infinity Stones. So with that, he set out, he's like, you know what? I'm going to start working on the performance and collaboration stone. The performance Infinity Stone is going to give me to where I can actually align to the business outcomes. My output was really high. I was doing lots of lines of code, but it didn't result in the business outcomes that I was looking for. So he's like, I'm going to go back and I'm going to figure out what outcomes I need. So he started reading through all of the previous papers and all of the articles and of other people that have tried to rule the universe, and doing interviews and figuring out, hey, what business capabilities do I need to provide to be able to rule the universe? And he started documenting those, but that wasn't enough. He knew he needed to collaborate, but he couldn't collaborate with just anybody. He knew he had to have a trusted set of peers. So with that process, he started creating a central group that he could actually collaborate with in these and pull in his business requirements. As he did so, he started defining these business requirements, and armed with these business requirements, he and his peers got to work. But this time, they were actually delivering value with every one of their code commits. Now, finally armed with this and armed with the pipeline, they were ready for their last merge. They were really, 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 really excited. So on this, they went ahead and they merged their last code merge. You want to move to the next slide? So armed with the performance, activity, collaboration, and efficiency, DX Infinity Stones, they were ready for their last merge, and they clicked the merge button. And as they clicked the merge button, their pipeline started working. They started seeing the green check marks of their unit tests passing. Their continuous integration started passing. Their scans passed. Their performance tests passed. When after about 10 minutes, it deployed to production. After another 5 minutes, the application came up. And with one snap of his finger, Thanos was able to rule the universe. Click next, please. And with that, he was able to collect the last Infinity Stone, which is satisfaction in what they were able to accomplish. So I hope that we wanted to share this little story with you of Thanos to kind of lay the groundwork. We're going to go into a little bit more of the conversation. We want to lay the groundwork of what it would, when you have all of the DX Infinity Stones put together of satisfaction, performance, activity, collaboration, and efficiency, that it really actually makes it so the developers can accomplish a whole lot and you feel like a superhero. So with that, we're going to turn it over to Thomas, and he's going to take us through this, and then we'll probably have a little bit of a demo of what I can show what American Airlines has done utilizing some open source with Backstage.
Oh, that's phenomenal. Thank you so much, Ben. You really articulated kind of what we're trying to go for so well, and I just want to kind of give the background. I've had this experience, over the last 3 years, 2 years, where the DX with like a GitHub or an Azure or like a Postman, these are all like Docker, it's just so good, and like with Kubernetes, for example, I was involved in containers before they were cool. I was working at Red Hat. I was on the original OpenShift team, and what you can do with Kubernetes is unbelievable. You can run these incredible infrastructures. It came out, for everyone who doesn't know, Kubernetes came out of Google, and you can basically have this Google type infrastructure in your pocket, and you can access it with your cell phone, and it really does. It makes me feel like a superhero, and Ben mentioned it, the space, right? And so this is where the space comes from, and it's the space of developer productivity. That's the title, and the lead author is Nicole Fosgren, who wrote Accelerate, which I'll be talking about in a second. And she wrote it with a bunch of her Microsoft research teammates and an academic person. I don't know them, but Margaret and Story from University of Victoria in Australia. And this article is very easy to find. It's an ACM article. It's on the Q, which is their publication. ACM is the Association for Computing Machinery. But this is where that stuff that Ben was talking about really kind of started from. And then I mentioned that there's Accelerate. And I'd recommend, to say that I've internalized this book is like kind of an understatement. This is like one of the most important, or probably the most important book in DevOps, and it's all about how do you become fast as an organization. And there are a number of metrics that you can use to judge how fast you are, how accelerated you are as an organization, and they are deployment frequency. And if you're an elite, if you are an elite member of the DevOps world, you deploy like at least several times a day, right? But if you're a low member, you're deploying like, and there are still organizations that do that, but this idea of having this continuous flow of developer changes and bug fixes and everything is really kind of critical to DevOps and the work that Ben and I do. And the other three metrics are lead time for changes. How much time do you need to make a change? That's a kind of a critical one, right? And then time to restore service, and then your change failure rate. How often can you kind of reverse a failure, right? And so I'm just gonna move on. And so across, you might notice across like all of Nicole Fosgren, and I've certainly found it, the faster you or an organization can be, the better off you are. And that is very much like a thing that's particular to developers, right? Like if you're a doctor, maybe speed isn't what you should be optimizing for, but with development, if you make a change, you make an incorrect change, you fix it quickly, you move quickly, there's advantages to that. And for me, that always reminded me of my sports career. So for the non-Americans and listening to us, I played American football, and really, you know, one of the main advantages you can develop is if you're faster than your opponents. And so there's really this focus on speed. And so when I was playing in college, I would practice for speed all the time, and I jump rope every day and for like a half hour. And you know, I really worked. I boxed. I worked really very hard on it. And so I've taken that kind of idea and applied it to this DX paradigm and thought about it as this opportunity, right? So that for us all to become really fast, and this idea of speed has never been easier. And I'm going to show you several examples of it with the tooling and with the abilities that we have from companies like GitHub or Microsoft or Docker, you know, or Postman, and just how quickly you can be, right? And so in martial arts, I mentioned boxing, in Krav Maga, if anyone's familiar with that martial art, there is this concept of retziv, which is continuous motion, and like basically what it means is like you can like strike or block like on a beat, like a very fast beat. And so I'm trying to articulate that you could apply this kind of retziv, this continuous motion, to your development experience and your development career. And so I'm just going to start with the CLI, right? And so today, just to preface, I'm going to be talking about the CLI, and I'm going to be talking about the GUI, and I'm going to be talking about web interfaces, I'm going to talk about APIs, I'm going to talk about mobile, and they're all kind of tied together in this kind of cloudy environment that they're all developing in, right? And then all the Ruby on Rails developers that are listening to this, you know, that's kind of the end goal of your projects, right? To have this kind of this ability to tie all those different things together. You know, and I'll just repeat it. So CLI and UI and web UI and API and mobile apps and so forth. And you know, if you can get your hands around that, and then I'm going to be introducing some kind of future state things like at GitHub we're working on a voice-driven Copilot, right? It's called Hey GitHub, right? Or you know, I'll be giving examples like that, or even like a handwritten based like development process, right? And so we'll be digging into that, but I'm just starting with the CLI. And so, you know, my shell of choice, you know, I mentioned I've been using Linux for 25 years, and my shell of choice has been I'll just start a new shell. Has been the Bash, right? The born again shell, and then I've used Core and shell. You know, these old shells. I use SH, right? The original shell, and then you know, relatively recently, I switched to Z shell, and there are some really interesting advanced things in it. And for anyone who doesn't know, the tagline for Oh My Z shell is we will not make you a 10x developer, but we'll make you feel like one, which I love. I just love that joke, right? And so Oh My Z shell is a framework for organizing and managing your shell. So here I am, I'm in my Z shell, and I have basically a couple plugins installed, right? I'll just quickly show you guys what that looks like. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my Z shell RC. This is the run configuration for the Z shell. And you can see right at the top, the first thing I'm doing is I'm pulling in my Oh My Z shell subdirectory, and then that's all managed via Git and all this other stuff. And then I'm going to go to the plugins. I'm just going to go to the bottom. This is a little bit hard to parse. This is my Z shell. This is publicly accessible. It's in my .files directory in my GitHub account. So github.com/McGonagle/.files. And what I was looking for was this plugins right here. So I just want to call everyone's attention to how I'm like pulling in the Git, the kubectl, and the web search plugin. I'm just going to go back and go to the next page. And there's kind of a funny one. I actually did a screenshot, and what it does is it paints this Doge. If anyone remembers like the Doge character from like Dogecoin, and so every time, so if at the top of my screen I have echo DX is cool, and then it prints out DX is cool, and then it prints out this kind of weird Doge too. And so someone took the time and energy to produce this and create a plugin around it, and I installed it and ran it on my Z shell, and but this is an Oh My Z shell plugin. But really what's going on is those other three plugins that I mentioned. I'm going to increase my font so I can make sure everyone can see my screen. And here we have Git, kubectl, and web search. And so what I wanted to just show you guys is the web search one. So the web search one actually creates an alias, Google, and this web search is a plugin that's stored inside Oh My Z shell. And I can now go Google Ben Burbank like that, and it fires up and it communicates with the Google API, and it opens up in my Chrome editor Ben's wonderful picture right here. Search, for Ben Burbank from American Airlines. I was able to find the LinkedIn. And kind of interestingly, I can also do some other like web searching. And this is that web search, and it has features to do like a DuckDuckGo, right? Or even search GitHub. So we'll try the GitHub one. I'm going to do a GitHub. GitHub. So we just want to get into the alias GitHub, and it's just web search GitHub. And I'm going to search for McGonagle. That's my handle. It opens up and it brings you to. It was typoed. Let's try that one more time. And it brings you to the McGonagle, all the activity that's happened, and this is doing like a full like search of GitHub, or you can do DuckDuckGo. So this is a very simplistic example. So where it becomes magical is when Oh My Z Shell becomes magical is with like the for example the kubectl capabilities. And so I'm going to bring up the kubectl GitHub repository for the Oh My Z Shell plugin. And I want to call everyone's attention to, there's this list of aliases. It's pretty long, right? So if we start scrolling through it, we can see, and I'm still scrolling, right? There's hundreds or dozens of kubectl aliases. So this is really the first rich feature that the shell kind of invented. And so I can substitute the letter K for kubectl. If I do a K like that, if everyone can see that, I'm just typing K and then enter. This is the kubectl command. This is the kubectl output. And then I could abbreviate commands like KGP for kubectl get pods, right? And so what I've just done is the alternative to KGP is kubectl get pods. And this KGP is a serious abbreviation, right, for kubectl get pods and all that other stuff. And so the very first thing you get out of the Z Shell plugins for certain commands is an aliasing. And this is like just a built-in shell. Like it's been around forever in Shell, but it's packaged up and it's managed in a very, very complete way. And very, very similarly, there's also a Git plugin, right, which has a similar abbreviation. So what I'm suggesting is the very, very first thing you can do is this simplistic shell concept called aliases to improve your developer experience. And then with that said, I'm just going to go back to the slides. There's also command completion in Oh My Z Shell. And this command completion is driven by, I'm just going to put up my Z Shell again to show you, is driven by, whoops. Your mic's hot, Ben, by the way, if you want to go on mute. Well, I'll just have to add it, I'm afraid. So what the command is, oops. Is this auto load -u comp int, right? And then that's just Z Shell kind of formatting and commands to the Z Shell. But what that does is it gives me this ability to command complete. So what I can do is I can type kubectl, and then I just did a tab, and that spit out all the different commands that are available to this kubectl command. And so I'm going to do that get, right? And then I can do another tab. And then this gives all the different objects in Kubernetes that are available. So I'm going to do get and then pod, and then I tab it. And then this gives us the different options. I can say pods like that. And then what that did is that auto completed the sequence of the changes that I'm trying to interact with. And why is this important? Well, what I'm going to discuss in a little bit is that this shell is available all over the place. It's available in VS Code. It's available as a cloud shell in Azure. It's available on your terminal, whether you're using Mac, Windows, or Linux, right? And so this is a concept that kind of ties everything together. Let me go back to I just want to kind of tie that together with this concept of frequency and deployment. So if you're able to minimize the steps taken and the typing required to do a task, it can increase your velocity, your development velocity. And then this is I mentioned this is really where it comes from. It's this idea that, you know, working on your experience, working on your enjoyment is satisfying. It increases your performance, it increases your activity, and it improves your collaboration, and it very much improves your efficiency. And so you know, this slide was really about how we're mixing together these websites and desktop apps and CLI. So we're going to see that in kind of the next ones. And so the very first tool that I wanted to bring up is this GitHub Desktop. And if anyone's ever seen it, it is a desktop app, and it manages and communicates to GitHub and pulls down your repository. So for example, if we go back to my account, oops. We go to a repository. I have this .files repository that I was mentioning where my Z shell is stored, and you're welcome to go look at that. And we have this option to click on code and then open with GitHub Desktop. And so what that does is that connects up to my GitHub Desktop tool, and it downloads it, and then I can manage it with like a VS Code or with a command line with VIM or with Nano or another command line. And there's actually other additional features built into GitHub, which allows you to run the code spaces up in the cloud, and those are called dev containers, and those have a shell, and all this stuff is kind of interrelated. So I'm just kind of introducing it with this discussion right now. And so you know, the thing I would like to mention is that this GitHub does have a command line as well. And so if we click on that GitHub, we have this ability to clone. We have this ability to open up GitHub directories inside the desktop. So there's this network that starts with the GitHub app, the GitHub website, and then flows into the GitHub desktop and then the CLI. And there's this interaction, and then honing all of those modalities is powerful and useful, right? You can do a lot with it. Another example is Postman. If anyone's ever heard of Postman, Postman is an API tool for managing APIs and interacting with APIs. And Postman has a website that's very, very nice and very, very good. And then it has a Newman CLI, and these APIs are stored and you can interact with them. This Postman tool I can run, and what I'm doing here is I'm interacting with the HTTP bin website. So I'm going to click on run again. We can see it running through, and it's communicating and running posts and patches. I'm interacting with the httpbin.org website. And very similarly, there's a command line that it gives me access to those same things. And it is this command line right here. It's a Newman, and then I'm telling it to run just like I did in the interface. And what I'm doing is I'm running these commands from my GitOps directory on my local machine. And it's going through, it's making those API calls using Newman, which is a Node.js app that interacts with and makes these calls, and you can automate and you can manage them. And then finally, you can do it from their website, right? So this is another example of this kind of workflow and this ability to do these amazing things that, frankly, I couldn't do when I first started. In this career, like we didn't have curl, right? Now you have Postman and Newman and the website, and then finally, Docker, right? For anyone who doesn't know, Docker is the container technology that was very, very popular. It got started in 2013, and Docker has this wonderful desktop tool, and they have their container registry, right? Which is hub.docker.com, and then of course there's the Docker command line, right? That we use to build Docker files, and we use Docker files to build Docker containers with. And so it's a third example of this kind of interaction, this communication. And then just kind of moving along, what ties all these things together is these APIs. And GitHub has this command line that is superb, and it exposes so much of what you can do from the website as a command line, and it's called GH. And so this GitHub command allows me to run this command. It's a GH command, and I just CD'd into that .file subdirectory. I'm going to run GH issue, so I'm creating a GitHub issue, and then I'm doing it as myself, and then it's just a test message, and it generates this issue in the .files. Then we can go to that .files directory, or excuse me, that .files repository. Right here, we can go into issues. And here's that test issue I just created from the command line. We can go through, we can say, this is a very relevant issue, right? This is an important issue. And we can close it, right? And so we can have this interaction between the CLI and between the APIs and between the web UI and the GUI. And we can see all that stuff and how it's interrelating, right? And then finally, kind of one of the things I was really looking forward to talking today about was Azure, right? And so if anyone hasn't experimented with Azure, I was one of the beta testers in AWS, and so I've been really interested in the cloud for a long time. I've been very focused on. I'm incredibly interested and impressed by Azure, and I think part of its secret sauce is that it did get a late start on the cloud. And so what they did is they focused on the API, and then the web interface and the CLI and the mobile app, right? Like I keep talking about mobile, but the mobile app's incredible in Azure. And so one of the things I want to call everyone's attention to, so this is Azure, right? This is my Azure account, and what I did is I spun up that Kubernetes cluster that you guys might have noticed me interacting with. This is that Kubernetes cluster, and we can gain access to that Kubernetes cluster with the Cloud Shell, right? This is that dev container that I was mentioning earlier, and spinning up a little shell environment for me to manage. And we can introduce OMyZ shell, right? We can introduce these techniques and install them in the Cloud Shell so that we have the same environment that I've been working on from my desktop, using things like that .files that I created. I use a tool called Chez Moi, which is French for my house. So so I have the Chez Moi command line tool that I use to manage. And I'll show you guys what that looks like. But here I'm in the shell. I'm going to do a AZ login. And then what this asking me to do is and then there's this tag right here, XB token, authenticate. Oh, it's hard to grab. Let me go up here. Whoops. Let's go directly there. Microsoft.com. We enter the token. Log in myself. But this stuff used to be like brutal before we had these techniques and these technologies. So it authenticated correctly. It wasn't exactly obvious. And then we could do something like so if I do a kubectl right now, I can't interface with it because I don't have the right kube credentials, right? Get pods, right? Nothing happens. Oh, it did work. So it did generate it at AZ time. Oh, I thought I had to generate it with a get credentials command. But so if you can see, I have this ability to interact with that Kubernetes cluster that I've been doing get pods against with my command line from the Cloud Shell. And then guess what? You actually have a Cloud Shell on your phone, right? So if someone had a problem with their Kubernetes service account or service permissions, you can solve them from the grocery store. And that's like the best probably example of DX that I've ever heard of, right? This DX experience where you can be at the grocery store, you can be interacting with the GitHub issues or the GitHub pull requests and authorizing them and moving the code through from the gym or from the grocery store. It's just superlative, right? It's really something else. I mentioned the Chamois dot manager. I do have the sense that we're kind of running out of time, but to run that Chamois dot manager, it's as simple as running a command like this. So I'm going back to that dot shell. So here I am in the cloud shell, and then I run this command. It's a shell -c. It's a curl, so it's doing a URL get, and it's doing it with some security, and it's going to get chamois.io, and that's going to pull down the chamois source code, and then it's going to pull my dot files because I'm giving it my GitHub username, and I run that, and that instantiates the chamois, and I'm going to say override it, and then it pulled down chamois, and then when I go to launch Z shell, I can just do a Z shell like this. It's actually pulling in my Z shell RC, the one that we were editing before, and it's pulling that in. And we have the same environment. We have the same tooling, which is very exciting. A lot of the tool, like for example, that GH command can be pulled down from GitHub and installed in this cloud environment, this cloud shell. And you know, this like I had a boss that always talked about like the sweetness and light. And I always enjoyed that expression, but you know, to just kind of finish up on, we finally have VS Code, and VS Code is probably the best example of like that system that's interacting with the APIs, interacting with the cloud, and interacting with GitHub, and interacting with all these different things. And it's just some modalities that are really, really interesting. And so this is VS Code. I have all of my extensions here. They're installed. And for example, there's this AWS extension. There's an Azure extension. There's even a Kubernetes extension that's interacting with my AKS cluster, the one that I keep referring to, right? And then if we come down here to the management, you can see I'm logged in as GitHub, and I have my system setting sync on. So if I were to interact with VS Code, whether it's on my desktop or whether it's where am I? Or whether it's here under code, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fire up a code space right here. It's going to pull in my account. It's going to pull in my extensions. It's going to pull in my configuration. It's going to pull in and provide, you know, once again, a shell. You can see right here, I have my shell right here. And so it's going to pull in a shell. It's going to create an environment. And so VS Code is like the standard developer experience now. But what's making it so possible and so powerful is the syncing and this ability to sync and coordinate and correlate across, you know, Cloud Shell or code spaces or my personal account or my phone or wherever you're at. And so, you know, I don't believe if I could write my slides again, I think I'd finish up with talking about the spaces, right? So maybe I'll queue up Ben to just kind of repeat them at the end, you know, when I'm almost done, Ben. And so just finally, so we have Copilot, right? So this is you know, example of our AI-driven system that allows you to code with AI. And then there's like ChatGPT, which is kind of similar. And then I did mention that there's a Hey GitHub, which is on the which has been developed. And it's a voice-based coding ability. It interacts with Copilot, but it's reading your voice, kind of like the A word or Hey Google. I think I have a Google in my room, but I have an A word. Right? An A word is Alexa, right? So you'll probably hear it click on. And then, you know, I personally use Alexa to find out my calendar, right? And so just those possibilities and those things. And then there's even like what we used to call optical character recognition for handwriting, and that's all possible. Alexa's going on. Alexa, stop. And so I'm just gonna hand it back over to Ben to just mention that space again and try to tie that all together, tie what I said into that. Let's just stop.
Excellent. Hey, well, we're running out of time here. I think we are out of time. So what we're going to do is I don't have a lot of time to show what I was going to do, so we're going to take that to the Q&A session. I was going to talk to you about Backstage, but keeping in mind there's some elements that create an amazing developer experience. And those are the elements of like satisfaction and well-being, your performance to business outcomes, your ability to be productive and actually doing things in the tools that Thomas was showing us there. And then your ability to have efficiency and flow. And I wanted to talk about, in our Q&A, we'll go through that. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to show. And I'll share some videos off of YouTube that American Airlines has done in using backstage tools to enable better productivity or enable better developer experience across the enterprise. So with that, Hugo, here you are. Thank you. Appreciate the time, and looking forward to connecting with everybody.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Thomas. For sure, we have a lot to discuss in the Q&A session, so let's get ready. Otherwise, you you also will need to share those videos with everybody.
Will do.
Backstage is nice. Yes. Okay, let me introduce now Amin, who's ready also. I'm going to include him to the stage. Hey, Amin, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hello, Hugo.
Hey,
How are
Amin.
you?
So let's talk about Elasticsearch in Ruby on Rails. So the stage is with you. I'm going to stay, so I'm sure that everything is well shared, full screen and so on. So please, I believe this is your slide, right?
Yes.
There you go. Then I think we're okay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Amin, and actually this is kind of night here, and I'm based on Turkey now. So before we start and get into more technical details, I'm going to share some of my thought with you. And yeah. And actually, in software development, I believe we must be a student and not followers. I know there is some best practice here. I'm fan of Uncle Bob, Martin Fowler, and David Hanson, but I'm trying to be just a student, not be a follower of them, and have my thoughts in development. I think this is key point here. So. And the other part of my thought is about most people say that it's about business and there are numbers. They are correct, but I really not believe that that's whole story. And there are other numbers and they are hidden. We must consider it when we are developing our software and for being effective in development. There is some numbers when I develop a library, how many developers gonna benefit from my library, and when I'm developing a product, how many people gonna benefit from it, and how many friendship I'm gonna make out of this my work. And these are numbers that's sometimes it's obvious, but sometimes it's not, and they are hidden. We must consider these factors when we are developing, and all being effective is about what attitude we are when we are developing, and this is important key. Yeah. And I'm encourage you to ask question, and any question may comes up, please don't hesitate. And maybe you think that's not gonna appropriate to ask, but do not hesitate. I will support it. Please ask. And actually, this is not about is your question is good or right or not. This is about what is gonna be outcome of my talk. So do not hesitate to ask your questions. All right, let's go into presenting our stuff. Yeah. As you see, I stated here, think for better dancing, and I really believe it's development is a kind of art, and we need to enjoy of it, and this is all depends on our attitude. So we must enjoy from what we are doing at the same time, and this is the meaning. So, okay, just before going into technical stuff, I'm going to read a quote from Bruce Lee, and I believe this has a deep meaning if you pay more attention. And he says, empty your mind, be formless, shapeless, like water. If you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. If you put water into a bottle, and it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now, water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend. And this is really true. And you must be free in thinking and just learn rules from great engineers and have your thoughts when you are developing. And this is what's gonna benefit you in whole life. And we are all gonna benefit from outside of the box thinkers. So this is very important. All right, let's jump into Elasticsearch and Ruby. These are a list of materials I'm going to talk about and going to share with you. And the first one is what is Elastic and why we should use it. And yes, actually concept is important. Before doing anything, we need to understand concept and what is it and what is it all about. So then I'm going to talk about best sources to learn Elastic. There is lots of sources, and all of them have benefits, but one of them is better for your use cases. So this is based on my experience, and so I learned from different sources, and one of them was great. So then I'm going to talk when we should use Elasticsearch and what is the proper time of using Elasticsearch. Yes, this is development. Maybe you start to using it and have lots of implementation, and in the middle of the way you find out no, this wasn't what I wanted and wasn't good decision, and it's gonna have you make you lots of trouble. And we need to understand this is powerful, it's good, but not for useful for any cases. The next one is how Elastic gonna benefit your application. When Elastic and how is beneficial. Maybe the time is correct, but the implementation is not correct, and that's gonna make you problems in your development. And you must have a balance between the time and how you really implement it. So the next one, I'm going to show you how to implement it in real world and have some real world experiences with Ruby and Elasticsearch. I have a GitHub repository. I implemented some of functionality in there, and you can use it as a starting point for your work. And most of the work is on you if you are interested. So this is just a starting point for you. The next one is ELK. I'm going to talk about ELK, Elastic Stack, and when it's good to use Elastic Stack. And actually, it brings you lots of power at the same time and lots of responsibility, and that's gonna make your product very good. And maybe if we not use it at the proper time, it brings some technical depths to our product and applications. And in the last one, we're gonna release the engine's power, and we're gonna use real power of Elasticsearch for further reading, or gonna specialist on it. And it's for who really is interested to how they can learn and integrate it with Ruby application. So what is Elasticsearch? As I stated here, Elasticsearch is distributed by its nature. Its structure really support distributed and it's distributed search and analytics engine. Please pay attention to what I stated here. I picked them with a care and really try to not to be misleading here. And it's distributed search and analytics engine, and it's provide near real-time search and analytics for all types of data. And this is the key point here: for all types of data, it actually indexes all of your data, like numbers and text and so on. Actually, it's store and analyze logs and metrics, and then an index can be thought as an optimized collection of documents. I'm telling here, in some points, I'm going to compare it with SQL for just for sake of understanding, and I'm telling you, we're not gonna actually compare it with SQL, because we must think about Elastic as a standalone entity to understand it. Understanding actually deeply. So yes, but in some points I'm comparing them for understanding better. Each document is a collection of fields which are key value pairs that contain your data. Actually think index as a table and think as a document as a row. So these are the nearest equivalents of definition for Elastic and in compare of SQL. By default, Elasticsearch index all data in every field, and each indexed field has a dedicated optimized data structure. For example, text fields are stored in inverted indices, and numeric and geo fields are stored in BDK trees. And these are some data structures name, and do not confuse yourself with that, and you can search about them if you are interested, but I do not recommend it to confuse yourself. I'm just stated here to strike idea in your mind for in the future for you. Yes, and the ability to use per field data structure to assemble and return search results is what makes Elasticsearch so fast. Please remember this one, and maybe you get back to it when you try to understand why Elasticsearch is so fast, and it has a dedicated data structure for every field. And it's in some point it's so mathematical, but you can read about concepts and understand how they actually works. So best sources to learn Elasticsearch. I can say for sure Elasticsearch has one of the greatest official documentation, and it's really useful and easy to understand. As I started a couple of years ago to using Elasticsearch, I tried with videos and some articles. Actually, there was useful, but official documents is best sources to learn, because its table of contents is very clear, and in every section it has a description of what is this feature and why you should use it, and why it's developed, and when, where, and yeah, that's very great description and complete description. You can use it. But if you want to just up and start, I do not recommend to use videos, but you can still use it for simplicity of your work. Maybe you're not ready to read and it takes time. You can take the video. That's not definite to use this documentation. I'm just saying that's best source to learn it. Yeah. And just do not forget to read about description in first page of every feature. I mean, you can call it section. read about, and using a feature without understanding it actually makes you struggle in some points, and you need to understand first what is this I'm gonna use. Just not jump into functionality and use it. And I strongly saying you this is vitally important to read about it. And yeah, it's give you some understanding of skeletons of what you are going to implement, and that's very useful. Okay, when we should use Elastic, and what makes Elastic to be useful for our application. When you are gonna create inside of your time series data, actually this is a you can use ML, but it's a different concept. But for storing and giving analytics and inside of your time series data, maybe you can say logs. It's very useful, and it's give you lots of features to for example, aggregation. I will describe it in the next one. And yeah, maybe aggregation is one of the great features of Elasticsearch. Yeah, with aggregation, you can find out what is the average time of access time to my website, and it gives you analytics from pile of data. And this is so useful. It's provides you data in buckets, and it's partition your data. It makes it so fast and very useful. The next one is that define and query unstructured and unstructured data at the same time, explicit and dynamic. And it refers to I'm referring here to mapping. You can say structures and unstructured data at the same time. Elasticsearch is no SQL, but you can save the structures and unstructured at the same time. In dynamic mapping, you can create your data without defining. Maybe you can say mapping or call it a schema, maybe. And you can explicitly define how is your data gonna be. I will describe it in the mapping section. And the next one, this is my favorite. It's a simple JSON query DSL. It has a query DSL, and actually its syntax is JSON. It's called abstract syntax tree. It uses JSON format for query, and it makes it so easy to understand and readable. Please, if you had a chance to take a look at the query DSL in the documentation, and you will find out how efficient and easy it is to use it. The next one is powerful and simple REST API interface to communicate. Actually, Elasticsearch provides you ability to control all aspects of it with the REST API, and you can use just HTTP where to add a node to your cluster, remove it, and change your cluster setting, query, and whatever you can think about it. It's provide you, and it makes it so powerful, easy to use, and user friendly. The next one is lots of plugin, and Elastic provides lots of plugins for more features, and it makes it so powerful. For example, to use Elasticsearch with SQL, it's provide you JDBC driver for connecting these two. And the next one, ability to use ML in Elastic. Elastic provides machine learning models for you, and it's integrated into Elasticsearch, and you can easily use machine learning models like vector search in your Elasticsearch easily. And actually, it implemented lots of work beforehand for your requirement. how Elastic gonna benefit your app. Imagine you need to track your application users' activities. What you need to gain knowledge, how your users behave is. And you need to understand how is your users' behavior in your application. This is where Elastic can come into play and play its role here. You need to create live statistics, data histogram. It's for what histogram, and you can put your interval here, maybe hourly, daily, or weekly, and it can provide you beautiful charts. And actually, this is your part to implement chart, but it provides you data you can build easily the beautiful charts with that, and you have your statistics and understand maybe how many user logged in every day, and it's gonna implement it easily in your application. Need to score your documents to show up first in search result, and Elastic implementing very powerful scoring system for your search, and the algorithm is BM25. Actually, these are three factors I'm going to share with you here, and how a scoring system happens in Elasticsearch. It's the first one is term frequency, and it's most prevalent result based on how many search happens for this document. Maybe as you remember, I said document, you can think about it as a row. And this how many times this document has been searched in my application. This is first factor. The next factor is inverse document frequency, and actually it works like this. Imagine you have a 10 document, and the name of and the name field is John, and you have a two document name field is Tom, and Tom's is gonna show up in the first, and then John's gonna show up. So this is the factor, how this factor was, how little your term is in your search, and most probably comes into most prevalent results. And the next one is field lengths. And imagine you have a field like description. The fields have a few words and lesser words uh, is gonna show up in your result and with most score. Actually, this is a system of weighting uh, your documents, and Elastic returns your results in hits key. So when I say hits, I mean your results here. The next one, you need to save structured and unstructured data. Actually, it supports, and you have no idea how your data is gonna be. You can request to save it, and indexes automatically and mappings automatically will be created when you try to create a document. Suppose you want to create a user with name and email. When you request to Elastic with the REST API to create this document for me, it automatically creates index for you, and also creates mapping. Think of mapping as a schema. So creates the name as a keyword and email as a keyword for you, maybe text, and you can take a look at it and find out how this dynamic mapping really works. So the next one is need to search on all indices. Maybe you want to just search a term. You have a string term and you want to search it. Do not state your. I do not recommend it, but you can do this for your test, and you can just use search API to search whatever you want it in all indices and in all charts and across your cluster. And the next is you need to save time series data and visualize them. And sometimes you visualize them to find some insights of your data. Actually, this it's useful in here. And need to filter your data and send it to an stash. This is where Logstash can help you out. Suppose you have lots of data from different machine, maybe 100 machine comes to your Elasticsearch, and you don't want to save them as a raw data. You want to filter them and save them as you want it. This is This is where Logstash come to help you and filter your data and send it to Elasticsearch. And the next one is also there is Beats Stack in Elastic, and they are file shippers for you. Maybe you have 100 machine, want to send data from all of them. This is where Beats Stack gonna help you, and as a starting point, you can use FileBits. Cool. Okay, let's taste a bit of functionality here. The mapping. The mapping, there's two types of mapping: dynamic mapping and explicit mapping. Dynamic mapping can happen by itself when you insert data during data insertion. But explicit mapping is when you know how your data structure gonna be. Maybe you have a name, you have a nested data, and whatever you can imagine, you can explicitly define it and send a request, put request to Elastic to save this and say this is gonna be mapping for my user's index. And remember this, when I'm sending data, save it as this format and this data types. And this is the API you're gonna request to with put HTTP where. And the next one is search API. You can use this API to search your data in Elasticsearch, and maybe imagine you have users index and you want to search in a specific email. You can use this API. Let me share my screen to show you how you're gonna implement. Okay, here it is. Here is feature mapping is really working, and actually there's not much of dynamic mapping, but there is a feature you can use some condition before saving as a dynamic map. Maybe you want to save your dynamic mapping with a condition, and this is the structure of it, and you can define if any data comes to my application and was the string and the field type was the IP, please convert the data type to IP type. And this is the condition you are going to establish when data comes to your index, maybe my index 00001, and this condition is going to apply if any data with fields IP comes to your applications and data type is string, Elastic gonna convert it to IP data type. And this is a great feature Elastics provide you in dynamic mapping, and it's not just doing it by itself. And this is the explicit mapping. This is a simple one, and this is the nested one. Imagine you define, you have a mapping here, and your property is gonna be age, email, and name, and type is integer, keyword, and text. Actually, there's difference between the keyword and text and other data types, and that's related to its data structure gonna implement under the hood. And this is the nested data type. Imagine you have a purchase has a name and price, and this field actually is JSON and it has a properties. name and price. Name is keyword and price is integer, and you can search for price as a nested search, and Elastic support it, and you can use it for your search. And I provide you lots of detailed documentation here you can use to understand actually how a repository works. And the next functionality I'm going to show you is search data. This is the syntax and this is the query DSL. I talked about it before, and you can use get request to search your data. And this is the simple query you are searching if the user that name is John, and all of the Johns will be returned in the result. And the result is going to be something like this. You have a hits key, and this is with underlying data. This is the data Elastic keeps in its indexes, and actually provides you some information about how it's working under the hood. Yeah, your results going to return in the hits key, and this is your actual result. Your index name, unique ID Elastics create for by default, and this is the score way of your document, and this is your data will be come back, and user his name is John. This is your actual data I wanted to see in your result. Actually, we have two documents here. One of the name is Johnny, and one name is John. So yes, as you see, I stated some aggregation data streams, API convention, some other useful information you can use to understand Elasticsearch better. Also, under the app directory, in services, real implementation of how mapping and search API works implemented here. This is the files related to mapping, and this is for create mapping, delete, and retrieve mapping data. Actually, it's implemented in service-oriented way. And these are your search data requests, validate your data, and some other useful information. You can take a look at there if you are interested in the detail of it. So can you bring it up my slides? Yeah, thank you. Okay, the next one. What is ELK and how to? Elasticstack. What is Elasticstack and when we should use it? As I said before, Logstash is for filter and manipulate your data and send your data to a stash. And that stash could be Elasticsearch or other data consumer system. But you can say Logstash standalone, and you can say you can use it with Elasticsearch. But if you are running Elasticsearch on the machine, do not use Elasticsearch on the same machine. And it's better to have dedicated resources for your Elasticsearch because it's gonna use lots of resources. And 16 gigabytes of memory would be good for starting Elasticsearch on a production. And the next one is Kibana. As Elastic document says, it's your windows to Elasticsearch, and it's a dashboard to manage, visualize, search your data, manage your indices, your clusters, and there's lots of feature provides you, and it's useful to use Kibana to managing your Elasticsearch more effectively. But first, I do not recommend to use the Logstash and Kibana. For your first step, just interact with Elasticsearch with REST API to understand its functionality and understand how it really works. So I think I have some 5 minutes left, so I make it quick. Release the engine power. This is I put the bullet points here you can use for further understanding, and it's very useful to pay attention to these factors here. Try complex search. There's compound search and leaf query. Leaf query, compound query in Elastic, and mix of these two gonna be complex search. And there's you can implement a complex search to search very very complex data. When you want to search data, filter it, aggregate it, and that's very useful to understand it and to release its real potential of Elasticsearch. Avoid high cost query if speed is your concern. Actually, maybe writing scripts or some nested query or join queries are not very good to use in Elastic. And maybe your data are saving incorrect, and if speed is your concern, do not use this. These are high cost. Actually, you can use pagination to improve your speeds or so on, but still that counts. And just remember this: every power has a trade-off, and every great power have a great responsibility. When you're using it and it's powerful feature, just remember it. Maybe that's gonna trap you in somewhere, and do not you overuse its feature when you really don't understand how it works. And actually, I said this before. Use script when you really need it. Use script. Elastic provides you painless language to script and write script. Actually, there's some you can write Java code too, but I do not recommend to use this, and find out what is your requirement, and after understanding, use and implement it. Use more accurate query instead of filter. Maybe if you are using very complex query, maybe you don't understand how to use it. Just remember this: you can make it more simple. But you can use complex, but when it's really needed. Forget relational mindset and treat Elastic based on what it is, not neither the relational nor non-relational way. Actually, understand Elastic by itself, and avoid comparison here. Maybe most of time it's gonna mislead you. Understand what is Elastic about and how to use it. And suppose you have some data and you're gonna find out some useful information from your data, and how Elastic gonna convert your data to useful information, and think it this way. And this mindset helps you to understand Elasticsearch better. Use Profiler API and Kibana monitoring. You can use Kibana monitoring to gain some insights of your data, or Profiler API to find out how query works under the hood. These are useful for next step for your requirement. Okay. And as I said before, think this way: you have a data and you want to extract useful information from your data. Don't compare it with SQL. Think about Elastic or any other technology you're gonna learn as a standalone entity. And I highly recommend this based on my experience. This is gonna make your mind open to possibilities and what maybe happen. And as I said, when you try to compare, you need to handle differences and common features. Think about Elastic as an independence engine to manipulate and show your data as information. Next one. Do not use SDK. For first step, there is SDKs out there for using with Ruby, Python, or other languages. Do not use SDK in the first steps, and it's prevent you from understanding how some tool really works. Actually, there's nothing wrong with using SDK, but in the first step, using SDK maybe makes you fast, but then you will struggle, and because you don't understand the tool at the first place. And before understanding concept and elastic feature, you are not able to implement it effectively, and debugging will cost you a lot. Use REST API to interact with Elastic to use full potential. Then is your choice to use SDK. Actually, and here it is from me, and this is gonna benefit you in the future. And the purpose is understand why we need Elastic. First step is understand Elastic and its ability. Do not jump without knowledge, and there is no shortcut to understanding, and you need to read and understand it at the first place. And if you take a shortcut, that's gonna trap you at the future. So jump into work and dance with code, then enjoy from artifact you've made. Just there's gonna be awesome to see you have a product and you are proud of it and you really enjoy it when you are developing it. And the next one is enjoy hardship and try to feel what you do. If not, your philosophy need to change. If you're not enjoying of development, maybe there is something you need to understand about what you do, and there's a shortcoming in somewhere. And this is your duty to find it. And actually, coding is enjoyable and the key. Here is some quotes from some great engineers. I really appreciate them, so I follow these and I like this quote. The Martin Fowler says, if any fool can write code that a computer can understand, good programmers write code that human can understand. Actually, this is referring to code must be clean, must be follow the rules, and so on. And please pay attention and catch me up later and tell me about your thought about this code. And the next one is from Robert Martin. Everyone know him as Uncle Bob. The Boy Scouts have a rule: always leave campground cleaner than you find it. It's naive to think about it. No, I did the job. If you not leave the campground cleaner than you find it, no, that's not gonna work. And you not did the job. You just patch what you should do right in the first place. And the next one is from Steve McGuire. Fix the cause, not the symptom. Most of time, and you have a bug in your system and there are some symptoms and you are patching it and say, yeah, I will fix them later and I will clean them later. Do not trap, just fix the cause. And this is vitally important here, and this is essential part of development is your attitude about what you do, the key. And this is actually from me. Don't trap in blaming. Take action. I really believe maybe there's some legacy code you are blaming some other developer. Do not trap. These are just traps. That's not gonna help you to implement better product, to understand the real world better, understand the software industry better. And these are just traps, and you need to avoid them. And then next one is if you can't keep it simple, you can't keep it at all. Just try to keep it simple. And if you can keep it simple and describe to everyone, that's your art. You need to keep it simple. And then if you keep it simple, you will have it forever. And this is what I think about it. So thank you for watching, and it was a great pleasure to talk about here and about Elastic, share my attitude and my mindset. I'm very grateful here.
Okay, thank you, Amin. I think we are basically ready to go ahead and go to our Q&A session. We're going to have the Q&A session with you, Amin, and Ben. The other speakers are not able to join us now. First thing first, guys, I'm really thankful, and I think I can share in behalf of everybody a thank you to all these speakers for all these great talks. Very interesting. We know that everything was very interesting when we ran out of time in all the 3 talks. So it's a lot to share between us, and thank you for that. Let's start with some of the questions from the community. Let me start with this one, which probably is for you, Amin. Which database is best for Elasticsearch? And
Actually, Elasticsearch itself is a data store. As I said, yeah, it's a NoSQL data store. You can call it database, and yeah, it's a stash for saving your data, and you can use Elasticsearch for use cases, as I stated before. And maybe our friends are missing some points here, and yeah, this is best answer.
So to be clear, so Elasticsearch is a database itself, and the way it's storing the data is different. No, it's not a relational database. It's a NoSQL.
No. Actually, it's a NoSQL database, and it's optimized for search and do analytics, giving insights of data, and yeah, this is all Elastic is about.
Okay, I think the next question can go to both of us, but let's or both of you. Sorry, let's start with you, Ben. What question yourself to help prioritize?
Questions you ask yourself to help prioritize?
Yeah.
Oh my heavens, that's like a question I ask myself every day. Some of it's like, okay, boss, what's important today? Because it just changed on me. But one of the biggest things that I always ask myself, and from a development, well, from just a personal standpoint, is I try to look and say, okay, what business outcomes are we trying to hit? What's our objectives that we're trying to get to, and ensure that I'm prioritizing that work to get that done. The other thing that as a operations or even in development is I look at the areas where I am seeing a lot of unplanned work come in, and I make sure that I understand why we might be getting that unplanned work, what might be causing it, and then addressing those root causes so I can keep focused. Unplanned work is very, it's very time consuming, and it uses a lot of energy. So you get distracted from what you're trying to do and everything. So that's kind of what the questions I ask myself is like, okay, what's the business outcomes? And then is there ways that we can improve improve on our ability to deliver on our business outcomes? Is there any unplanned work disrupting me that we might need to tackle?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's from also my experience. Sometimes you have a list of well prioritized tasks to do, but depending on the level or the type of work you're doing, there's a lot of things that are going to change. So you need to be sometimes prepared for that, and be able to be elastic, just to use the word that we just heard, and change, no, and be able to adapt.
Flexible.
Exactly, that much better word. Yes. Then I don't know. I mean, if are you able? It looks like you probably lost connection. But the next question is about the resources that Elasticsearch uses on memory or CPU intensive. From Amin, probably but from my experience, I can tell you guys that given that the way that how it works, Elasticsearch, in terms of how it's doing the search and the indexing and everything, there's a lot of memory that is being used. No, so for most of the queries that you're doing, you're going to require memory. But when things need to be indexed, then is when you need CPU. So it's for the runtime, if you want, for all the moments where you're only executing, I think is memory the resource, the most important resource. I mean, I don't know if you're back. No, probably he's not. Okay,
So yeah, unfortunately, we lose. I mean, he probably lost connection. So unfortunately, he cannot continue QA session with us. But I think I will send him all questions, so we can continue with our last questions for Ben, I think.
Yeah, well, the next one is priority. Still regarding the priority of tasks, and what are your 4 levels? Do you have
4 levels of prioritizing tasks?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know that I have 4 levels of prioritizing tasks. Me personally, I'll just talk about me personally, and what I kind of do is I use a system that's called Getting Things Done, GTD. Some of you may have heard of it, may have not heard of it. But I basically take a look at my goals that I have for the week, and on a weekly basis, and then I go through and I ensure that I have the adequate time on my calendar to try and do so. And then so that's what I end up prioritizing and saying, okay, at the beginning of the week, just make sure I've got time blocked for those things that is important to get done and to move the dial on our goals, what we're trying to accomplish. And then from there, once I have that done, I have a list of like smaller things that I can fit into like little spots. And so as I have time each day, and I'm like, okay, as a manager, I have a little bit more, I bounce around between tasks a little bit more than developers, where you have a tendency to focus in half-day chunks. If I have like a 15-minute time frame, I'll look up and pull up my 15-minute list and say, hey, what can I do in 15 minutes? And what's the priority of that? And start doing that. But I also, another thing in prioritizing tasks that I've learned too is that I make sure and leave some breather room or some headspace throughout the week, is because inevitably something's going to come up that I wasn't planning on that's going to be in there that I'm going to need to be talk about or handle in some way or another. So I try not to plan too heavy, and I try to keep it, make sure I'm focused on what's it's contributing to my goals, and then have smaller little things that I can do within those little windows to keep things moving along.
Right. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Yes.
Yeah, it was the last question for today, and I'm very thankful. Huge thank you to everyone who joined us today. Thank you, our speakers, Ben. Thank you a lot, and Hugo. Appreciate your help today, and I wanna say thank you all our participants who joined us today, and hope see everyone tomorrow. I hope you have pleasure today, and of course. I expect your minds, your thoughts about our events. Just write me. Please leave your comments on our feedback forms. We will send it soon. And yeah, thank you a lot, and hope to see everyone on our future events. On our, I hope that we will continue our cooperation with everyone, with our speakers and moderators for sure. And yeah, it's the end of first day Ruby on Rails Global Summit. Thank you, everyone. and have a nice day.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.